you 5 minutes ago.
No, I thought that you will have the national anthem or something.
We did that too.
We did that?
I didn't hear.
Okay. Yeah.
No
All right.
problem.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. ASAAL founder and national president, Mr. Misbauddin, elected officials, convention delegates, guests, and attendees, good afternoon. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all at this 13th annual ASAAL convention. I am thankful to ASAAL and its executive leadership, particularly its founder and the national president, Mr. Misbauddin, for inviting me to serve as the convention chair. We are thankful to the members of the organizing committee, chapter leadership, numerous member volunteers for their hard work, and our sponsors for their ongoing support. ASAAL was founded just a decade ago with an objective to organize and support laborers and communities came from 8 Southeast Asian countries. The organization has already established 14 chapters in New York and several other states. ASAAL's endorsements and support has contributed to the election of several individuals to public offices. By now, ASAAL has been able to make itself known in Southeast Asian communities. By any standard, these are remarkable achievements. As I myself involved in several professional organizations in the past, I understand the time, effort, and perseverance needed for this level of success. I admire and congratulate ASAAL national and chapter leadership and its members for your dedication and hard work. I believe most of you, that means Alliance members, are first generation of immigrants in this country. The first generation of immigrants are always hardworking people, but working hard is not always enough to optimize our success in a newly adopted country. We must educate ourselves about the socio-economic and political culture of the place we live. This would empower us with the knowledge and skills that will help us to mobilize and negotiate our way when our rights are being threatened or violated. We must engage ourselves in the political process and involve in community activism. We are almost nobody if we do not vote in local and general elections and make contributions. Politicians make decisions that impact our daily life. In a democratic society like ours, politicians are not obliged to make decisions that will serve our specific needs unless we are important to them. We will be important to them only if we are organized as an entity like ASAAL and actively involved in mainstream politics and participate in local and national voting processes. I am so glad that ASAAL is doing exactly so. This is one of the reasons I have enthusiastically agreed to chair this convention. I thank you for your activism and participation. Through ASAAL's activism, we'll continue achieving even greater recognition we deserve. We'll continue to insist that South Asian laborers become full partners in the struggles ahead and take leadership on bringing us to the future. ASAAL is holding this convention with the theme, the new normal, embracing the change. At the time, our nation is going through a very challenging time that has created truly a new normal for all of us. We are in the worst pandemic since 1918. Over 15 millions of our citizens have been infected, and close to 300,000 of our citizens died COVID-19 infection. Although vaccines are coming, economic hardships for majority Americans will not be over soon. ASAAL is courageous enough to hold this event at this time of challenges. I urge you to extend your activism in educating our community on importance of taking safety precautions against COVID-19 as recommended by CDC. Educating the importance of taking vaccines when these will be widely available, and assist neighbors in any other possible way that you can. Fellow ASAAL members, as you know, when you honor someone distinguished, we honor ourselves. This year, we are proud to honor 3 reputed individuals who are distinguished in their own professional life. Our honorable awardees are Mr. Gregory Floyd, President, Local 237 Teamsters and Vice President, International Brotherhood of Teamsters. Mr. John Hyslop, President, Local 1321 and Vice President, DC 37. And Dr. Usman Siddiqui, First Ambassador from South Asia under President Clinton and a Senior Advisor to South Asians for Biden. We appreciate them for accepting our awards and congratulate them for their accomplishments. This conference is loaded with various agenda items, including speeches from elected officials, chapter and community leaders, and from our honorees. I encourage you to listen to these very distinguished speakers. We appreciate and thank you for your attention. We wish you an enjoyable conference. Stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think on behalf of the Alliance of South Asian American Labor, I think we welcome you. You have heard from our distinguished chairman of the convention committee. Now it is my turn only because I am next. Though we have mistress of ceremony, we will bring her later because we want to save some time. So in fact, introducing will be taking time from the lot of other speakers. My name is Misbah Uddin. I'm the national president and founder of this organization. When I came in this country 36 years ago, as an immigrant, as a student, I have struggled through this whole experience of my stay here in the United States. When I started working for the city of New York, I found that the job, because of your skillness, because of your education, because of your qualification, you are there. But the respect is not there. The entire South Asian population, most of them, if asked where you are from, will say we are from India. Nobody knew where is Bangladeshis. Today, as a whole, through our struggles of last 13 years, people across this country, in all 50 states, they know that there are South Asian people. They know that there are Bangladeshi people lives in the United States. And so as Afghanistan, India, Nepal, Bhutan, Maldives, Sri Lanka, and Pakistan. That is what is known as South Asian countries. We are the world's more than 1/3 population, 2 billion of us. But in a country where we call our home today, the United States of America, where 30 million people do not know much about these 2 billion people. With a mission in mind, thinking over 30 years, finally in 2008, when Obama became the Democratic presidential candidate, I became the delegate, the only Bangladeshi, the only South Asian, the only Muslim. As a Democratic National Committee delegate in support of Obama, went to the convention and accepted him as our presidential candidate. Coming back from the convention, I felt that the time has come that we do two unified, come together, create a group of people that will give their time, energy, effort, and hard work to bring all you have seen here today. Though due to the coronavirus, worldwide 71.2 million people are infected. 1.6 million died. In the United States alone, 16 million people are infected. 296,000 had died. Yet, we are at our peak in the United States today. Our work locations are closed. Most of us are working from home. This is called new normal. Though we have started 13 years ago our struggle to continue what we thought is working in our favor, we could not stop idle. We started under this new normal, our regular meetings. And all of you who have joined today, most of them are ASAAL chosen, ASAAL volunteers. Above all, they are the leaders of the leaders. I could not have done this alone. They are the reason why I speak so loud. They are the reason why I am so proud. They are the reason why I am so bold. Because they are the power, they are the engine behind me. Every politician in this country knows that when ASAAL speaks, they pay attention to it, including this year presidential election. We have not been stayed back. We were in the front, all of you. who have been worked with the Bangladeshis for Biden, ASAAL for Biden, and of course, we all are for Biden. Only to get rid of a guy who is still, after losing, do not want to give up. He must, he will, he should leave before January 20. The time is now that when we are thinking all the time about the global situation, global humankind, global economy, at that time, ASAAL is working locally with the local community, with the local people, with the local problems, issues that we face on a daily basis in a new country that we all call home. If we cannot solve our own problem within the backyard of our home, we will not be able to solve problem bigger than what we face on a daily basis. It is not what the future brings to us. It is what ASAAL brings to the future. If we do not take the call for the future of our generation, for our communities, for people that we migrated in this country, love this country, this is our own today. We cannot expect everything somebody else will do for us. We must do for us. We are not born to be self-centered, but we should become the center for all around us. That is why ASAAL always leads from New York to New Jersey to Georgia to Michigan to Pennsylvania to Virginia to Florida to Washington, D.C. Everywhere we are, we lead that place. Yeah, I'm so proud of all of them, those who choose to take the leadership of all those chapters. As our convention chair said, in this country, we are now have 14 chapters. And also, we are going to the international only because the work that we do, it has an international appeal. Today, we have chapters formed in Bangladesh, in Malaysia, in Singapore. Unfortunately, none of us has yet visited those countries. But people from those countries, especially people, those who research originally from Bangladesh, Afghanistan, India, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Maldives, they are coming together. They know that the invitation we leave for all the immigrants people is the invitation they cannot miss. It is where they will be able to live with the dignity, with the pride, and within their own definition. I remember after 9/11, people changed their name. Muhammad became Mo. Rafiq Islam became Rafi. Samsul Rahman became Semi, so that they can survive in this country. Brothers and sisters, leaders of ASAAL, that's not the way you survive. Not by changing your name, not by saying you are from so-and-so country, not telling them you are a Muslim if you are one, telling them what you are. Define them the way you know. Define the way, the culture, the religion that you brought with you. Tell them, I am so-and-so. Who cares? Say them, I am a Muslim. I am from Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Nepal. No matter where you are from, because above all, you are a human being. The right they have in this country, we have the same right only because we work harder. We pay taxes. We love this country the way they love. So we have the equal share. That equal share, demanding that, working for that, and continue to struggle on that is the reason why we created ASAAL 13 years ago. Today, ASAAL is in many states. Almost every politician knows us. But it is you, the leadership of ASAAL from every state, will take into the remaining 50 states and into the world. Because my goal, wherever there is a brown color people, wherever there are victims, wherever there are the lost, wherever they are the least, and those who are the last, it is ASAAL's responsibility to represent them. We are the voice for those voiceless. With that note, we have a big program. I hope since you are linked in today's event, you continue to hear as much as you can. Keep you linked. Should you need to take a break, please do so. Plus keep you linked so that you can come in instantaneously at any time you feel you have time to join. Yes, we want you to go to pray. We want you to go and eat because we could not provide you food from here. Maybe in the future, that system will start too. So with that note, I thank you for coming. All those leaders of different chapters, I want you to know, I have learned so much from you over the years. Please continue to work hard. Let me learn more from you. When I see and when I go to bed at the end of the night, I keep comparing myself with you. Why he or she does so much for local. And I have created, and I am the founder. Then I should do even more. So remain in inspiration to others. Your state is big. Your chapter has a lot of things to cover. Yes, you can. I say this all the time. If one Gandhi can change whole India, if one Martin Luther King can change the United States in the 60s, do you know because of that civil rights, today South Asian people are migrating in this country? Before that, it was only European. So wherever you see a black man or black woman, say thank you. Black lives matter. That is why we supported that from day one. With those things in mind, always be thankful that what God gave it to you, and you are now having the opportunity to give it back to your community. Bring the community together. Let them feel comfort. During this COVID, we lost many people in our community. They need your help. They need shelter. Some of them need food. Some of them need job. We may not be able to solve every problem, but if we do talk, try, and work harder, we can bring some hope to these people. At the end of the day, we all are now in America. We are American. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Stay tuned. I now introduce you the secretary of ASAAL organization. We call it national secretary. He has a huge responsibility. We discovered him in 2015. Since then, he has never took a day off. He has done everything he could do to bring ASAAL to a new height. He works for the government, New York State Education Department. He has a family, and he takes care of his family very good. I said this always, though I have not mentioned, I just want to take this opportunity. In ASAAL, we always talk about family. Family first. Job, small business. If you're a student, you study second. Only then you do ASAAL, whatever time you can spare for others. And Karim Chowdhury, who is our national secretary, is one of them, who gives his time, energy, effort, and has brought ASAAL to a level we all can appreciate. Here is Karim Chowdhury, and he will be introducing all the chapters. Please, chapters, stay ready.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our founder president, Maaf Mesbauddin, thank you very much. And thank you, our speaker, Professor Mohsin Patwari, today. He's the chair of the convention, for giving us this wonderful moment during this pandemic. Because of your presence, because of your thoughts. Today, our delegates, South Asian people who are joining here today, they will learn a lot. Maaf, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for the creation of this wonderful platform for South Asian people to stand proud and tall in this American mainstream politics. You gave the platform, now we all can cherish. And we have been doing so under the leadership of you and the National Council. Thank you very much. As Professor Mohsin Patwari mentioned that he's proud himself to be a part of this great organization, I can tell you clearly. Since 2015, I have been the National Secretary, and I have been enjoying this job to organize South Asian and raise their voice, addressing their issues, and I feel proud every day. I would like to thank you to my wife, a union leader, New York City civil servant, Farhana Ahmed, today, because I have seen she's also the women chair of Staten Island chapter. I have her dedication to assist people finding job, getting the job training available free of cost to our people and everyone. And I have seen her during this pandemic, when it started in March, hundreds of people are coming and calling her to assist with job search, with filing the unemployment insurance benefit, and for many other reasons. Her dedication helped, if not hundreds, many South Asians to get the job and unemployment benefit. Thank you, Farhana, for your dedication after doing your job, doing a job, and taking care of the family. Dear leaders, delegates, and the guests today, it is my honor to recognize all the volunteers who dedicated last 4 years organizing our South Asian people, building coalition among the similar-minded ethnic groups in America. That in 2020, your hard work is well recognized. of ASAAL for Biden, and under the leadership of another ASAAL advisor, Anis Ahmed, we work under the banner of Bangladeshis for Biden. Different platform, and many of you know, I was the Joe Biden's delegate this year from New York City 11, Congressional District 11. We work top to bottom, day in, day out, to make sure we can overcome the nightmare of Trumpism from America. You know, Trump created many nightmares for immigrant group, for different ethnic groups. Immediately after taking his power in White House, we can talk about Muslim ban, we can talk about all those asshole counties, we can talk about many other bigotry he made. He tried everything to marginalize our minority groups, no matter where you came from. He tried to encourage white supremacists in this country. With your help, with the support of people, the great people from different color, including white, black, brown, we have defeated it. And the what you have done, it is well recognized not only in the ASAAL group, it is also well recognized in White House. I have to thank Anis Ahmed for his dedication in this case, and Ambassador Usman Siddiqui, a great leader who organized this group, and our solution they utilize, and now we are well recognized in White House. I can talk whole day, whole night about your work, about your productivity, about your sincere dedication and devotion in mainstream politics. You have been doing so day in, day out, organizing our people and solving their problem locally. I would like to mention few words about the ASAAL national focus now from this White House. You might will see in the journal, while I mention all those formats, what we want from this White House next 4 years. I will just briefly mention some of those. Uniting the nation. Trump divided this nation in a way. He made us one another's enemy. But it is our responsibility in the neighborhood, in the community we live in, to make peace and to develop our relationship with everybody. As White House is taking over after June 20, I ask the White House and federal and state elected officials today from ASAAL convention, please do everything and anything in your capacity to leave behind the divisiveness, the division he created, and unite the nations. We do not want to be divided under religious group or color or ethnicity. We want to be all American and contribute to the American society. COVID is already took more than 300,000 people's lives, Americans' lives. It is the pandemic that White House totally failed. And we responded, we the American people responded during this November election and rejected his idea. It is not a hoax, it is a serious problem. He knew us. We want from this White House to take action immediately as soon as they can get power. I know Joe Biden and his team is working from outside of White House. ASAAL today arguing to take immediate action to defeat this pandemic, to defeat this virus. It has been taking toll on Americans and around the globe. We need to prioritize this one. I hope our elected federal officials and state officials will carry this message from ASAAL convention to White House and state houses. Due to this pandemic, millions of people are jobless, including hundreds of thousands of South Asians in America are living below poverty. They are jobless. They are helpless. Our South Asian people owns America's most of the bodegas and small businesses. We need help from White House. We need help from federal government to help the individual families, small businesses, and cities and states, because our cities, our states are financially stacked. Many states are broken. They are planning to cut their services. They are planning to cut their employees, and it will create more problem, more economic problem. Please allow the economic recovery package, meaningful economic recovery package for American people. That will help all the people now, and they will contribute to the economic recovery. Repeat and replace Trump's unjustified tax policy that helps 1% over 99% of Americans. The corporates are making billions of dollars, while small business and individuals are paying more. I ask today to our federal officials to take this message from ASAAL Convention that ASAAL is demanding to repeal and replace unjustified tax policy and make the tax policy a pro-middle class tax policy. Our tax policy is totally broken and it is creating problem in America. It is very urgent. In order to grow the middle class economy in America, I ask today, please forgive the student loan that is making one big problem in middle class and the first, second, or third generation immigration families. We are sending our kids to school, college, and universities, and our kids are coming home with hundreds of thousands of dollars loan. When they start business or job, they cannot form their own family because they have tons of loan that they have to repay. This is the way we are creating a chain of poverty. We are not letting the middle class or low income families, getting up to the middle class. Please forgive the loan for all middle class and low income families, students. It will help us. It is the investment. It is not the forgiveness, actually. It is the investment. These people will be the tax generator. They will create tax revenue. They will be a integral part of this American society. We demand comprehensive immigration reform that is essential today because 11+ million undocumented aliens are leaving. We are paying for their treatments and all the logistics. They can do better here if we can make them legalized. There are thousands of TPS recipients and many other immigrants in this country. If we can bring them in a legal immigration status, they will be the revenue generator and they can live in this country without any fear. Please bring the change or amend the law that will give them legal status in this country. It will help us. Remember, we need immigrants. It is essential to maintain the economic growth. We need immigrants. And these are the hard-working immigrants. We are not talking about few criminals. We are talking about, in general, the good people who are here and contributing in this country's economy. We allow them to stay here for today's However, the attendees from the many federal officials are attending now, I can see. Allow them, and a state can create the environment in their respective states by giving them opportunity what we had within the state capacity. We need this thing for our economic growth. You know, there are that does not work anymore, it's broken. If I sponsor for my family members, it took 12 to 14 years. We need to address this problem. We need to break this grid so our people can come when they can be the part of this country's economy. Not after 14 years when they are old. I urge today from the ASAAL Convention to replace or bring amendment to the public charge law, federal public charge law. That law is creating fear among the new immigrants in this country. As of now, we do not see that much of use of this law. But this law does not make any sense. If we are inviting the immigrants to be a part of our society, to be a part of our economic growth, we cannot tell them when you come, you cannot use the benefits available to everyone else. This is the discrimination. When a person legally enters this country, he is a part of this society. He or she and her family should deserve all the benefits available to her or him. I believe that investment, that benefit for first 2 or 3 years, whenever they need, this is the state, this is the investment we are making as the taxpayers to assist that newcomers, new families, new individual to stand on his or her feet and become a meaningful, productive citizen. They can contribute in our economy, in our society, in our politics. Please scrap this law or amend it in a meaningful way that will remove the fear from law-abiding citizens and new immigrants. I urge all the federal lawmakers today, please take action. We are with you. We will support you. And your constituent will support you because it will help in American economic growth. They will be part of our economy. If they are not healthy, they will be the burden of our society. If they cannot pay for their school and college, they will be the burden of our society for the rest of life. We can help them. Now, using few dollars to get the benefits and get a good citizen, get a good education and good training and be a part of our economic life, economic society, economic growth. I wish I can request more, but it is our job to make sure that we raise our voice when our people suffer anything to our elected officials. ASAAL does it locally, statewide, and federally. And ASAAL is bringing those issues today to our federal officials and state officials, hoping they will address those issues. And we will be with them every chapter, in every moment, whenever they need us. Please help us, help American people, American society to address their issues. With that note, it is my honor to introduce the chapter leaderships who brought us today here, whose hard work, dedication and devotion, helping locally and nationally. They are our bloodline who take our messages to their community and work on ASAAL national agendas. So there are 14 chapters we have now. I will introduce all those chapters now. So I'll go by the founding date. Okay. So due to time constraint, we had to bring a little bit of change. We hope that you will take it easily, or I know there are great leaders in every chapter who want to talk. Unfortunately, today we have started 1 hour late, and as you know, this is our first time we are doing that kind of virtual convention. Every year we do our convention from Manhattan, and more than 400 to up to 400 to 600 participants comes there, including 50 to 60 elected officials. But this year we are doing virtually, so we have a lot of limitations. And my apologies from the beginning. And I really appreciate the way you all are following the housekeeping rules by keeping yourself mute. So I may not allow every one of the chapter to speak. What we will do, only the 2 persons from each chapter, president and secretary. If not, I can give someone else the chance to speak. So it is my honor to introduce our Queen chapter. Are you there, Queen chapter, Monir Islam? President Monir Islam, Queen chapter. Secretary Minhas Harjit Minhas. Are you there?
Unmute and talk.
Unmute and talk, please. Unmute and talk. Unmute yourself.
1 minute each.
None of them is here. President, Secretary, Queen's chapter, none of them is here yet.
No, by repeat it, please.
No, I'm just saying Queen's chapter, President and Secretary is not there yet. They are not in yet.
Okay, so please go ahead. You are the executive director, go ahead.
Not executive vice president.
Executive vice president, go ahead. Take it. No, please.
I saw Minhas too. I don't
Okay,
know.
on behalf of the Queen's chapter, I am Nurul Haq, Executive Vice President. Would like to thank all of you who attended. My special thanks to our founder, President Mesbauddin, National Secretary Karim Chowdhury, and all the colleagues who attended here. I was not ready for this speech. I thought my president or secretary would speak out. Since they are not here, I would like to thank our gratitude to all of you who attended, and I wish the success of this virtual meeting. Because of the pandemic, our life has changed, everything has changed. As you know, our executives, our vice president mentioned, we usually have this convention done in Manhattan, but because of the pandemic situation, we are doing it online. I just want to say, all of you, that even during the pandemic, ASAAL is not sitting down or sleeping at home. We've been doing our best online and in some cases in person also. And we will continue to doing this job. As you know, ASAAL has already named their reputation in the mainstream, and in future, we will continue doing that. During the last president election, all of ASAAL members, we did a good job. I hope everyone know that, and we will continue doing that. This is all I have to say right now, and later on, I hope our president and secretary will be here, and they will speak out more. I would like to
thank you. Thank you very much, Nurul Bhai. Thank you. Thank you very much. For our viewers and for participants and delegates, Queen chapter is very active chapter in ASAAL family. They have done huge work in terms of census, in terms of voter registration, and community outreach. Their work is well recognized by the ASAAL National.
Hello. Karim bhai.
I think Shubha is trying to say from the telephone audio.
Mute yourself, please. Mute yourself, everybody. Until and unless you are called in, please. I cannot unmute. Okay, now it's good. All right, so please keep yourself mute unless and until you are calling, your name is called. You can send a chat box, you can send us a text if you have anything to say. We'll review it, but keep yourself mute. And I would like to call now Brown chapters. Brown chapter president, Syed Tahmidul Haq. Are you there, Syed Tahmidul Haq? If you are there, unmute and speak. And Secretary Muhammad Muzammil Hussain. Secretary Muhammad Muzammil Hussain. Unmute, Tamid Bhai, unmute yourself, please. I can see you, Tamid Bhai. Unmute yourself. Yes. Go ahead, Tamid Bhai.
Yes, assalamu alaikum. I don't see myself in the. You see me?
Yes, I can see and hear both. Please go ahead.
I don't see myself. I don't know. Where I am lost.
We see.
Okay, go ahead, Tamid Bhai.
Okay. Thank you for everybody coming to this auspicious, special, electronically convention. This will be, maybe this type will be the way of our life in future. So I'm very happy and very, I feel good that we can at least do this kind of meeting at this time of our pandemic. And I congratulate everybody, those who worked hard in this election. From my part, my secretary, my Alauddin Bhai, and my secretary Muzammil Hussain, and Nasir Mia, and my women secretary, women president, chairman of Bronx chapter, Miss Rosie. I congratulate, I thank everybody, those who acted very actively in this pandemic, especially my correspondence secretary, Alauddin. He worked very hard during the pandemic. We worked on the vote registration. We worked for the census, and we talked with some other elected those going to be participate in election in upcoming city council election. We talked to them. That means people are trying to talk with us. They understand ASAAL's importance, and locally, nationally, and maybe one time internationally. And I congratulate, I give thanks to our Misbauddin, our national chairman, and Karim Bhai. He worked very hard, very hard. Sometimes we could not cope with them, but we tried as much as we could, giving our work and family and all other stuff. And I thank all the people, those who came from the Bronx chapter, attended this meeting, and those who will attend the meeting very soon. So I wish a success, and we will like this time we will work harder and harder again. Maybe our time needs it. So we will get ready, prepare to work hard, and make ASAAL a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamid Bhai. Thank you very much. Within 1 minute, you did great. Thank you very much. Muzammil Hussain, Mohammed Muzammil Hussain, 1 minute, please. 60 seconds. Mohammed Muzammil Hussain. If you are here,
I see him. Maybe Brother Alauddin can talk if he's here.
Okay, please mute yourself. When you finish, keep yourself muted. And I would like to request to take over Mohammed Muzammil Hussain, please. MD Alauddin, very active member of Bronx chapter, and he has done a lot of work in the community and has been doing. Alauddin, please unmute yourself and speak. Few words, less than 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That today our annual convention, whoever attend this meeting and whoever are listening by different kind of media, I would like to congratulate all of them guys, whoever even the help to success this meeting. So now this is MD Alauddin from the Bronze chapter. I'm the first president secretary. Actually, we are work local to national, all the place unitedly. This is the that's why we get the result very sharply. If we think of the national election, how is work the ASAAL. If everyone keep your eyes in the society or your area, you're going to see the all the people have the focus in ASAAL members, because the ASAAL members, they are working for the election. It is unbelievable how they work, how they communicate with the voters, how they help even the local political leaders to improving the area where we live, and like exactly the right idea we are rise up front of the table, and they are listening and respecting to us, I believe 100 to 100. And this is the main things. Everywhere I go, I see, I look at this, the public's eyes onto the ASAAL. I'm very, very glad to work with you, especially our national president and secretary. It is unbelievable. I cannot find the word to say you guys how you give the direction and how you get like the successful the ASAAL. I hope ASAAL is going to be very soon is going to be top of the nation to take the leadership in this nation and change the American better. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, Karim bhai. Hello. Hello.
Karim bhai, unmute yourself. You are
Unmute
muted.
yourself, please, Mr. Karim Chili.
Kurimba, you need to unmute yourself. No one can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, you are still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
This is one more time I'm reminding, please, please keep yourself mute.
So you became mute again. We stayed mute, but you
It's
became
disturbing again and again.
Yeah.
This is disturbing again and again itself. No, look, everybody please mute yourself.
Dulak bhai.
Keep yourself muted so we can
Hello, Dulak bhai.
properly. So Brooklyn chapter has done a wonderful job. They have been doing community and in the census and voter registration. During this 2020 presidential election, our Brooklyn chapter under the leadership of Dr. Mujibur Rahman Majumdar did a lot of work in Brooklyn. Even Dr. Mujibur Rahman Majumdar himself, he was doing phone banking from his home, including his wife. Thank you, Dr. Mujibur Rahman, for your outstanding leadership and exemplary activities. Now it is my honor to introduce our Brooklyn chapter president, Dr. Mujibur Rahman Majumdar. Dr. Mujibur Rahman Majumdar, please unmute yourself and speak. Only for a minute. Mujibur Rahman Majumdar. Mujibur, are you there? Secretary Khairul Hussain. Secretary Khairul Hussain, please come to the podium and unmute yourself. Khairul Hussain.
Good evenings. I think some reason he's not in this line right now.
maybe he's going to be later on. So
Okay.
in absence of
Speak
him,
up.
in absence of him, I will introduce myself and also my team. It is my pleasure to introduce from the Brooklyn chapter. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Khairul Hussain, Brooklyn chapter's secretary. I would like to thanks to ASAAL founder and chairman, Mr. Mohamed Baudin, and secretary Karim Chaudhary. You guys did a phenomenal job. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a couple of words. I would like to thank all chapters, members, friends, family, and I would like to special thanks to Brooklyn chapter president Mujibur Rahman and senior vice president Nazmul Hassan Manik. They did a lot of support to me. All Brooklyn chapters, executive committees members, vice president, women chairs, Shahana Hanif, youth chairs, Mohammed Asif. Without you guys' support, Brooklyn chapters cannot be success in 13th National Convention today. I fully sympathy for those people who lost their loved one for the COVID situation. Thank you very much. Once again, God bless you and be safe. Thanks.
Thank you, Khairul Bhai. Now, my home chapter is Staten Island. Are you ready, Staten Island? No, you have done a lot of work. It is time to speak what you have done in Staten Island. I would like to invite our president, Staten Island chapter president, Irshad Sheikh, RPH, pharmacist. Is the president there? Irshad Sheikh.
Hello.
Yourself? Good. Oh,
yeah, hello. This is Irshad Sheikh. I really thanks for the opportunity which Mohammed Bhai and Moaf gave me to speak about Staten Island. First of all, I like to thank all my colleagues like Raja Karuna, Reginald, and Manju Sheikh, etc. If I didn't speak anybody's name, please just forgive me. Staten Island is involved in various tasks, organizing South Asians in Staten Island and building coalition with other ethnic groups. And also involved in engaging our community with the mainstream political activities. It also involved in support South Asian and our coalitions members to address issues we face in Staten Island. I'm looking at the future which ASAAL is giving to our children, our families. In near future, our lot of children will be the member of the Congress and assemblies. Thank ASAAL members for their active participation in Census 2020 voter registration and 2020 national election. I really appreciate for those people who listen to me patiently. Thanks. God bless America.
Thank you, Irshad Bhai. Thank you very much. Now, here we come. Our union leader, Staten Island chapter, very active secretary, Reginald Raja Karuna. Reginald Raja Karuna, who is a member of Local 1407, live in Staten Island, lead a big group of South Asian in Staten Island, a dedicated political activist in Staten Island. Here with me every day.
This is Sopon. You heard me?
We are working during this pandemic. Every door knocks, he was there. Reginald Raja Karuna, please unmute yourself and speak. All other, mute yourself. Thank you.
I'm Reginald Raja Karuna. I'm the secretary of ASAAL. First of all, I want to congratulate our chapter leaders. We have over 40 members in the Staten Island Democratic Committee. As a group, we elected our second national secretary, Karim Chaudhary, as a delegate to the Democratic Committee. We went there, knocked down doors, and we got him as a delegate. We had a lot of events in Staten Island where we worked with elected officials to hand out PPE, masks, hand sanitizers. We worked with Charles Fall, Diane Savino, different people. During the election, we actually knocked on doors, even during COVID, with our masks. And we were actually the highest census number in all of New York City in Staten Island. So we worked really hard, and I want to congratulate everyone in the Staten Island chapter, our delegates, our members, and shout out to our President Irshad Sheikh and Vice President Munjur for helping us out. Thank you.
Wow, Reginald, you did not take even 1 minute. Thank you very much. With the permission of our President and National Council, I would like to invite our Vice President Abu Si, a Senegalese origin, our coalition member, and his ASAAL member.
1 minute.
Please, Abu Si, join, unmute yourself and speak 1 minute. If you can give me less than 1 minute, other people can use.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed Chowdhury. And first and foremost, assalamu alaikum to all of you. And I would like to take this, opportunity to say again, thank you to all ASAAL member, all chapter, nationwide for your outstanding leadership. We really follow your footsteps. Without you, we wouldn't be here today because you have set the path and the example how to lead a strong coalition like ASAAL. All I have to say is just to thank the Staten Island chapter and all of you, not to list any name, for what we have been doing for the past few months in terms of registration, in terms of census, to support local initiative, because it's all about local politics. And I wanted to really take this opportunity to say thank you. And again, we need to keep the momentum right. We have a lot of challenges that we're facing, and I know through this convention this year, we will be able to reflect on the importance of working as a community. It's not only about Staten Island, Brooklyn. It's not about Queens, Bronx. It's about the challenge that we're facing at the national level. And again, I'm pretty sure and still remain optimistic that we have a long way to go, and ASAAL will keep doing the right thing, and because ASAAL is already an example in all United States. Salaam alaikum to all of you, and enjoy your weekend, and masalam.
Thank you, Abu. Without further introduction, I would like to invite another hero of us from Staten Island, who is an attorney, Cesar Vargas. He is the trustee of Staten Island ASAAL chapter, Staten Island. Cesar, 1 minute. Unmute yourself and 1 minute, please. Cesar Vargas. I think he's having hard time to unmute. Yep. So with that, I will go to New Jersey. Cesar is here?
Oh.
No, I did not see him. He's not here. So I will go to the New Jersey chapter now. New Jersey chapter, are you ready? You have done a lot of works, in our community. So it is time to recognize your members from your chapter. Farouk Hussain, President Farouk Hussain. Please introduce yourself, President Farouk Hussain. Unmute yourself.
Hello.
Oh, finally.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank and my gratitude each and every.
Okay, Farouk Bhai, I think Farouk Bhai, I forgot to mention that you are in campaign in Georgia.
Yes, sir. I'm
around 2 months in Florida before the election.
Working on this.
Now he is in Georgia campaigning for 2 senatorial districts. Thank you, and once again, ASAAL National is recognizing your hard work and dedication. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Karim Chowdhury. Yep, ASAAL 13 National Convention. This is, very critical time. This is the pandemic time. We need to learn so many things about the pandemic. I have fully sympathy who lost their loved one, and still, thanks God, still we are alive. We are not realize why God gave us this pandemic, really. This virus take over almost 300,000 lives, the American citizen. I believe that we hate each other. We misuse our power. We dictate everything. That's why God gave us this one after 100 years. We are not realizing about that. We need to stick together and work and pass this virus and pass this pandemic. And without fight, without work, we cannot do anything. Like example, we give you see the monster in the White House, we kick him out. We all work together and elect Joe Biden as a president. Right now, this is very important time. Is Georgia two Senate seats. Everyone knows this is the runoff election. Without these 2 seats, Democrat Joe Biden cannot do anything. That's why I take that serious. This is the pandemic time. I'm here in Georgia and door knocking every single, voters. This is very positive. The voters looking We all need together and work hard. And I would like to thank ASAAL National President, Secretary, and each and everyone. My New Jersey committee, especially, they did the phone bank and everything, all of, especially Akbar Hussain, our secretary, and the youngster, Nurun Nobi, and other youngster, as Nadia Hussain, she just elected for school board, and Jahangir Kabir, who is our trustee chairman. I'd like to
1 minute is end. 1 minute is end already.
Okay, I'm finishing. All right, thank you so much joining tonight. God bless you all. God bless America. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your time in Florida, in Georgia. Be safe, stay healthy, and give us the good news. Thank you, Farooq Bhai. Now I would like to invite our New Jersey chapter secretary, Chetan Jha. Please unmute yourself and speak few words. Chetan Jha. Chetan Jha, secretary, can you unmute yourself? I think Chetan is not there, or he's having a hard time to unmute. All right, so we'll go to Georgia. You know, I can say a lot of things about Georgia. So I will not mention too much because of our time constraint. I would like to invite to speak few words our Georgia State chapter since 2016. He is the president, MD Ali Hussain. He has done tremendous work there. Ali Hussain Bhai, please unmute yourself and speak 1 minute. 1 minute only.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is MD Ali Hussain. I'm in the 2016 ASAAL chapter president, and you know, Georgia, South Asia. When I president, nobody say South Asian. Any meeting go Asian, but Mesbah Bhai, Karim Bhai, and help me. I am and Senator Sheikh Rahman, everybody working together. Now it's a South Asian. I get letter and any invited South Asian leader. I'm proud. I'm in the Georgia leader, Georgia chapter president. And thank you very much. And also today, I don't talk anything. I have a slogan, John Ossoff, Rafat Honor, vote for 2 US Senator. Please vote for. You have a family like, thank you very much, New Jersey President and the living Atlanta. If you call me, I have a meeting every other day. If you join me, everybody, Georgia, 30,000, 20,000 people know my name and phone number. Please contact me. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ali Hussain Bhai. Thank you. Now it is my honor and introduce our new upcoming president from Georgia State chapter.
Secretary to the end.
Okay, we can do Said Bhai, Said Rahman.
Yes, he's a secretary.
Said Alam, secretary, before I bring the new chapter leaders, Said Alam, please unmute yourself and say a few words.
Yeah, say.
Said Alam, can you unmute yourself and speak? All right, so I will skip him now. I would like to invite our upcoming president, Dr. Rashid Malik, at this time. Dr. Rashid Malik, who has been working tirelessly in 2020 election. Please, Dr. Rashid Malik, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. It is my pleasure to be here today. And I would like to thank Mr. Mesbah-Uddin and Mr. Karim Chaudhary for giving us the gift of ASAAL in 2016 when we visited New York for my congressional run. And we thank you for that. And along with me, we had Mr. Nabod Majlish and Mr. Ali Hussain. So we three were the founding member of ASAAL in Georgia. And we have come a long way. We did great thing during the Biden election, and we won the election by about 12,000 votes. And that's a tremendous achievement for Georgia. Here I have to mention somebody's name, Mr. Jim Shelley, the ex-chairperson of Gwinnett Dams. He had the vision and the mission to declare before 2016 that we're gonna turn Gwinnett blue. Thus we have turned Georgia blue. Now we are working for Mr. Warnock and Mr. Ossoff to win the election, because without those 2 Senate seats in DC, our president, elected President Biden, will be slow in advancing the good causes of America. With that, I would like to recognize the executive body, if I have time, for now. So we have got Executive Vice President Sheikh Jamal, Vice President Muhammad Rahman, Uttam De, Shahidul Islam, Syed Alam, Nabad Majlis, Secretary Ilyas Hassan, Corresponding Secretary Minar Haq, Political Director Mr. Mazharul Islam, Immigration Director Muhammad Islam Shubo, Organizing Director Shagor Chakraborty, Treasurer Mr. Zaman, and Women Committee Chair Ms. Jasmine Khan Milli, Executive Director Muhammad A. Zabbar Mohan. Here I've got to stop and say something. Mr. Zabbar Mohan is the backbone in Georgia. If you need to get something done, you go to Mr. Zabbar Mohan. He has experience of about 25 years running an organization and keeping it intact, Georgia Social and Cultural Organization. So I tip my hat to him. He's a tremendous friend to have by our side. Women Committee, ASAAL Women Committee, Ms. Labuni Parveen, Saiful Nahar, Anika Siddiq, Musammad Fardos, Jasmine Khan, Runa Jabbar, Musammad Rahman, Selina Sheikh, ASAAL Youth Committee, Sheikh Chaudhry, Tanisha Khan, Jana Muntaka Siddiq. I will end by saying tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. in front of Global Mall, Jimmy Carter 85, we are having a rally. We have invited national and international mass media to come and give us a coverage so we get maximum campaigning done. So I'd like to invite everybody, and the gentleman who came from New York,
thank you, Dr. Rashid Malik.
Please come and contact us. I've established contact with the Central of Mr. Warnock, Mr. George Durgin. He'll be there and we'll have great things going.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Rashid Malik. I would like to invite our secretary, Ilyas Hassan. Ilyas Hassan from Georgia, a very activist, a strong activist. Please, Ilyas Hassan, less than 1 minute. Your president took more than 1 minute, so you take less than 1 minute. Thank you. Ilyas Hassan. If you are not there, I have to escape because we do not have time to stay. Many elected officials are waiting there. Thank you, Georgia. Now, Michigan chapter. It is my honor and privilege to introduce our Michigan chapter, very strong chapter. You know, before I was told not to give any introduction, but I have to do this thing. Michigan chapter president, Dr. Rabbi Alon, is here. He drove 12 hours from Michigan to help us here to arrange this convention and all the technical issues. Thank you for your dedication, Mr. Rabbi Alon, for your help to do this convention. It's the first time, new normal, so you are helping us and you have been doing a great job in your state. I welcome now Dr. Rabbi Alon from Michigan. President Dr. Rabbi Alon. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. You know, this convention is truly new for us as we evolve in the virtual media, and we are doing it. You know, I really don't have anything to say, but I want to congratulate each and everybody and those who are joining. 150 some people joined with us this convention. I just want to give a talk to all the chapters, and especially our chapter, Michigan, is doing a great job. I want to bring our newly elected secretary, Minhaj Rasel Chaudhry, for like 1 minute. Then I'm going to bring Ibrahim Al-Jahid. So Minhaj Rasel Chaudhry is our newly elected secretary. So please, Minhaj Rasel Chaudhry, unmute yourself and just give a very brief, 1 minute introduction. Thank you.
Vajan. Hello.
Minhaj Rasil Chaudhary from Secretary from Michigan, Minhaj Rasil Chaudhary. All other, please keep yourself muted. Thank you.
We're counting 10, 9, 8, 7. We are going to our Michigan chapter political director, Ibrahim Al-Jaid. So if Minhaj Rasil Chaudhary raised his hand later, we're going to give you 1 minute somewhere. No problem. So we're going to bring Ibrahim Al-Jaid, our real and great political director. So we're going to give you 1 minute. Just finish your talk. 59 seconds, Ibrahim Al-Jaid. Thank you.
You got it. Thank you,
Vajan,
everyone. Thank you, Mustafa. Thank you, Mr. Karim
খুব সুন্দর
Chaudhary,
হয়েছে ভাইজান।
and everyone.
President, man.
Welcome. And I just would like to just mention a few names that's in Michigan chapter. I would like to thank the following: President Dr. M.D. Randi Alam, Executive Vice President Sayed Reza, Secretary Minhaj Rasul Chaudhary, Women Committee Chair Dr. Tagreed Ali, Women Committee Co-Chair Moshumi Khan, Executive Secretary M.D. Nurul Hassan Pervez, Treasurer Nazrul Rahman, Vice Presidents M.D. Farouz, Imam Fariq Haskak, M.D. Shahabuddin, Mahbub Rabi Khan, Kenan Denal Peru, Khorshed Segdar, Tohin Chaudhary, Bahar Sarkar, Mubarak Ma'zib, the Youth Director, and Executive Board Members, M. Farouz Ali, Muhammad M. Haq, Muhammad Najimuddin, Abdul Kalam Azad, Tawheed Nuwaj, Zakir Hussain, Rashal Ahmed, Bilal Ahmed, Rubel Muhammad, and Harold Dozier. And also, I would like to say that thank you to the great state of Michigan and the Muslim community in the state of Michigan. We're the ones that got President-elect Biden elected. And he said the 150,000 votes that he got, that he won in Michigan was from the Muslim community. And I thank ASAAL and everyone that worked hard. God bless you.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Thank you. Your time is up. God bless you. I just want to take 30 seconds. We have our Imam and Interfaith Minister Arif Mastik, a great leader, been involved with ASAAL. Imam Arif Mastik, you have 30 seconds. Please take your time and introduce and address the national convention. Thank you, Imam Arif. Imam Arif. Take 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Match done. Yes, we're going to give the mic back.
Okay. All right. So we'll go to now Pennsylvania chapter. Our Pennsylvania chapter president, Kazi Motiur Rahman, I hope he joined from Bangladesh. He's traveling to Bangladesh. Kazi Motiur Rahman, are you there? If you are there, please unmute yourself and take the floor. Kazi Motiur Rahman. Are you there, Kazi Motiur Rahman? So now I will invite our secretary, Shah Farid from Pennsylvania. Shah Farid, please take the floor for less than 1 minute. We are rushing a little bit because we have more than a lot of elected officials are waiting. Shah Farid, are you there? Please unmute yourself.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank who is joined the 13th convention, virtual convention, ASAAL. So I thank especially our founder, President, Mr. Majauddin, and our National Secretary, Karim Chaudhary, because they are very hard job for last election, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. We try to help them, and we try to Pennsylvania all Democrat candidate for a win, and we are inshallah we already win a lot of Democrats. Thanks everyone who is the joined to the 13th convention ASAAL. Thanks from Pennsylvania. I am Shah Farid, Secretary ASAAL. Thanks everyone.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite your Executive Director Kamaluddin Bhuttovai. Kamaluddin Bhuttovai, please.
Yes, he's
30 seconds. Kamaluddin Bhuttovai.
Yes, Bhuttovai.
You are there. Unmute yourself and take 30 seconds. Your president is not there.
Yes, he joined, but
all right. So
I'm sorry about that.
Invite at this stage our New York State Keffield Region Chapter President, Professor Mizanur Rahman. Professor Mizan, did a lot of work. I do not have time to explain. Please unmute yourself and take 30 seconds, 60 seconds. 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. National Secretary Karim Bhai. And I would like to mention what a great job you have been doing for years to bring our people into the light of the mainstream politics. The perception is the reality. The day we came in here in this country, we started feeling something like that. We brought a lot of great values with us. The South Asian people look alike, talk alike, and feel the same family values. We brought those things in this country, but we were not recognized or not evaluated or not getting to the point what we deserve. Most of our people are highly deserved people. So ASAAL is the organization that is actually giving us the platform to make ourselves, evaluated, to make ourselves available to the national politics and how much we can contribute. I would like to thank ASAAL President, Mr. Masbauddin, and also our great leader, Mr. Anis Ahmad, who actually led the Bangladeshis for Biden. And we delivered a silent majority and 5 times actually champion in the, call-in services. The phone calls, we made so many, and our people reach each of the candidates in different, key battleground states, and we deliver the silent majority. And I believe if ASAAL and the people I see here, like our Honorable Professor Mohsin Patwari mentioned at his inaugural speech, that hard work is not alone enough to do good. We started doing smart work also. So ASAAL is giving us the platform to deliver the smart work. So with that, I would like to thank all of the people in ASAAL, the leaders of the leader, and I would like to make sure that I will be with ASAAL as long as I can to deliver the best of my efforts. Thank you very much. And
Thank you, President. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite our very active, highly organized secretary from New York State Capital Region Chapter, Mithu Amirul, Mithu Bhuiya.
Mr. Karim, I would like to mention that Mithu has something else. He just left. But I would like to request you to give a chance to our chapter leader, Shersha Mizan. He is the immigration secretary. And he is also an honorable elected official from the city of Hudson. He's a councilman. I would like to request Mr. Shersha Mizan to say some words in favor of our chapter.
Thank you. It will be our honor to recognize our light member, Shersha Mizan, and elected officials from Hudson. Mizan Bhai, if you are there, please unmute yourself, take 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Really, it is a great we meet today, and our president and national president secretary. I want to really special thanks to both of you to do that hard work for our community, and also especially thanks to our New York State Capital Region President Professor Mizanur Rahman, and we have to continue do those work for our community and the people. And I wish all of us good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Shersha Mizan.
You can do it. You can go ahead. Please.
Yes, thank you. Actually, we just have our Michigan State Chapter newly elected Joint Secretary, Nurul Hassan Parvez. You have 30 seconds. Nurul Hassan Parvez. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Everyone, is 30 seconds is a very short time. I'm just waiting like the last two hours. I'm really excited and very appreciate for giving me a chance for lots of leaders that we saw here. Actually, I just mentioned in a very short time. I like to thanks to the president of ASAAL and the most honorable secretary of ASAAL, Mr. Karim Chaudhary. And I would to thanks everyone who is joining here. and it's our dream. It's our dream. We are making this path by the ASAAL and our new generation, our kids, and they're gonna come and they're gonna go to the White House. So that's why we are looking forward to what to do. And we did a lot of things, so many things we did in during this election, and we did a census by the leadership of Dr. Rabi Alam, who is a great leader of Michigan chapter. And we're gonna do a lot of things. And thank you so much for giving me a chance. Thank you. Thank you. Have a great evening to everyone. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite our U.S. Capital Chapter region, very strong chapter, Sharapat Hussain. He's the president of the chapter, great organizer. Sharapat Hussain, please unmute yourself. Take 1 minute. 1 minute only. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, you're hearing me?
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Congratulations to ASAAL National Virtual Convention today, 2020. And I want to greet especially our great leader, President Ms. Masba, and our National Secretary, another great leader from New York, Staten Island, Karim Chaudhary, and all participants. Greetings to all of you guys. I was a proud state senate candidate from Virginia District 33rd, 2019. I served Loudoun County Democratic Party as a vice chair, fundraising chair, and activity chair, and I was a proud chair for my district, which is Leesburg. Also, I served as a proud state director for Virginia for Biden-Harris campaign, and congratulations to Biden-Harris victory. I want to announce all my team members who are tirelessly worked with me last 2 years. I'll take a little more than 1 minute, Mr. Secretary, because I have to mention their name because they are not speaking, but they're all there. I'm the President Sharapat Hussain, and our proud secretary is Mokitur Rahman. Our executive director for immigration is Miguel Rivera. Executive Vice President Ziauddin Ahmed. Executive Director Tufail Ahmed. Director Political is Kabir Islam. Director Organizing Ghulam Mustafa. Treasurer, our proud female treasurer Nazmun Nahar. Women Committee Chair is Sultana Ahmed. Director Correspondent Hassan Chaudhary. And then Vice Presidents are Albab Hussain Shohag, Farooq Hussain, Farooq Sharkar, Jahid Kadir, Muhammad Mohidun Anwar, Rabi Alam, Fatima Zora, Muhammad Babur, Manjurul Alam, and Shariful Islam Patari Manik. That's all. So I will ask our National Secretary, congratulations to your team. We are part of your team. We are proud of ASAAL. Biden-Harris campaign. 11 states worked from ASAAL actually as a Bangladeshi council, I have to say today. Well, I'm proud of President and Secretary, both of you guys and all team members, Moshumi Khan and others, and Mizanur Rahman. We all did a lot of work. But I want Mr. Secretary, Mr. Miguel Rivera is here. He is immigration attorney from our office, and he is our immigration director. He will say a few seconds, and our secretary will say a few seconds. Thank you so much, and proud to be.
Without delay, thank you, Sharbat Bhai. Thank you. I would like to invite Miguel Rivera, the immigration director for U.S. Capital Chapter. Miguel Rivera, please unmute yourself. Take 30 seconds. Miguel Rivera.
Thank you very much.
Miguel Rivera, are you there? Very good.
Yes.
We can see you.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation, for allowing me this church to address this organization. Like Mr. Sharafat was saying, we were working tirelessly, assisting with the Biden campaign for my office here in Virginia. Like to mention that, yes, I'm working with regards to immigration matters, and we are very optimistic about the changes that the Biden administration is planning to implement next year, and we're cautiously optimistic. We're hoping that things will work out. We're cautious for the reason that the previous administration, the previous Democratic administration, did promise many immigration reforms that were not carried out because of opposition from the Republican Party. But we're hoping that this time things will be very different, and hoping to be of service. So thank you very much, and I appreciate this privilege to to address the organization.
Great. Mr. Miguel Rivera, we may need your help to change the immigration law. So thank you very much for your participation. I would like to invite now
Secretary Mukit Rahman.
Secretary Mukit Rahman. Mukit bhai, please, 30 seconds. Thank you. Mukit bhai,
If he's not available,
30 seconds.
Hello
Yeah,
guys,
he's there.
this is
Yes.
Mukit Rahman here. So it's I'm proud and honored to be a part of this festivity today. And then I would recognize the leadership of our President Sharaf Hussain Babu Bhai for working hard for our Washington DC chapter, organizing all these rallies for our democratic election and a presidential election, and then get the Biden elected from us. We have worked hard under his leadership, and I would like to have that acknowledged. And thank you, everyone. I'm sure everyone worked hard from your respective area. So keep it up, and thank you for being here. And we'll do a lot of good things done in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We'll pass that to our Secretary, National Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now our Jackson Heights chapter. Jackson Heights chapter is a new chapter, but they are working very good. They are great organizers there, and I would like to invite our chapter president, Somnath Gimir. Somnath Gimir, please take 1 minute. Thank you, Somnath. Unmute yourself. Somnath, are you there? I have seen you. If not, Somnath, if you are not there, I would like to invite Chiring Rafke Lama. Mr. Chiring Rafke Lama. Please unmute yourself. Are you there? Jacksonite chapter. I think they are having difficulties to unmute. No? Okay. I am moving to the next one. I would like to invite now our Virginia chapter, ASAAL Virginia chapter president, Zakir Hussain. Please take 1 minute. Zakir Bhai, please take 1 minute. Try to keep it short. Thank you.
Thank you. While Secretary will not speak, I might take a little bit a minute, or I'll try my best. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Zakir Bhai, go ahead.
On behalf of Virginia chapter, my condolence and feelings for those who have lost their lives, to their family members, and wish safe life for those who we are alive. Now, today, I respect the chair of this convention, President of the National Committee, Mr. Mesbah Uddin, Secretary Muhammad Karim Chowdhury, and great leader and advisor to ASAAL, Mr. Anis Ahmed, distinguished guests. And also, I recognize the Ambassador, Mr. Usman Siddiqui. And finally, I would like to recognize the distinguished guests of this convention. And I'd like to take an opportunity to recognize my committee. First, I would like to recognize Ms. Afroja Begum, our Women's Committee Chair, Mr. Mir Ahmed, Executive Vice President, Muhammad Kabir, Secretary, Riaz Mahmood, Treasurer, Muhammad Mia, Executive Director, Ghulam Farooqi, Political Director, Nasir Ahmed, Director of Organizing, Safayat Siddiqui, Immigration Director, Asif Raja, Corresponding Secretary, Shamim Haider, Vice President, Abdus Mirza, Vice President, Binod Khatka, Vice President, MD Rashid, Vice President, Mahbubur Chowdhury, Vice President, MD Hussain, Vice President, Monul Islam, Vice President, Abdul Razak, Vice President, Yusuf Khan, Vice President, Boni Chowdhury, Member, MD Saif Mujumdar, Member, MD Rahman, Khadija Akhtar, and finally, I am the president of the Virginia chapter. I would like to take one more moment. I am really proud on behalf of my Virginia chapter. My chapter is very proud to be a member, a new chapter of ASAAL, and would like to work with every single chapter with the direction of the National Committee and ASAAL under the ASAAL guideline. Especially thanks to our president, Mr. Misbah Ahmed, and our secretary, National Secretary, Mohammad Karim Chowdhury. You were the fine leader. I'm very glad to see the work you have been doing, the friendly relationship that you maintain, and your tireless work. And one other thing I really would like to mention, it's hard to see someone who is working voluntarily, calls you at 2 o'clock in the morning. I have a great salute for you. We are proud. Virginia chapter is proud. We are looking forward to work with you for this political movement. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Now I have to move to Florida. Florida State Chapter, just brand new chapter. I would like to invite President Farooq Sharkar. Farooq Sharkar, please unmute yourself and speak 30 seconds. Take 30 seconds, please. I'm so sorry. We have a lot of elected officials in the line. They are waiting to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karim Chowdhury. Assalamu alaikum. I'm from Florida State. My name is Farooq Sharkar, and I'm the newcomer. And actually, I'm really glad Mr. Sharafuddin Babu introduction to me with Mr. Misbah-uddin Bhai and Mr. Karim Chowdhury. And I like to work with ASAAL. This is the first time I just involved. And I like to mention few names with my committee members there. So Mr. Kamrul Hassan Hussain, he will be my secretary or ASAAL in Florida chapter, and Mr. Mohsin, Mr. Salam, Mr. Jalal, Mr. Yaqub, Mr. Khair, Mr. Musharraf Hussain, Mr. Alamgir Hussain, and Mr. Rakib Hussain, and Mr. Ali Hussain, and Mr. Altaf Hussain, and another Mr. Musharraf Hussain. And I like to mention that once that I'm really glad involved with ASAAL and give me some opportunity to do some work in future in Florida State. So thank you very much, Mr. Karim Chowdhury, and thank you for all of them participant all over the world.
Thank you, thank you, thank you for your participation, Farooq Bhai. You are a new chapter, and I wish you will do better. You are a great organizer. So from now, I would like to invite Maaf Misbah-uddin to take over the MCs. Maaf Misbah-uddin, our national president.
Good evening to you all. Because
or mute. Please unmute yourself, Ms. Babai. Hear anything?
Unmute yourself, Mr. President.
yes, Jessica.
Jessica Gonzalez.
Jessica, unmute.
Yeah, you good, you good. Maba, you good.
No, I am not talking about me. I'm looking for Jessica Gonzalez.
Oh, okay. Hi, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President, for inviting me. My name is Jessica Gonzalez Rojas. I am the Assembly Member-elect for the 34th District, which includes the neighborhoods of Jackson Heights, East Elmhurst, Corona, and Woodside. I'm just coming on briefly to welcome you all. My district is one of the most diverse districts, not just in the city, not just in the state, but likely the world. And we have one of the most largest and diverse South Asian populations in the community. So I'm so honored and humbled to be able to represent this district, and I look forward, very much forward, to working with ASAAL in your fight for justice, equity, and dignity, and workers' rights. So thank you so much for having me, and I hope you have a wonderful convention.
Thank you very much. I know, Jessica, you have other engagement, but thank you. Really appreciate for stopping by. The next is Udelka Tapia, a city council candidate, a member of the Local 1407, and an elected official of Local 1407 Executive Board. Udelka, are you there? Unmute and speak. Udelka. Call Jed. If you are not there, call Jed. The next speaker is one of the most important in ASAAL movement. He's the chair of ASAAL National Board of Trust, Aziz Ahmed. Aziz bhai, are you there? Our last year chairman of the convention, and he has taken a lot of responsibility to take ASAAL worldwide. Aziz Ahmed.
Yeah.
Yes. 2 minutes, brother.
All right. Thank you.
You need 10 minutes. 2 minutes.
Now I'm here. I'm just enjoying it. And thanks so much for the opportunity. And I really appreciate the leadership and the of Misbah Bhai as well as Mr. Chaudhary and entire leadership. I'm so proud of you all. This is the fabric, intelligence of the American society, and I'm so honored to be a part of this grassroots movement, who you are all pro-health, pro-immigration, pro-education, and these are the core values of ASAAL, and I am thrilled, and I continue to get involved in my humble capacity and help grow the core values and make things happen. And this is the tremendous example, the way that with this grassroots movement, especially in the leadership in the South Asian community, that with the ASAAL leadership, and we got Biden Harris elected, and this is just the beginning. And one of my colleagues said Georgia is so critical for us. Let's win those 2 seats. And these are if something that I need to beg for everyone to help, and in whatever capacity, those who we can help them in monetarily, let's do that with our time and encouragement to win those seats is so critically vital for all of us. And so with that, I really appreciate the leadership. I wish you all the best. This event a success, and continue to work with this ASAAL and the leadership team. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Yes, the only issue, because one of our best, Honorable Charles DeFall, Assemblyman, Staten Island, who is the first Muslim to be the Assemblyman in the state of New York, Charles DeFall. Charles, are you there? You are speaking also 1 minute. Charles, are you there? Charles, unmute and speak. Otherwise, we are moving. I'm going to go to Charles is not there, I think. Anyway. Commissioner Anis Ahmed. Anis Ahmed, the National Director of Bangladeshis for Biden, a ASAAL advisor from the beginning. Anis Ahmed, 1 minute.
First of all, I thank to Ms. Baudin Bhai and Karim Bhai and Mizan Bhai, all other leaders, including the ASAAL leadership throughout the United States, that helping Bangladeshis for Biden National Council in campaigning and get elected. Without Ms. Baudin Bhai and the name I mentioned, Karim Bhai, Mizan Bhai, and Dr. Mizan Rahman and all others, I couldn't get this my work done, which was assigned to me from the Biden-Harris campaign to me to get Bangladeshis to move to get out the vote. And significantly, your effort, your services, your works, your voluntary all jobs helped Bangladeshis to come into the limelight, to the Biden-Harris themselves and to the national team. And I congratulate I from my heart. I thank you. And with that note, I want to tell you one thing is that today, that our Bangladeshis for Biden National Council was asked by the transition team to send name for the administration. I already did. And it's not that whether we get the position or not, it's the matter that we have the platform today, and the platform is Bangladeshis for Biden in the United States, and this is the first time in America, and that credit goes to especially to Mr. Masbauddin Bhai and Mr. Karim Bhai and others I mentioned, because from the day one I was saying this one, I started talking and getting advices from them. So ASAAL is a big organization. ASAAL has I would say, it's a banyan tree, and it has lots of value. It can do a lot of things, and it already did. And I have been with this ASAAL for many years, since this inception of this one. And I have been attending, perhaps many of you know. Not only that, I try to give my advices to Ms. Baudin, whom I respect as my elder brother, and also Ms. Baudin. They're not only the local leaders, they're the national leaders. I salute them. And again, thanks for all the leaders coming to this event and joining this in different perspective, in different way, either as a member, either as a team, either whatever the way you are here, or the leader. You all have my thanks and gratitude, because you are the leader of the country and you are the trailblazer of the future. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We now invite our Women's Committee Chair of Queens, Adan Islam, unmute for a minute. Adan Islam, are you there? The rest of the Women Committee people, please get ready. Adan Islam, you're there?
Mr. Chairman, I want to make a comment that Mr. Anis Ahmed, who was the National Director for Bangladesh for Biden, who introduced me with you, and I'm proud of him. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Anis Ahmed.
Okay. The next speaker is Sultana Khanam, Political Action Director. Unmute and speak. 1 minute. Quick.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Sultana Khanum. I'm a Political Action Director, Queens Chapter. Thank you, Mr. President and National Secretary Karim Chaudhary. It's a privilege that I'm a part of ASAAL. It's really, I'm honored by that. And nothing to say. I just maybe wanted 1.5 minutes. I will speak about our Queens Chapter activities. We are a strong, one strong community, and we are making our women's committee bigger than before. And then we need, as we know that the women are the heart of our body, heart of our ASAAL. So in that note, if we get for male leaders, the more support and more encouragement, then we can go big from there. And we have a lot of women in women's committee, a lot of members from different national ethnic groups like Nepalis and then other South Asian communities that they all join. So this year we are big. Thank you so much for this opportunity so that I could speak a little bit about ASAAL. And we are very organized, and our structure is very good, and then it's promising. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. The next is Afroza Begum Roji. 1 minute, unmute.
Hi, I am Afroza Begum. I am proud to be a part of member ASAAL under the leadership member Mesbauddin, and also being a member of Biden, Bangladeshi for Biden. Thank you, Mr. President Mesbah and Secretary Mr. Karim, arranging a time-oriented program, our 13th South Asian Labor Convention. Especially, I ought to thanks all panelists working hard, all elected honorable official, all media partner, and our all honorable distinguished guests. In ASAAL 2020, through this ASAAL organization, we are working hard for successful ending Mr. Donovan Richard as a Queensborough president. This is beauty of ASAAL. ASAAL is the only path or platform that we can reach from home to White House. ASAAL is making lot of new politicians, lots of leadership. We can raise our voice. ASAAL is committed to develop the community. How ASAAL work? ASAAL convenes the root level South Asian people. In Pennsylvania, as a result, Joe Biden win the election. We achieve our goal. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Next is Speaker Sharmin.
Thank you from
Tahir
Pennsylvania.
for a minute.
Thank you from Pennsylvania.
Tahir, Sharman Sultana Tahir for a minute.
Sharman, you there?
Unmute and speak.
Sharman Sultana.
If you are not there,
Are you there?
Next is Rosie Sherman from the Bronx. Rosie Sherman, are you there? No problem, we have a lot of speech. Now, I just want to do use because then we can complete the others. So now, yeah, go ahead, Michael. Please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Now it is my honor and privilege to introduce our elected officials from Staten Island. They have been waiting for last few minutes.
Mr. Karim, this is Dr. Malik. If I can say something. Mr. Jasmine
Dr. Rashid Malik, please keep yourself muted. Dr. Rashid Malik, please keep yourself muted. Everybody, please keep yourself muted. Thank you. If you want to say something, just text us, chat us. Thank you. It is my privilege and honor to introduce the delegation to Albany, our assemblyman for last 20 years, a successful county committee chair, Democratic Party chair. Everybody respect and love him, and South Asian people respect him. I would like to invite our assemblyman, Michael Cusick, the county chair, Michael Cusick. Michael Cusick, please welcome. Unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you so much. It's great to be here. Mr. President Mahmoudin, thank you for having me here today, and all the members of ASAAL. It's always a pleasure to be with you. It's been a number of years that I've attended this in person. I wish I was with all of you in person, but this is the next best thing. And it's good to see all of you virtually. And hopefully soon we'll all be getting together. I just want to thank, I wanted to make time today to make sure that I appeared today at the convention, the National Convention for ASAAL, because ASAAL has played such an integral part in politics and government and community service in New York City, but also particularly for me as a politician, all politics is local. So for me, the ASAAL group from Staten Island have been brothers to me, brothers and sisters to me in the trenches in Staten Island, where it's not always it's not always easy to fight the good fight from the Democratic Party, but having ASAAL there and help forming our county committee in the last year, it really has been an honor to serve with many of the ASAAL members, led by Mohammed Chowdhury and all of the members of the Staten Island delegation of ASAAL, who I know are on this call. This year it's been tough for everybody. It's been really difficult. I know your families, your employee counterparts, your colleagues. It's been tough, but it's amazing how ASAAL has contributed, and particularly on three fronts. During the COVID crisis, I know firsthand that many of you, and I know that the women's chair, Fahara Ahmed, led the efforts on delivering PPE to folks who needed it. I know, our ASAAL members on Staten Island were very active in making sure that colleagues and neighbors were taken care of that needed supplies. They were there on the front lines of COVID. And during this COVID crisis, life didn't end. So ASAAL, Mohammed Chowdhury and his organization on Staten Island, and again, the women's chair, Fahara Ahmed, and of course, your great president, made sure that people were out there helping with the census, and the census being a very integral part of how government resources are going to be allocated to communities all over New York City. And it's a integral part of government that people take for granted, because we need to have everybody counted in order to make sure that New York City is taken care of with federal funding. And ASAAL was there and making sure that people were counted. And then, of course, being a creature of politics, election time. And this year was not easy, right? It wasn't easy politically. It wasn't easy physically to go out there and campaign and to work and to make sure that candidates that ASAAL supported, and I was lucky enough to get their support, and I was lucky enough, not lucky enough because I had ASAAL with me. We won, we were victorious in my race, but it was a lot of work for ASAAL. On Staten Island, I know that many teams from ASAAL were out there knocking on doors when it was tough to knock on doors during a pandemic. They were out there helping candidates on Staten Island, helping our good Congressman Max Rose, myself, Charles Fall, Diane Savino, helping all of us. And it was really important. And I want you to know that it means the world to me and to my colleagues, not only as an elected official, but also as the Staten Island County Chairman of the Democratic Party. Your efforts make our party grow and make our party function. And for that, I want to thank you. Again, members of ASAAL, thank you so much for all you do, not just on the political front lines, but in our community, because your work, your hard work makes New York City, makes Staten Island a great place to live. And I want to thank you for all your work. Thanks again, ASAAL.
Thank you, President.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Next, mistress of ceremony will be Jamila Akhtar, State Committee Women, National Executive Director. Jamila Uddin, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Jamila Udin. I am the New York State Committee woman from District 24. My background is generally, of course, I am the new National Executive Director of ASAAL, proudly serving. But also, my background is working in campaigns, political campaigns, and my history is that I've won 5 of the 7 campaigns that I managed. Something I'm very, very proud of because it's something I'm very, very good at. But I'm proud to be here. I'm proud that at any given moment of this convention that we are during COVID, you know, it is a difficult time. We are under very challenging times, but even at any given point of this virtual convention, I'm very proud that there has always been at least 100 people on this virtual convention, and that's amazing. That takes a lot of organizing, a lot of planning, and it takes all of you. So thank you for being here. I have the job of introducing very lovely people today. I want to start off by saying that my former boss, as of this June, I was the campaign manager for Assemblyman Jeff Aubrey, someone I look up to so much, and I only work for those that I like and look up to and respect and want to see again. So, so I want to introduce Assemblyman Jeff Aubrey, who I helped get elected this past June. Jeff, if you have a second to talk. Jeff Aubrey, Assemblyman Jeff Aubrey.
Hello, thank you so very much. It is certainly my pleasure to have been with you and listening to you. ASAAL is a dynamic organization representing the entire country. I'm proud to have their participation in the 35th Assembly District, mine, and I am neighbors with Assembly Member Rojas and Assembly Member Catalina Cruz, and we together have a significant South Asian population that has come to our neighborhoods, has been a part of our neighborhoods, who we embrace and who have made our neighborhoods richer. And so the political work that you do, listening to the chapters talk, is amazing. I urge you to continue to do that work. It is the way in which America fulfills its promise, because if it does not allow those who come from other shores to participate and be a part of this great democracy, it will fall apart. And so you are the new lifeblood and the old lifeblood of an American democracy that requires new blood all the time. And we hope that you continue to prosper and that you will continue to participate and be a part of this glorious democracy that we have, even if we have to suffer losses sometimes. But a loss here and there is not anything compared to the continuing victory from slavery to Obama to wherever the future will lead us. So I want to thank you all and hope that you continue this great work. And thank you for allowing me to participate.
Thank you, Jeff. So I'm unsure how many more people I am.
No. Next.
It's not my turn?
No. Let me go to next.
Oh, okay. So the next person I want to introduce today is Mark Levine. He is the city council person. He's been on for a while, which I love. But also, he might just be my choice for Manhattan Borough President, but only if he hires me. So go ahead, Mark Levine.
Wow. Jamila, come on, Nacho. It is great to be here at ASAAL. Thank you, Mr. Chowdhury. Thank you to my dear friend Mahfoudin and the whole Udin family, Mazeda, and especially to you, Jamila. you're a rising star in New York City politics, if ever there was one. It's just been amazing to see your continued success. And to ASAAL, you have become a positive force in this city and in this country, not just in the South Asian community, not just in the labor movement, but more broadly in democratic politics. What you did to help elect Joe Biden president and our first South Asian vice president, Kamala Harris, was so impactful. And in a race as close as this was, incredibly meaningful. And I'm grateful for that work and that leadership. Here closer to home, I think some of you know that I chair the City Council's Health Committee. And in that capacity, I'm of course deeply concerned about the impact of this pandemic on the South Asian community and the many communities that ASAAL represents. And here in New York City, unfortunately, the second wave has come crashing down hard. Just today, we had close to 4,000 cases in the 5 boroughs. That's equivalent to the numbers we were getting in April. And tonight, I'm sorry to say we have over 1,700 people in hospital with COVID just in the 5 boroughs of New York City. Those are numbers we haven't seen since May. So this crisis is real, and we're all going to have to continue to take precautions. It's why, unfortunately, we're meeting virtually tonight and not in person. But there is hope on the horizon because we're expecting that this week, probably Wednesday, early doses of the Pfizer vaccine will be administered at hospitals in New York City, focusing first on key medical and support staff. And that very soon, as soon as the following week, nursing homes will start to receive doses. So this is a tough time. It's going to be a tough few months as we get beyond this pandemic, but there's real hope on the horizon. And I derive great hope from ASAAL and from all of you. And so I want to thank you for your work to make New York City and this whole country stronger. And I wish you all much health and much success. Donovat, shukriya, khudafesh, and be well. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mark. I want to continue on to. Okay, me?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Paul Trunk is here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I want to continue on to Shahana Begum, who is the National Women's Committee Chair. Shahana, Auntie, you want to go?
And be brief.
Thank you, Ammu. I request ASAAL founder president and National Secretary Karim Chaudhuri, I need little more time because 1 year all works. Please give me a few minutes. Dear respected guests, state and citywide elected officials, and all labor leaders, all media. It is my pleasure to extend my greetings and warm wishes to all of you. I thank all of you for attending the Alliance of South Asian Americans Labor 13th Annual Virtual Convention. It is my honor to be here today, especially to be a part of this great organization, ASAAL. Today, our 13th Annual Convention theme is the new normal, embracing the change. Lost a lot of relatives, friends, neighbors, and leaders. We miss all of them. I pray to God they all go to heaven and their families are able to move on with their lives even after losing so much. We all have had to change our lives drastically to cope with this tremendous problem that has become our new normal. However, we have proved in 2020 that the coronavirus could not and will not stop us from living our lives. We campaigned hard even in this difficult time to win the most important presidential election in our lives. And now here we are at the convention to celebrate all our hard works and success. ASAAL has come a long way since 2008. ASAAL is a bridge between the community and mainstream politics. We are now a labor-based community organization with 14 chapters in 7 states and also Bangladesh. We provide an independent voice for South Asian in America. We all come together behind our common mission, no matter the nationality, religion, or profession. We accept everyone with open arms to support our core mission. Thanks the hard work of ASAAL, we have made many advancements for the South Asian community. Eid is now a holiday for the New York City school system. We have added the Bengali language on New York City election ballots. We worked to add Bengali, Hindi, Punjabi, Urdu, and Gujarati interpreters during election day voting to not only involve our community in the voting process, but also increase jobs available to our community. We obtained funding for the South Asian Senior Center located in Jamaica Muslim Center. We have secured several appointments throughout many boards and council to allow our voice to be heard. And finally, we have support free school lunch for all New York City children, regardless of their income. ASAAL has continued to give South Asian women a voice and leading positions within the organization. Giving women the opportunity to become organized and lead is extremely necessary to help overcome the obstacles that hold women back in society. Our ASAAL Women's Committee has worked hard this year to not only politically empower women, but also address issues women in the community face like domestic violence. We have also begun economic empowerment of women through programs. As a part of the Executive Council for the Women's Committee here of ASAAL, I want to especially thank all of the women's chair from all of the chapters for their support and amazing work this year. We will continue to do even more next year. Last year, we announced South Asian Women Ready to Lead. Women are slowly advancing in America and also the rest of the world. Recently, we celebrated America electing our first female Vice President, Kamala Harris. Women in America and Bangladesh have also advanced in many ways when compared to the position they were in 10 years ago, even when facing harassment and discrimination from multiple angles. Women are making great strides and advancing within
10 more seconds. 10 more seconds, Auntie. 10 more seconds.
Almost done. With help and empowerment, we can facilitate even more women to contribute to our society. While many cultures celebrate women and show their support to women through media, speeches, stories, and poems, I request everyone to begin family empowerment first and foremost within their own homes and families. Thank you all for joining us virtually today, and especially thank you to the ASAAL founder, President Maf Mesbauddin, National Secretary Karim Chaudhuri, and Dr. Rabbi Alam, and to all the ASAAL members for their hard work. I wish you all safe and happy holiday. Please be careful and safe from the coronavirus. God bless you. God bless America.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next and perhaps last person that I want to introduce is Moshmi Khan, who is the co-chair of the Michigan chapter and the national director. Moshmi?
Good evening, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for introducing me. I am very grateful to be part of this gathering. I thank Mr. Mesbauddin and many others who are on here who I've gotten to know and to work with. I feel like it's a homecoming because I was in New York for many years, and I always joke my heart and my furniture is still in New York in storage. So I left for going back to grad school, and then I'm back in my home state of Michigan. But at the same time, I'm also very grateful because, you know, I always like to speak in bullets. So I have 3 bullet points to say. So 3 words come to me when I think about ASAAL. I was asked to give some kind of what are my thoughts, and 3 words with A. 1 is allegiance, 2 is advocacy, and 3 is accountability. The allegiance, I'm so grateful at the amount of allegiance that everyone has to our shared values of this country, this great country that we either chose to come to or that our families came to, whether it was 10 years ago or 15 years ago or 100 years ago or more than 100 years ago. The fact is that we were actually we chose to be here. We owe allegiance to the greatest values of this country, as many of the politicians have said, as many community organizers have mentioned, but the allegiance is also to each other. I'm extremely grateful that there's so much solidarity amongst the South Asian community and amongst people who have allegiance to the right principles of dignity of labor and dignity of worth and working together. Second point of advocacy. I'm so impressed at how well you have organized yourself, and I'd like to be part of that advocacy, whether it's for school Eid holiday. I remember marching on the steps of City Hall, how many years ago now, 20 years ago, and to see that it actually happened, thank you. Everyone needs to make their piece and then someone brings it home. So we're very grateful for that. Lastly, in terms of in advocacy, on the Alliance WhatsApp group, I must tell you, you see jokes and others, but you see food donation. The other couple of days ago, I saw organ donation. I must tell you, I was on one hand extremely grief-stricken that some, a husband-wife reached, had a tragic end. But what a kind, considered community this is, that this organ donation was actually put on the WhatsApp group. I've never seen something like that. It's really made me realize how much this group really is a community and tries to help each other. Lastly, accountability. I know there are many politicians, and really hats off to you, Ms. Babhai, and others who work so hard to build these relationships, that 152 people are on the call right now, and that many people feel they must stand with ASAAL because you stand with the community. And please understand that now the next stage of our immigration journey, our work as part of the labor movement, is accountability. Those leaders who represent our interests, who advocate for us, who stand by us, we will stand by you. And if you do not stand by us, we will not stand by you. And this accountability, once you organize people, that's how you get accountability. And I say this because I myself should be accountable, starting with myself. And I'm so impressed that this community is so well organized that it's no longer just come and get votes from the South Asian community, but you must look like us. Jamaluddin, we are looking forward for you to being city council member, maybe mayor, others. And I just see that because she's I can see her. Many people here who are worthy, who have already made that leap. And so in closing, I'm extremely grateful and happy to be part of the journey. Thank you for welcoming me, but it's also a homecoming, and we're allegiance to each other. Let's stay loyal. Let's work in community. Let's continue to advocate for each other's interests and for the country's interests. And lastly, we will do that and be effective if we are also accountable ourselves and in our community and in our elected officials. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Jamila Akhtar Uddin, and also agreeing to take over the executive directorship nationally for next 1 year. Now, my job is to introduce the best congressman I have ever known. When I visited in Albany back an Asian day, caucus day, I always meet this gentleman, this congressman. Everybody loves him, so I still love him too. And in the meantime, we have created a chapter. We have created a chapter in the capital region of New York State, most of which is covered by this very congressman who is very popular in his district and also in the capital, Washington, D.C. So without any further ado, Honorable Paul D. Tanko, Congressman, New York's 20th Congressional District. Paul Tanko, you made us proud. Unmute, please, unmute. I know this is learning.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Very
yes.
well.
Oh, wonderful. Well, look, thank you to
We
President.
can see you though. Okay, now we can see you and hear you.
Okay, here we go.
Here we
Well,
go.
thank you for the kind invitation. I know Jed Matalon reached out to me, but to our national president, thank you, President Udain Misbah Udain. Thank you for your leadership with ASAAL. Thank you to my Capital Region chapter president, Rahman. Thank you for your awesome work as an organization to remind us that we are in this effort for policy development and dignity for work and the worker together. I'm often quoted as saying that diversity is an essential of the American experience. The more we expand that mosaic, the greater we are, because by definition, we are a quilt work of different cultures, religions, ethnicities, and certainly races and creeds that makes us the beacon of hope to freedom-loving people around the world. So let me begin by sharing with you the thoughts that we all see in common. Diversity is our strength and our unity is our power. So as we come together as a labor group, very diverse, our unity is our power. And it's great to unite with you. ASAAL is a great leader as an organization. To all of you that I've mentioned, and also to your Secretary Chowdhury, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for providing wonderful efforts on behalf of labor. Now, this is an interesting juncture, is it not, in our history? We have elected Joe Biden to be our president, but important to today's discussion, we have elected the first female as vice president and the first South Asian American in Kamala Harris. What a wonderful bit of history that we're making just with this election. And I do think it's going to take on a different tone. I have seen, regrettably, a lot of rollback of worker protection, a lot of rollback of respect for workers. I think with the Joe Biden team, you're going to have a different administration. It's eclipsing from the past with the Trump administration, and with the Joe Biden administration, President-elect Biden, I believe, offers hope for the worker. I believe he will check corporate greed as it relates to labor in a way that will make certain that where corporate executives have not honored and respected labor law, they will be taken to task. We will be able to witness, I believe, a lot of strength for the diversity of our workforce, for the dignity of work, the dignity of the worker, making certain that we have sound pay, sound benefits, and safe working conditions. That will be the hallmark of this administration. The Biden-Harris team will make certain that that happens, and they will respect diversity, which I think is an important statement to be made, because we have always been looked to as that nation that is that beacon of hope to people around the world. We need to bring back that spirit that is uniquely American. I think Joe Biden, Kamala Harris will do that as president-elect, vice president-elect. They will make certain that they put together a focus that will crush the virus of this pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic that has endangered workers, has endangered our economy, has had a ripple effect into our what could be potential simply because of the experiences of dealing with the pandemic. We will have a response that is science-based, evidence-based, that will respect science, that will make certain there's a strategic plan that goes forward, that protects frontline workers, protects workers in general, that acknowledges that we are at our best when we resort to science and all the developments that have come there. We will make certain, I believe, that there will be protection of the workforce, that we will see dignity of work addressed with remuneration of salaries, benefits, and safety in the workplace that will be guiding this administration. I believe also that you will see a Build Back Better approach that has been exercised and shared and expressed in the campaign that will become part of public policy. We see the development of the cabinet that expresses great diversity. We will continue to have that diversity expressed in the cabinet and in the administration itself. It will reflect, I believe, the mosaic of America. It will build better. It will put together a focus on infrastructure, not just roads and bridges that are evidently deficient, but we'll go beyond that, making certain there is broadband deployment. We have learned in this COVID experience that broadband is the essential commodity of today's economy. It speaks to telelearning. It speaks to telehealth. It speaks to telemeetings. It will guide us, and we will make certain that there is no pocket in any neighborhood or any community across this great land that is not receiving the service of broadband. We will make certain our water infrastructure is enhanced so that there is safety there, and that water infrastructure that is aging is replaced. We will make certain that roads and bridges, our rail system, our ports are strengthened because they will empower our economy. And then finally, with a clean energy agenda, which I really embrace as chairman of the Environment and Climate Change Subcommittee in the House that reports to the Standing Committee on Energy and Commerce, we will make certain charging stations are available so that we can move to electric vehicles, that we will have an upgrading of the grid so that we can masterfully deliver renewable powers to the areas of the country that require that power, sometimes very far from the source of generation. So it is going to be, I think, a cutting edge economy, one that really builds on science and innovation, one that respects the diversity of our culture. No more haranguing of people based on their ethnicity, their creed, their ancestral development, their home of origin. We will welcome our people to our shores. We will build upon that diversity. Our strength is that diversity, and our empowerment comes with our unification. So I will look gladfully to this administration to work within the guidelines of ASAAL to make certain that the Alliance of South Asian American Labor is respected, that it is heard, that it will help develop the soundness of policy and resource advocacy. I am so grateful for your work as an organization. I'm so grateful for the members. And in a district in the capital region of New York, we have a growing sense of South Asian Americans that are a strength to our economy. So to one and all, I wish you the best of this season, and I wish you a healthy, happy, and safe new year. Let's go forward with progress. Let's go forward with the Biden-Harris team. God bless you one and all. And stay safe, please.
Please unmute, Ms. Ba. Mr. President, please unmute.
I'm unmuted, I believe.
Ms. Bowden, please unmute.
Hey,
Mr. President, unmute
Mr.
yourself.
President, how are you?
Inez Dickens, the Assemblywoman from the Harlem, Manhattan District 70. You have, I was saying that 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago, you gave me a proclamation of 20 whereas. And I was none of that at that time. Today, when at the 13th anniversary of the convention of ASAAL, I feel about you more than ever. You saw something which I did not see in mine, and now I see what I've always seen in you, from city council to the assembly. I don't know where is next. Inez Dickens, my friend.
Marv, it's so good to see you. It's so good to see you. And it's so good to be with the national president of ASAAL and to celebrate the anniversary of this phenomenal labor organization. You know, it became necessary for you to form an allegiance with union organization in order to protect the South Asian workers, in order to force not only the employers, but for the unions to understand the cultural, the inherited things that you have done to build on this nation. And so I am so proud to stand here with you as I have over the years, Maf. I remember when I first met you and your gorgeous wife, and I was so happy to be embraced by the two of you, to be able to stand with you as you did with me, and as ASAAL was building on its foundation, of the nation, and actually setting the stage internationally. As Representative Tonko had said, this year was a phenomenal election, not only because of the fact that we got a madman out and we got Biden in, but that we elected the first woman of color, the first woman of South Asian background, and her inheritance from her mother, our Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. And it is a phenomenal win for all of us, that she has now, will now represent not only the South Asian community, but all people, and particularly people of color in this nation that before President Obama never had that representation on that level of government. So if it was not for ASAAL and the work that you've done over the years, that possibly never would have happened. So you need to look at yourselves and say, we did this. We did this. And that's right, give yourselves a hand. Give yourselves a hand because you did this. And I want to thank you. I want to thank you for the work that you do for all workers across the nation, for all the hard work, the essential workers that throughout this pandemic, this horrific health scare that we have suffered and endured throughout 2020, and now in our second wave, because beginning Monday, 17 of the health and hospital House in New York City will be announcing that they are in the second wave of this COVID. And there's only wave number one is the toughest to overcome. And we're in wave 2. So Maf and the national president and the members, the phenomenal members, the hardworking, dedicated members of ASAAL, I say you go, because you all have worked hard, you have fought, you stood up, you stood for right, you stood up when in the face when you were standing alone. And that takes a fighting spirit. So ASAAL, you go. May 2021 be another phenomenal year for you. May you have blessings beyond belief. May you have good health and continued strong spirit to continue in the fight that you have done. Thank you. And
Okay. I would like to also say one of your constituents, Tamara Martin, she is there. She's watching you and she said thanks for joining ASAAL. Tamara Martin, a PAP leader, she's there. She's also a member of ASAAL. Thank you for your getting. All right, so it is my honor. I know my apologies first before I call my own assemblyman, the first in New York State, the first Muslim assemblyman elected from Staten Island, AB 61, my friend, our supporter, and always he's there for South Asian people, minority groups in Staten Island, and he supported us distributing many things, including the PPEs and food, and he's there for community anytime we call him. It is my honor and privilege to introduce my own assemblyman, Charles Default. Charles Default.
Can you hear me, Mr. Kareem? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. If you can speak up a little bit, sir.
Very good. So thank you so much for having me. To see you, so good to see you, and so many of you during this convention. I want to first thank ASAAL for having me here today and all the work that they've been doing during this pandemic. We were not in the pandemic. ASAAL really does a lot of great work. But during
Charles, can you take your microphone closer?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better. It's better.
All right. No, I just wanted to thank you guys for all of your efforts during this pandemic. And
Charles, I introduced you before too, so do it.
Keep talking.
Oh boy, can you guys hear me? Or what's?
Yeah, go ahead, Charles. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, no, I just want to just thank you, Mr. Kareem, and thank you, Maf, and all the members from the Staten Island ASAAL group, and all the folks across the country for all the amazing work that you are doing. You guys are leading by example, and especially like what you guys have been doing on Staten Island, with sending me back to Albany and helping so many other of my colleagues out. It means a lot to all of us. So I just wanted to come on here just to thank you guys all, and to God bless you all, and to also remember during the holidays, we're trying to avoid trying to limit the spread of COVID. So we want to make sure that folks continue to maintain a social distance and wear masks during this period. So thank you guys again. God bless you, and I hope to see you guys in person soon.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you very much for joining our convention. Now it is my honor to call our own senator from Staten Island, a friend of Labor's in Albany, we call her. She was the vice president of Local 371. Now she has been last 20 years the senator from Staten Island. And she supports labor movements and all the minority issues. I would like to welcome, yes, she supports ASAAL too. She is an honorary member of ASAAL. I would like to invite our Senator, Diane Sabino. Diane Sabino, please unmute yourself and take your minutes.
Thank you, Mohammed. First, I wanted to say thank you to ASAAL for inviting me. So one slight correction. I haven't been in the Senate 20 years, only 16. But I will say I have known the president of ASAAL for about 25 years. Maf and I served together on the executive board of DC 37. He is a good friend, as so many of the members of ASAAL are. And I think I was at the first convention 13 years ago. I remember Maf calling me to say that they were starting the New York chapter of ASAAL. And I've tried to be at every one since then. Every now and then I can't get there because it seems to always snow when you guys are having your convention. I don't know why, but it seems like yesterday we were on 14th Street at the Teamsters last year at the ASAAL convention. And you think how much the world has changed since last year's convention. All of the work and the effort that your organization has done to help the people of not just my community and the district that I represent, but all across New York City, all across the country, wherever ASAAL has a chapter. I am sure that you will put your efforts into helping people recover from COVID, deal with it, distribute PPE. I want to mention just a few people who help the people that I represent, joining Mohammed here on Staten Island. People like Rajanal Raja Karuna, Farhana Ahmed, Munjir, if I mess up your name, please, I apologize.
Munjir Sheikh.
Yes, Al-Sheikh, Muhammad Yunus, AKM Ullah, Sukhdev Singh, Abu Diakate, Ghulam Hassan Muzumdar, Mulana Abul Hashem. Each one of them should be recognized for their efforts helping with distribution of PPE, voter registration this year, active participation into the census, knocking on doors when no one wanted to knock on doors during the pandemic, handing out flyers for Democratic candidates, making sure that people got what they needed during the pandemic. You know, we talked about our tremendous successes and electoral successes. Well, it doesn't happen by accident. It happens because people are willing to go out there and do the hard work of putting their money where their mouth is and making sure that we elect candidates from local offices all the way up to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. And let me be clear, it's wonderful that we have elected great people. But remember, working people have the greatest allies and the greatest supporters are the labor movement. People who belong to ASAAL and the constituent organizations and the unions that they come from. That's what's going to hold our elected officials accountable. Accountability is critically important, and it starts with the labor movement. So whether you're electing labor advocates like me coming out of the labor movement, or others who come from the labor movement, or holding candidates accountable to working men and women, it's going to be even that much more important going forward. I think some of my colleagues touched on it. Our economy is in a very bad place. We are not going to tax away any problem. We're going to have to grow the economy with smart policies. The world of work has changed permanently. We have to make sure that working people are not left behind as we redesign some of our economic policies. And we have to make sure that they are fair. And we have to make sure labor has a seat at the table when those policies are drafted. And I know that if ASAAL is there, working people are going to get a fair shake. So again, thank you for your support and your efforts. Thank you for everything you do. Be safe, be healthy, be happy, and let's on to 2021. It's certainly got to be a better year than 2020.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, now it is my turn to introduce my own mentors. From whom I have been learning last several years a lot about unionism, about labor organization and labor union. I'm talking about New York State Public Employee Federation. First Black president, Wayne Spence. I need to give a little bit of more about Wayne Spence, because when I met him, he actually encouraged me to be an active part of activities. And now I'm a council leader. I'm also a co-chair of Joint Affirmative Action Advisory Committee and many other positions. But it is not without encouragement and active support. And he was the president of a that leads 54,000 New York State employees, white-collar employees. Due to his activities, due to his performance, due to his organizing skills, he is now the vice president. He was elected the vice president of AFT, you know, the parent organization of many labor unions. And he is also the vice president of New York State AFL-CIO. A little bit background, because it is a South Asian American labor, South Asian organization, I would like to give. Many people will be surprised to hear. His father was from Calcutta, India, and his mother from Jamaica. And he made us, as South Asians, so proud to lead the state's 54,000 white-collar employees, and successfully. He's a great leader. It is my honor and privilege to introduce my own president, New York State Public Employee Federation President, Wayne Spence, who is also the only member in New York State Pension System Advisory Committee. Wayne Spence, time is yours, please.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you so much. Maf, thank you. I am glad I could be with you Zoom. I actually miss being with you guys in person. I've been there several times. And listening for a couple of minutes, it takes me back to a convention that we had right before the election when Hillary was running. And as some of you remembered, we had a conversation. It was a panel discussion with the controller, and he talked about the importance of the Supreme Court and importance of the next president and the Supreme Court. I don't know if anybody remembered that conversation.
Yes,
and
we remember.
Unfortunately, it didn't go the way we thought, but we've seen why when ASAAL was talking about that back in, I think it was 2015, to whatever that year was, that how important the Supreme Court nominations. But guess what? I think the president, who seems to be a transactional president, thought that those Supreme Court justice appointments was going to result in the Supreme Court overturning or set aside in democracy. And we found out yesterday that it was not transactional. Those Supreme Court nomination, those Supreme Court people he nominated and put on the bench did not see it as transactional and actually did not, quote unquote, vote to somehow overturn the elections in other states, and somehow was going to open up a way for him to remain as president in spite of the win by Biden and Harris. So I'm glad to see that. But again, it tells you who we have as the current president. Thank God he's going out. Mohammed, thank you again as a national secretary. But I want people to know that within PEF, you are the co-chair of the Joint Affirmative Action Committee, and you're on the PAC, the Political Action Committee in Region 10. And so I want to thank you for that. Maf, thank you again. I'm glad I was able to connect several years ago with Mohammed. It was interesting, Mohammed, how we met, because Maf had asked you to deliver some citations for me. And it's interesting, a couple of years later, where the relationship has blossomed. And I thank you for that. I want you guys to understand that New York State, for everything that the governor says, there are still issues that he just can't control. When you have over 160,000 state employees in all the different unions in New York State, it is hard for a governor to weed out institutional racism and discrimination. And we are seeing discrimination in its various forms and institutional racism within the work site and the workplace in New York State and in my union. Many union members who work in the city of New York, for the state of New York, find it very hard for upward mobility to get promotions. We still have a situation where mostly white men get promoted. And if you really want to get a promotion, you have to actually relocate to Albany to get those promotions. And that's not, at times it can be done. Many times that promotions in New York City tend to go to white men. If you are of color, of all, or if you could be white, but if you have a Slavic accent, if you think that you're a foreigner who might be white, you're passed over. And again, I want to commend the work that Mohammed is doing on the Joint Affirmative Action in pushing me. It is not easy because you're the Black president to move the union, because there's also systemic racism that's ingrained within unions and the union culture of its members. And so I'm glad Mohammed is there to push the issue of racism within the state workforce and to make sure the union is doing something about it. And I want to commend him and make sure people on this call within ASAAL know what Mohammed is doing within it. I know that Tamara, the other coach here, might be on the line. I heard Mohammed. So I want to acknowledge the work that they're doing in helping us move forward with the issue of racism in its various forms. Again, folks, we have a lot of managers that's left over from the Pataki era who have not changed, despite the governor. Despite the governors, they are still ingrained in their type of hypocrisy and demonizing folks of color in its various forms. So I want to acknowledge that it's something that we still have to fight. Mohammed, again, thank you so much for the work you've done. I'm disappointed. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm disappointed with what happened with Max Rose. But I understand that the first time he couldn't have gotten there first time out without ASAAL's work and the hard work you put in on Staten Island. So I want to acknowledge that. I don't want to take up time because I know there's other people that's waiting to come. And again, I just wish you guys success on your 13th convention. And I hope to be there in person in New York City, enjoying fellowship and good food with you. And just a good fellowship of all. So again, Maf and others, my blessings to you and God's grace to all of you. Mohammed, thank you for all the work you do. Thank you for ASAAL and the hard work that ASAAL's doing across the country. Again, ASAAL, I just want to say one more thing. I recognize the work that you guys did. I can't say enough about what ASAAL did in Georgia. I didn't even realize how prominent you are. So I cannot, again, and it's not, come on, January 5th, ASAAL, let's get it done. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. Thank you very much.
We will do, President Spence. We are enforcing everything. We devoted everything now, the national and local chapters in Georgia, to make sure that our people are getting there.
Hello. Always do what is best. It is not about patient community. We are only 5 million strong in this country. There is 330 million people. We cannot do it alone. So we do it together. And together we are stronger. When we are stronger, nobody can deny us. With that note, the coalition of black trade unions is one of our most important, I can say even important chapter. As I mentioned to you in the beginning, if there was no civil rights movements, we would not have been even in this country. It is because of the hardship they suffer for nearly 400 years. Their sufferings has given us the blessings to be American, to be fulfilling our American dream. Black Lives Matter. I am bringing my friend and partner, Charles Jenkins, President of New York City Coalition of Black Trade Unions.
Good evening, ASAAL, and welcome. So good to be here with ASAAL for their 13th annual powerful convention. Again, my name is Charles Jenkins. I'm a 32-year member of the Transport Workers Union, better known now as the essential workers that move New York. Like so many of you that are essential workers. But let me thank ASAAL and your amazing leader, Marv Udin, and all of your dynamic honorees for this here evening. The new normal, embracing the new normal. It's extremely fitting as essential workers. Once again, we have stepped up, this time being recognized as essential workers. Something that in the labor movement, we've been saying for many years, without workers, without us, nothing gets done. It's the power of the workers. We're on the front line. And yet again, we were failed in many cases across many industries where we've seen, particularly in with those frontline workers, lives lost because we was not armed with the proper PPE. And in many cases, our healthcare workers were sent to battle a pandemic as if we learned no lessons from 9/11, unprepared. The hope is that with all of the work that ASAAL has done, our unions have done, and changing the dynamics of our country, we've ushering in new leadership. And I'm proud of the work that has been done by ASAAL in this here past general election, as well as I am proud of my home borough. And I congratulate our new borough president, Donovan Richards, in the borough of Kings and Queens, and also Gregory Meeks, who was also appointed to a new committee of foreign relations, which is going to be extremely important. And we know, ASAAL, that our work is not done. On January 5th, we have 2 more Senate races that, with your help, with the help of the Coalition of Black Trade Unions, and so many other labors, it is important for not only to just have won the White House, historically, as you mentioned, with the first female vice president in Kamala Harris, but to gain control so that essential workers like you and I certainly will be respected so that we can carry on and fight back this here virus. Please join me on January 5th, helping to keep Georgia blue as we do what we can by raising monies, pumping it into Georgia, as well as making those phone calls. And so I'm excited, glad to be here. And it is a great evening, and certainly being here for your 13th annual convention, celebrating with you. Thank you so much, Marv, and your whole organization for everything that you continue to do. And workers. And our Attorney General, so good to see you. I feel good when I see you. It's a blessing.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
We have.
You are the best, brother. You are the best.
Yes, we have.
Proud every day.
We have now, definitely let me say you, I think in order to introduce the next speaker, the important part is that she was in city council and then she became public advocate. When she was in those two seats, she has shown how to represent the least, the lost, the last. And when a union was under attack, Bloomberg will not give us a contract. We published white paper. Nobody understood what we said in what paper. The only person who took over and brought hearings into the city council in those days. And then later, she's now the New York State Attorney General. And Trump also changed his residence from New York to Florida. But I don't think he can escape from this Attorney General.
Absolutely.
No way. Trump is not getting away from James. No way.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please unmute and speak.
Thank you, Maf. I really appreciate all the members of the Alliance of South Asian American Labor. It's great to see Charles. Hello, Charles. Miss you so much. And Spencer, miss you so much. I miss everybody. It's great to see so many of you. And congratulations to this year's honorees, my good friend, Greg Floyd. And it's really an honor to be with you tonight to renew our commitment to strengthen our New York South Asian American community. And over the past year, you know, I've been a little busy standing up and defending, protecting immigrants against this federal administration, the Trump administration, a hostile administration. We find ourselves right now in a triple battle of a deadly disease, a pandemic, systemic inequalities, economy that doesn't work, and an outgoing in an administration which unfortunately refuses to accept the results of an election. But yesterday, the United States Supreme Court rejected the application of Republican attorney generals that was filed by Texas, the Democratic attorney generals. We decided to stand up and also defend the democracy of those 4 states that were under attack. They basically wanted to ignore the vote from 4 battleground states, and we said no way, no how. It was totally inconsistent with the law, with the Constitution, and all that we believe in. And I'm so glad that the United States Supreme Court repudiated this administration, but it's not over yet. Monday, I'm going to go to Albany. I'll vote for Vice President-elect Biden, as well as Senator Kamala Harris. Yay! A South Asian, the first South Asian African-American Vice President of these United States. And then it will go to Congress. And then we will see what the Congress does, whether or not they certify the election. In the middle of all of this, we've got a federal government intent on weakening the power of labor and especially infringe upon the rights of workers and immigrants and communities of color. But we never wavered in our fight for equality and justice. And for as long as I've been in public life, as Maf said, as a city council member, as a public advocate, and now as the attorney general, I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you on the front lines in the fight for workers' rights. And what we've got to do now is again, use our power in convincing the next administration and the Congress to pass an infrastructure bill to put people back to work. We also got to make sure that the vaccination is distributed equitably and that all communities have access to the vaccine so that we can come out of this nightmare. You know, we have, again, I've stood up against companies that intentionally cheated workers. I've challenged federal policies. I've taken businesses to court and won who've engaged in sexual harassment on the job. You can count on me always to use the power of the law to safeguard your rights. And so we continue, again, to stand shoulder to shoulder against this vindictive president and we will roll back all of the harms that he's put in place. We've been working with the Biden administration. I have a long list of cases that need to be stopped cold in their track. I've got regulations that need to be reversed, and I've got laws that need to be passed. And it's also important that we've got to stand up again and make sure that the Supreme Court gets it right on the census, because citizens, whether or not you're a citizen or not, you deserve to be counted and you deserve to be treated, whether you have whether or not you're documented or not. Everyone deserves to be counted. We will not lose any representation in Congress. We will not lose resources. The census is so critically important. And that's why we went to the United States Supreme Court, because undocumented immigrants should not be excluded from the count. Our state and our nation were built on the backs of immigrants. And this is a nation of immigrants. And it's important that, again, we inform all individuals about the history of this country. We will no longer have to deal with a president who basically wants to vilify and politicize immigrants and people of color and women. We now can look forward to a future where we all recognize that we're all part of one humanity. And so it's important that everyone understand that all of us are worthy of the same fundamental rights, regardless of where you were born, what religion you believe in, or what you look like. And it's also important to know that, again, it's workers and labor that built the middle class. And it's important also to celebrate the contributions of this wonderful organization that works every day, not just in our communities, but within our workforce. And also, as was mentioned before, we still have work to do. We've got to go to Georgia. We've got to pull it out. We've got to get rid of Mitch McConnell. We got to install our Senator Chuck Schumer, make him the majority leader. And again, we've got to make sure that we can come out of this on the other side of the mountain and celebrate in person. Congratulations, ASAAL, on your 13th year. Congratulations, Charles, for standing up for workers. Congratulations, Wayne. Congratulations, all my brothers and sisters. We did it. We'll do it again. Let's stay strong. Let's stay together. And let's celebrate. God bless you and thank you.
Love you more. Love you more. Love you more. The next speaker, ASAAL, born 2008 and now 2020. This is our first 13th virtual convention. But one thing I want to mention, the person who has never missed one yet, and I think next year I must have to give him an award on that. The reason being, he's not any simple man. He is the controller of the New York State entire pension fund. He's the custodian. I think this is the largest, one of the largest pension fund in the country. Since he took over, it has grown faster than anyone can imagine. And people, those who work, dedicated their lifetime, their money is safe, their pension money will always come until they die. It is because of this man's hard work. So without any further ado, I know I need to say a lot, but because of the timing, and Tom knows that, how much I love him. And we born the same year, same month also. We share that thing too. So without any further ado, Thomas D. Napoli from New York State.
Everybody put a hand.
Controller, please put your hand together.
Already.
Thank you, Maf. Thank you for that great introduction. You see the hat I'm wearing?
Yes.
I've got my ASAAL hat on, so you know, I don't usually wear hats, but I figured this was the moment to wear it. It's great to be with all of you. 13th annual convention, and Maf, I look forward to being with all of you in person next year. What a privilege to be with each and every one of you, and certainly a privilege to follow our great Attorney General, Tish James. How about another applause for our great Attorney General, who's really a wonderful partner for me in state government and for all of us. I got to hear Wayne Spence and Charles Jenkins. I know you've had other elected officials on and labor leaders. This is always a wonderful gathering. And isn't it nice to have a very positive spirit about where we're at, in spite of all the challenges of 2020 and the impact of COVID, and that's still with us. We need to still be safe and take care of ourselves. But, with the results of the election, we're feeling like we're moving forward for the first time in a long time, that we're going to have a national administration that will understand and value the importance of labor. Certainly, I join with all of you in celebrating the historic election of Kamala Harris as our next vice president. And here, closer to home, 2 South Asians elected to the state assembly. Senator Kevin Thomas out here in Nassau County had a really tough fight, but he prevailed. So, as we've talked about in prior conventions, and as you know, the reports my office puts out, the growth of the South Asian community, those who live here now from Bangladesh, from India, from Pakistan, the numbers keep growing. And your influence, not only in the labor movement, but in politics, with more members of your community being elected to office, that's really what the American story is all about and needs to continue to be about. So again, congratulations to all the members of ASAAL for empowering your community in such an effective way and really making a difference. Congratulations as well to your wonderful honorees for this convention. Greg Floyd is truly one of the best labor leaders out there. I think you all know that. I've had a long friendship, and Greg's leadership of 237 of Teamsters really has been incredible. John Heislip from Local 1321 and serving as secretary of DC 37, another great and effective labor leader in our community, and Ambassador Siddiq. These are individuals who really have made a difference, are really role models for all of us. Thank you as well to ASAAL for making sure that folks were counted in the census. Our Attorney General mentioned the importance of still fighting some of the battles there, but I know how hard you worked to make sure everyone would be counted. How important that is, not only for congressional representation, but from the reports that my office puts out, and we just put out an updated one, we continue to be a net loser in terms of money New York sends to Washington versus what we get back. And so many of the federal reimbursements are based on census numbers. So your work there has been very, very key. Let me just say that, state the obvious. COVID-19 is still with us. The impact that that's had on the economy has been severe. The impact that that has on government revenues coming to the city and the state and to localities across New York, really has been a very negative impact. And we're really headed to a time, not just for the coming year of 2021, but I think the next couple of years ahead, where we're gonna have to be making some very tough decisions on spending, on taxes, on borrowing. We're gonna need labor at the table, and certainly public employees at the table. We learned during these very difficult days of 2020 just how essential our public employees are. No matter what the job title, you are the men and women who really have kept New York City and New York State moving along despite all of the incredible challenges. Fortunately, most in the public sector have continued to have their jobs, with some exceptions, obviously. Private sector, really, the unemployment numbers continue to be really way too high. I just want to give you, I don't want to go into too many numbers in the interest of time, but where we're at right now in terms of unemployment benefits, we've paid out in New York about $57 billion in unemployment benefits. For all of last year, for all of 2019, we only paid out about $2 billion. It really shows the economic devastation at a household level that really has been felt. So, what has that meant for the state budget? We have a gap. The governor and the Division of Budget has been managing cash flow, partially by doing some borrowing, partially by holding back on certain payments. But the city also, as you know, has had some big budget issues. Labor has had to come to the table, work out some agreements with the administration. But the reality is there's still a big gap for the city's budget, a big gap for the state budget, again, without going into numbers, and that's going to be with us into next year. What is the solution? Well, I alluded to it. Part of it is going to mean some tough decisions. You all need to be at the table as we make those choices and decisions. But in the short run, we need that additional federal relief. It has to happen. I think it will happen. It may not be as much as we want. It may not be as much as the original House bill put forward in the HEROES Act. But, you know, McConnell, I echo what everyone has said. We got to win in Georgia. McConnell, even last week, right? It was coming together on a compromise and it fell apart because of McConnell. But I'm still optimistic. We are going to get some additional relief soon before the current administration is out of business. And what I so appreciate is that President-elect Biden has said, whatever is done now will be a down payment and more stimulus and relief will be coming. So, you know, that's some good news. It's going to help us get through the tough time, but, you know, it's not going to be easy for the next couple of years. Let me just end on what Maf so generously alluded to, our state pension fund, similar for the city funds. Obviously, I know the most about the state fund. We got hit earlier this year, as you know, because the markets went way down in March. Challenge for us, as Maf knows, he used to be an actuary with the controller's office. We value the fund on March 31st, so we had a slight decrease. But we are back with the last quarter that we evaluated, September 30th. We're at an estimated historic high, $226 billion, third largest public pension plan in the country. December's looking real good. You know, we got to wait till March to see the final number, but we continue to be, we're ranked by Pew in the last rankings, the second best funded state pension plan out of the 50 states at 98% funded. You know, we're a little lower than that now, but we're working back up to that. Same thing for the city funds. So in terms of retirement security, that is something that, as Maf has said, you can rest easy for our city employees, certainly for our state employees. And some of you may have seen, we did a big announcement this week about how we are going to step up our implementation of our climate action plan to reduce the risk of climate change that poses to our investments. We continue to be a leader in that regard. So let me just end by saying I value the partnership that I have had with ASAAL, with the public employee community across our state. ASAAL is a very important spokesperson here in New York, and thanks to Maf's efforts, really national leadership that's making a difference for all of us. And just know that I stand ready whenever you need me to provide support to all of your efforts. Just always count on me. I may not always be wearing the ASAAL hat, but my heart is always with you. So Maf and to the team, thank you very much, and best wishes for the rest of your important convention.
Thank you very much. Quickly, some award, because every year we recognize only 3 people, 2 from out of ASAAL and 1 from within ASAAL. This year, we have chosen very important person who is a very good friend of mine. I became the president of the union in June of 2000. In 2004, I became the steering committee of Municipal Labor Committee with over 100 unions, with 325,000 members. 20 of us are sit there. So one day I asked Local 237, the then president, and I saw his vice president is with him. His name is Gregory Floyd. And when I saw him, I said that who will be the next president? He said, I will be. It was in 2004 or 5. But Lord behold, in 2009, he became the president, and ever since he's serving. It is none other than Gregory Floyd. He's the president of Teamsters Local 237, and also as secretary of the Municipal Labor Committee, and also he sits in the International Vice President of Teamsters IBT Union. Here is none other than Gregory Floyd. Gregory, are you there?
I'm here, Maf.
You, brother.
So good to see you on camera and so good to hear your voice.
Yes, so we will have mask and we'll show you that we have really prepared you a nice plaque but unfortunately, we have to deliver it when we are going home to you. I don't know whether you can see it anyway.
No, it's not.
I think it is a problem.
We need to go there a little bit. No,
Okay.
not from the, it's coming from that camera, right here.
Okay.
Let's put light right there. You want to go that side?
No, that's fine. Yeah, I think
it's catching. It's catching. It's catching.
It's
Right
catching,
here.
yeah.
Okay. It's catching.
Okay. Okay. So without this will be brought to your home. But I want you to
Just
say a few
take a
words.
picture of the plaque. Show the picture full.
It looks very nice, Marv. I can see it.
Okay.
Like this.
Yes. Okay. So say a few words, please.
Well, you know, I want to thank you for thinking of me and honoring me in such a way with ASAAL. And this was sort of, I say it's kind of awkward because there are 6 pages of Zoom and I can't see everybody. I was flipping back and forth. I could see names. I could see some of my friends. And without saying, I could see Sean Francois on the screen. But I can only see 28, 25 people at a time. But nevertheless, we are all here gathered in spirit. And we know we're going to get through this tragedy. And I hope I was able to help your organization. And you all are forever in my heart and my thoughts. And God bless each and every one of you. And may we get through this pandemic all alive and able to gather again next year for your organization's event. I humbly accept this award on behalf of Local 237, and I thank you for this award. So everyone, be good, be safe, and for some of you, for most of you, I don't have to say get home safe because you're already there.
Thank you.
God bless.
Really appreciate it. You have been a good friend. Thank you. Yes, the next is John Heslop.
Hello.
John, I know you're there because I saw you have been waiting the beginning.
Bye.
Yes.
Bye. Hello.
Yeah, John.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm
John
here.
Heslop is
Ma,
the
yes.
president of Local 1321 Public Libraries, and also is the secretary of District Council 37. And a good friend of mine, and has always supported ASAAL efforts. And if you look into the previous year's journal, you will see his local is always there. So it is that note because of that. And also he has done a tremendous work improvement of the secretarial job of the District Council 37. As you know, it is one of the largest municipal union in the country. And also, he's the president of Queen's Library Guild, in fact. So Queen's Library means 74% of South Asian lives in the Queens, and I think use those libraries. So with that note, John, you are on. Please say a few words.
Sure. Thank you, everyone. Listening to all the great speakers is inspiring. Detailing the successes of the Democrats locally and in the White House and all of ASAAL's work. I'm honored and proud and humbled to share the stage with Gregory Floyd, the president of the Teamsters Local 237 and vice president of IBT. I'm also very honored to be recognized by ASAAL. Our efforts fighting for working men and women in our country and around the world is vital. Everyone needs a job to live, and a union is the only organization that can give workers safety, security, stability, and benefits. The Queens Library workers benefit so much for having a strong local union and a strong District Council 37 that fights to maintain, grow, and improve our workplace. But not only do we benefit, the workers, but the public benefits. They get the excellent programs and books in so many languages. computers, English as a second language courses, after school classes, expert reference, and the free and a safe and free haven for all. As Secretary of District Council 37, I am so honored to work with District Council 37 Treasurer Maf Misbah-Uddin, President Sean D. Francois the First, and Executive Director Henry Guido in guiding the over 156,000 member council through such a difficult time. Again, I am so honored to be recognized by ASAAL. Thank you, Chair Patwar. I'm gonna butcher the name. Patwari, President Uddin, First Executive Vice President Desai, and my fellow Secretary Chowdhury, and all the members of ASAAL. Your leadership in the South Asian community and for everyone is vital. Organizing the unorganized, fighting to maintain our unions, and giving everyone an opportunity to enjoy, to have a safe and beneficial work environment. In solidarity, I will always look forward to working with ASAAL. I wish everyone a safe and healthy 2021. And everyone, please be safe. This is a very difficult time. So
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes. Our last but not the least, I was looking for him at the beginning. Now that he's here, Ambassador Osman Siddiqui, he has made us proud throughout his life. Many, many years ago, he came to the United States, did his master's from Indiana Ball State University. And later in 1984, I came to Indiana Ball State University to do my master's in actuarial science, and hired by New York City, gave me the immigration status and stayed. But even if my life is 36 years in the United States, his is more. But for the last 36 years, I have admired him the most because he's the first Bangladeshi, first Muslim to become the United States ambassador by the United States President Bill Clinton. Since then, I have always wanted to know him. I always wanted to meet him. I always wanted to see him. When we started under the leadership of Anis Ahmed, Bangladeshis for Biden, and that time he was the senior advisor to the South Asians for Biden. That is the first opportunity came in my life to see him over the internet for the first time, over the Zoom, and then heard him many times. I had yet to see him, but Osman Chowdhury, Osman Siddiqui, I want you to know, without seeing you, without feeling you in front, but you remain most appreciated in ASAAL, among ASAAL, because you have brought what we are always striving for. Without any further, because time is short, here is Osman Siddiqui, and here is your word. We will make it, send you home this one, God willing.
Can we find him? Can he speak?
Yeah, now Ambassador Osman Siddiqui is going to speak. Unmute and speak.
Hello, Mabai.
Yes.
Mabai.
Yeah, Khusrubai, I hear you. You don't have to worry about that.
Okay, দেখ বাচ্চা আপনি শুনছেনই যথেষ্ট। I am happy.
No, I text you already.
Okay.
Osman Bhai, please speak. Yes.
Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Osman Bhai, can you please unmute? You do not have sound. I think sound is not coming. You have. দেখেন তো ওনার সাউন্ড
All the sound is there.
Can you speak a little bit, Usman bhai?
Try to speak.
No, something not right. He's clear. He's clear. He has full network even. Oh my God.
Yeah, speak now. I think we can hear you. Yeah?
No.
Sound is.
It's computer. My God. Okay.
I think we can hear her now.
I think I can hear you. Can you speak up a little bit? No.
He may have to restart, is it? We have been doing this throughout the chat. Put this back first cover.
So what you should do? Okay. Usman,
Stay on the line. We are fixing
log back.
it. Please.
You can log back in.
Oh my God.
We can bring him back.
We cannot hear anybody. Yeah, first.
Oh my God, all came in the same. I'm 45. Okay, I need to go over here.
Please ask him to send you a text when he's ready so that you can bring him back.
Hold on. Jessica Ramos, another senator is here.
Hey, Mom, if I'm on, just letting you know, Donovan here.
Yes.
Donovan, we're all on. This is Lou here.
Oh,
This is
great.
So is
Okay.
Reverend
All here, Donovan.
Natalia Fernandez. I mean, everybody in the world is on. You ain't
Progressive
got
caucus in the house.
Democratic Party, Democratic Organization.
All other, please mute yourself. We are getting there. My apologies. No, we know a lot of people are waiting. Please give a second. Usman bhai, can you hear us?
Everybody can hear.
Bhai, I think you should invite the next one while you are fixing his.
Yes.
And then bring him back.
You know, everybody, we can hear everybody except Usman bhai. I do not understand this.
So bring him back.
Who did
Can you hear me, Usman bhai?
Honorable Ambassador, if I may suggest, go back to your cell phone. Use your cell phone.
Tell her to call on cell phone.
Thank you.
Stay on video and call on the cell phone, please. Stay on link on the.
We did so many.
Hold on. You stay here. He's calling. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, I'm.
No, you We need the video.
You may
Can you
keep the video on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, loud and clear.
All right, thank you so much. In this technological world, we are so much subservient. So I thank you for your patience. And Ms. Ba, are you there?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, thank you. I just wanted to let you know that how grateful I am for honoring me this evening, and I cannot appreciate much and thank you enough for your kindness and your generosity. Ms. Bauddin said that you don't know me that well, but I know you. You have been our leader, and you have really laid the path for South Asians and Asians of color, Asians, minorities, to follow your example where you can be service to the community. Your service to the community is exemplary, and I have learned a few things from you. So tonight's honor is the honor for the whole community, and I'm so glad that you took me as part of your event tonight. As I said before, I've been very blessed in this country. I got the best education that I could get. I had a very successful career in business, and of course, my public service was something that I'm also very proud of, and for which I think it was also a commendation for the whole community, which helped me climb the steps towards public service. For the rest of my life, I'd like to dedicate myself to see if I can help my community further gain a spot in this country, which is an open country for all those who work hard, who play by the rules. I'm not at all daunted by the setbacks we have had in this country during the last several years, because the Constitution of the United States has our back. You know, we are protected by the Constitution. We are protected by rule of law. And if we can continue to serve in a way where we can help this country grow stronger in areas of public service, of human service, health, we will be a better country as we move along. I will try to keep it very brief, but all I want to say is that this has been a tremendous honor for me. I am so grateful to the leadership of ASAAL for thinking about me. And you can count me in the future as one of your foot soldiers, whereby I can help develop your mandate further, so that people who are going to follow us in this society can find something of strength to hold on to. So without further ado, I am again very, very grateful to the Executive Council, of course, Ms. Bauddin, Mr. Karim Chaudhry, and all those other people who are involved in this process. And as it is getting late, I am just telling you one more time that from the bottom of my heart, dhonnobad. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do a trick. We honor people as honoree, only 3 people per year. But then those 3 becomes our board of trustees, so that they can guide us, help us, finance us, take us to places. And you are now joined that team that will have a lot of work yet to live. And I know at your age, at your experience, at your momentum that you have created among the South Asian, you are still many more years to go, and we will follow your lead. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Thank you again. And I am so grateful again. And you can count on my help anytime. And I will be one of your foot soldiers in the development of your organization. Thank you again.
Nice to have you on board. Thank you.
Yes.
Amateur Scott, the controllers.
Yes. Right now, my responsibility is to present to you. You know, I just want to take 1 minute for our South Asian, those who lead us, those who did everything for us throughout the year. This is even Some of 100 of them are new. This is why don't we only speak? The politician speaks to us. The way we defined us, we want to hear from them whether they are defining us the same way we are. And that is why it is only lectures, nothing else is here. So some of you may get bored that, oh my God, it's lecture after lecture, I'm getting tired. Please don't get tired. There is so much to learn, so much to know, and so much to take home. My next speaker is the controller of the city of New York. I knew this man when he was in assembly. Then he became the borough president of Manhattan, which is we call New York, New York. And then he became the controller of the city of New York. Only God knows. I think he's the next mayor of the city of New York in 2021. Without any further ado, Scott Stringer. I only called him friend. Mr. Controller, you are on.
Thank you very much, and I am so glad. Thank you very much. I can hear the applause from my living room. Thank you very much, and I'm really glad to be here, as I've always been, to the annual ASAAL convention. And I do want to thank the entire team here today, and especially my brother Maf Uden, our national president. And I want to give a special shout out to Mohsin Hatri, our CUNY professor and chair of this great convention. I just want to say with great respect, I'm honored to be here. And I have to tell you, you honor great people every year, but when you're honoring Greg Floyd from 237 Teamsters, John Hyslop, president of Local 1321, and Usman Siddiqui, the longtime ASAAL member, this is a great group of city leaders who are going to help us rebuild our communities and New York City. We can't do it without them. So let's give them a big round of applause. I'm very proud to call them friends. Look, I'm not going to talk for a long time because there's a lot of elected officials and a lot of people we want to hear from for the community. But I want to thank everybody today for your hard work and dedication to the labor movement and this organization. More than 1/3 of New Yorkers today, 3.2 million of our neighbors are immigrants. We have hundreds of thousands of South Asians who are pursuing the American dream. And in that spirit of hard work that fuels the power of unions and the principles they represent, the civic action and the right to organize, the right to make sure that people can raise families in the city is critical to how we're going to respond to everybody post-COVID. And I just want to say to all of you, we can no longer walk in place. We've got to organize. We've got to build up our communities. We must provide affordable housing and good education for the children. We must invest in our small businesses. We've lost hundreds of thousands of people who used to work in our businesses, and those businesses need to be brought back. And I just want to say, in the time that I have as controller, and the time that I have as governor, as controller, and as a candidate for mayor, I want to say to you, should I get elected with your support and the big coalition we're building throughout our city, I'm going to govern the hell out of this city every day, morning, noon, and night, because what is at stake is our families, our children, and the greatest city on earth. Thank you all. God bless you. Be safe. Better days are coming. We're going to have a new New York City, and we're going to do it together. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you.
Yes. Scott, the promise is that we will be always with you because you are a friend. You are a good friend. You have done so much for the labor movement, those ways kept. Last 8 years, you have done a wonderful job.
Well, let me
now it is my honor to introduce my own congressman from New York Congressional District 11, Max Rose. Max Rose, unmute yourself.
My man, how are you? Thank you so much for having me, President Uden. Thank you for your leadership. You know,
whole America.
Mute yourself, everybody except the speaker, Max Rose. Keep yourself muted. Thank you. Max Rose, please unmute.
There's always one. There's always one. Yes. You know, every step of the way over the course of my campaigns. Mohammed, you, ASAAL has been there right with me to the point that when we won in 2018, New York Times showed us together celebrating. I don't know if you remember that, but it's easy to be there with someone during the good times, isn't it? But when things got really tough during this past election, when the Republican Party was directing millions of dollars against us as a consequence of our support for the Black Lives Matter movement, our support for police reform, our support for the impeachment of the President of the United States, your organization was there right with us yet again during good times and bad, because this is not about just moving from election to election. Our North Star is building an America where it doesn't matter where you come from, doesn't matter what you look like. There's a union waiting for you. Because unions are power. Labor is power. And we are all sick and tired of a New York and an America where workers do not have enough power. And they just get ripped off. And when they're not getting ripped off, they're getting ignored. So I so look forward to staying in the trenches with each and every one of you. Hopefully, I don't know if you all know this, Mohammed, you might have told the story when folks were knocking on doors for me. I believe one person got bit by a dog. So hopefully that does not happen. Hopefully that does not happen again. But I look forward to fighting the good fight with each and every one of you so we can build a New York City we know is possible and a country we know is possible. Thank you all so much again, and be safe.
This is not your loss in 2020. This is the beginning of a big winning max. We are behind you. We will support you. We are there for you.
Thank you, my friend. And it's been an honor working with you, truly.
Next, thank you. The next speaker is none other than
Marv, you're muted. You have to unmute yourself, Marv.
I know.
Start from again.
So the next speaker is none other than our state speaker, Carl Hasty. Carl, you are my member, you are my friend, you are my leader. Without you, New York State cannot do much. They call you are the third of the three. I think you are number one of the three. Go ahead, brother. Unmute and speak.
So Marv, you said it directly how we rehearsed it. So it is my absolute pleasure to be here with the association, and as a former member of Marv's union, when you're part of Marv's union, whenever he asks you, you can never tell him no. So it's good to be here with all of you and with the South Asian community, who I feel I've always had an open and extraordinary working relationship with. We're now going to have another new member from the South Asian community in the New York State Assembly with Jennifer Rajkumar. So we're happy for that. So I could just give you a state of the affairs. I wish I had better news, but I know I see my good friend Yvette Clarke, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke. She's going to ride on her white horse in the cavalry and come and save us here in New York. So at this point, we're trying to just deal with the situation of the pandemic, trying to keep people safe until we can start to distribute, hopefully, the vaccine throughout the state. Hopefully, it can be done. Everybody, who wants the vaccine can get it by the end of April. That's the hope and the plan in my discussions with the governor. But this is just a really important time that we got to stay diligent. The state and the city, particularly the city, is going to go on some harsh restrictions. because the worst of the pandemic, we believe, will be the first 3 weeks in January. People are naturally going to travel. It's the holiday season. One of the reasons why we believe there's been such a spike is because people travel during the Thanksgiving season. And so I'm just reminding people to be diligent, staying safe. It's hitting home. 3 of my senior staff members in Albany have contracted the COVID-19 virus. So I'm just pleading, everybody continue to be safe, be vigilant in terms of washing your hands, social distancing, wearing a mask. Don't let your guard down. Don't let your mask down, for a certain reason. And, on behalf of the New York State Assembly, we're going to try to do what we can to keep the ship afloat through these treacherous waters. So, Martha, I want to thank you as always, and with the entire association for inviting me to be here at this convention.
Thank you.
The next speaker is one of our best friends, the first Muslim state senator, and he was in the city council, also as the first Muslim there from Harlem. And also this brother fought like hell all the time. He even sued the New York State to have the fair share for the city in education department. Without any further ado, my friend from Harlem, Robert Jackson.
Thank you, my brother. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Peace be upon all of you. I come to give greetings at this convention. I can feel the energy with all of these labor leaders, and obviously, besides the labor leaders, all of my colleagues, the elected public officials. I come and give greetings to all of you with peace and love and understanding. And the chancellor said approximately 2 months ago that he feels that everyone should have patience and flexibility. And with COVID-19, we better have patience and flexibility, because if you don't have flexibility, you will break. And so with that, I say to you that as a member of the state Senate, with my colleague here and the other representatives in the New York State Legislature, both Assembly and Senate, I say to all of the honorees tonight, thank you for being who you are as labor leaders, to be honored. I look forward to working with all of you, especially over the next couple of years, because this is not going to end just next year in 2021. Realistically, we all know that this is going to be around for another 2 years, in which we're all going to have to at least work together and address the issues and concerns. And quickly, let me just say that many of you know my involvement in education. You would think that education is my top priority. And what I've said at our retreat in the New York State Senate, and I've said this in front of the New York State Black, Puerto Rican, Hispanic, Asian caucus, is that my top priority is that to make sure no one gets evicted from their apartment or their home and become homeless. And then number 2, because the food lines are getting so long, food insecurity, that we have to make sure people are eating and eating well. And then we have to make sure they have the health care that they need, not only physical health, but their mental health. And as you know, domestic violence is rising all over the place. So those are the primary concerns that I think that the legislatures have to come back and deal with in order to, in my opinion, tax the wealthiest New Yorkers in order so that all New Yorkers will survive this pandemic. So united we stand, and that's what we have to do. So I thank you for inviting me to come in to say and give greetings to all of you, and hoping and praying that it'll be sooner rather than later that we all come together. Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon all of you. Thank you, Marth.
Roxane, they all are there. Jessica
Yes,
Thomas,
yes.
And John Booth.
You are done? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, because I was distracted by it. Anyway, now I think Senator Jessica Ramos has something another engagement immediate after this moment. That is why we are bringing her. Jessica Ramos, a union, made of union, by union, for union. We don't have to lobby her. So be careful about single payer health insurance. But go ahead, Jessica Ramos.
Muff, you're as funny as ever. It's so good to see you. It's so good to see everyone. Assalamu alaikum. I have to say, the past 2 years in the state Senate serving as the chair of the Labor Committee has truly been an honor. We've been able to get a lot of work done. We finally passed the Farm Workers Fair Labor Practices Act. We raised wages for car wash workers and many others. And the next few years are going to be critical to the recovery of our economy. And we know that the best indicator of a good economy is not the index, the NASDAQ index, it's union density in New York. It's making sure that workers have a voice on the job. So over the next 2 years, I think we're going to be talking a lot about gig workers, particularly Uber and Lyft drivers. We need to figure out how we're going to save our yellow taxi cab drivers and bring them into solvency. And we're going to be doing a lot of work in order to organize and swell the ranks of the labor movement in New York. It's the only way we're going to protect the working class and make sure that we're building a stronger middle class. So I want to thank everyone for having me tonight. And Donobad.
Thank you very much. Yes, our majority leader is here, but I want to know, John Lou is waiting for a long time.
Yes.
John Lou, Senate District 11, and he's my senator.
No, Marv, let the leader go first.
That is what I thought. Please.
Yeah, are you kidding?
Yes. So before the leader, I also want to do my favorite. Carolyn Maloney. Carolyn has to go to Washington. Carolyn, are you on?
Yes, he's there.
Hear from our leader.
Yes. After Carolyn, then leader, and then all of you. Carolyn.
You want to turn me on?
Unmute and speak.
Me? Okay, is it on? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just thank you so much, Mohsen, for inviting me for this 13th annual South Asian Conference. And it's great to see so many energetic labor leaders. I want to be associated with Speaker Hasty's comments about the during this pandemic with washing our hands and staying safe. But now we have the vaccine on the way, so hopefully we're going to be picking up on that. When I go back this week, we're working for a COVID package, one that'll give direct grants for unemployment to individuals and help for the small businesses and other aid coming to the city and state to help all of us with this recovery. ASAAL has been an important voice in the labor movement, and I'll continue to be a strong partner in your fight for change. While we can celebrate victories here in New York, especially the fight for 15, there's still so much more that remains to be done. We have to increase the minimum wage across the country, and we need to once and for all achieve equal pay for equal work. And I am proud that I was able to pass this year legislation that granted paid leave for federal employees in law. They gave them 12 weeks of paid leave for the birth, adoption, and fostering of child. It affects 2.2 million. We just passed the NDAA that expanded it to cover the workers at the FAA and TSA. And the federal government needs to be a example to the states and to the private sector to provide paid leave for the families. A lot of people think that's a women's issue, but it's really an economic issue and a family issue. And I continue to look forward to working with ASAAL on paid leave for workers. I also want to extend my hearty congratulations to the Teamsters, Greg Floyd and DC 37, John Hislop. Thank you both for everything you do for workers in New York State and for your advocacy for the labor movement throughout America. We are going back to Washington. Vice President-elect President Biden has come out in support for the $908 billion package. We need to get McConnell to go along to get this relief to the workers in New York City. I have a bill in, probably my bill for the 9/11 workers to give them compensation, those that were hurt after 9/11. I've done the same bill for COVID workers. The COVID workers on the front line, whether it's transportation, sanitation, hospitals, if they get sick, lose a loved one, or can't work, they should receive compensation. So that is a bill that's a priority of mine for workers in the United States Congress. I look forward to hearing to the other participants and moving forward. And thank you again for inviting me to join you. I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate. You have been kind. You have been a good friend. Now,
give my love to Jamil. Give my love.
Yeah, me too. Now, this person, I think you guys have seen her many times when she was a senator, then became a minority leader with a very huge deficit. In ASAAL convention 5 years ago, we told her that you will be the next majority leader. And in fact, following year, we said that you will be a super majority. Today, she is the super majority. So anything you do, my sister, labor has to be involved with you. Without us, I know you will not do anything. But even if you have the majority, sometime you can overrule us. Please, that is what we are asking you, seeking from you. Andrea Stewart Cousin, the majority leader, our friend and community's friend, here the flower person of the state. Andrea, you are here.
Yes, hi, I'm sorry. The majority leader will be joining us in a few minutes. She's just getting off another Zoom. When I signed in, it said staff, but it's very long, so I think it got cut off. Sorry,
Okay,
she'll
no
be on
problem.
in a few minutes though.
Yeah, as soon as she comes, you interrupt us again.
I will let you know.
I'm going to John Lu. Next speaker by profession and actuary. I don't know why he's the politician. He's like me as a union leader and an actuary by profession. But anyway, John Lu, you are my senator. You have been my city council member. South Asians should know when after 9/11, Muslims are changing their name from Muhammad to Mo, Rafiq to Rafi, Samuel, Samson to Samuel, and so on and so forth. You, me, and few others in the community came together. We said that from 2001, we are going to celebrate Eid holiday in City Council. You took that lead, and from there in 2008, your committee under Robert Jackson also voted for Eid holiday. Bloomberg vetoed it, but in 2015, through de Blasio, we made it happen. John Lu, you are a hero. We follow you. Lead us more. Thank you. John Lu, you are next.
That's it, Marv? That's all you're going to say?
That's it for today.
Marv, you will recall that many years ago when you had the vision to create ASAAL, that there were not that many elected officials on.
Yes.
But I've been on with you from the beginning of the fight, brother.
Yes.
And now there's not enough time the entire night to have all the speakers come on. And it's a testament not only to your vision, but the work of all of the officers and board members of ASAAL, not just here in New York, but far beyond in this nation of ours. And also a growing testament to the success of the South Asian American community. South Asians, as Speaker Hasty and others have noted, and my leader will note later, that South Asians are rapidly filling the ranks of political offices. Much of that was possible because of the success of ASAAL with South Asians, not only in the political world, but many taking leadership roles in our labor movement. And of course, Mafai being one of the early presidents of a major union, Local 1407, as well as being treasurer of the behemoth DC 37. So I'm here just to congratulate you and to keep and to ask you to keep going. I'm always here as the backup person or the default person if you ever need a speaker. but we have a lot today, so I'm not gonna take that much time. I'll just say that next year I know is going to be a far better year than 2020 that we have all endured, and I look forward to many more successes and getting together at next year's convention in person. Thank you, Maf. Thank you, ASAAL, and keep up the great work.
Next is Roxanne Prasad, New York State Senator, District 19, Brooklyn, a ASAAL friend. Roxanne, please.
Well, good evening, everyone. I just want to say thank you, ASAAL, for always putting together fabulous convention. You know, as you say, we are going to be embracing a new normal. Well, the new normal may be that ASAAL has to have a multiple day convention so that you can accommodate all of the speakers and everyone. Everyone now wants to be a part of ASAAL. You know, I thank ASAAL for everything they do. As my colleagues have said, South Asians are joining the ranks. New York City has finally had a South Asian who's coming to Albany. Every year we've been talking about there are no South Asians from the city in Albany. And now we do have a South Asian from the city in Albany. So I want to thank you for everything that you've done. I congratulate you for keeping up the great work, for knocking on doors, for pulling people together and showing them the importance of immigrant communities coming together for the common good. When we all come together, we achieve more. So to you, Maf, to Mohammed, to everyone, I thank you for all that you're doing. To the honorees this evening, congratulations. And we cannot do what we're doing in Albany without labor. So thank you all very much. Be safe, everyone. For the approaching holidays, please ensure that you're taking all precautions. And I'm looking forward to us being in person next year when we'll have a multiple day convention. God bless you all. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. The next speaker is a young man. He's to me, he's a child, but he's a child leader. As a council member for last 8 years, he had changed his district. To me, to my understanding, to my actuarial projection, he made this district one of the best. But in the meantime, the Queens chose him and elected him as the borough president of the Queens. None other than Donovan Richards, who will be taking over from January 1st. I think he has already started working. And on behalf of the Alliance of South Asian American Labor, we not only thank everybody, and we want to thank especially you, because you have chosen ASAAL president as a member of your transition team. Never ever anybody has honored us that much, except, of course, John Liu. When he became the controller, he also put me as his member of his transition team. But this is one thing is so important. This is the first time Southeast Queens has taken the borough presidency of the entire Queens, the second largest borough, the largest borough in area in the New York City, and also the highest concentration of South Asian people lives in the borough of Queens. So he has a huge responsibility to take care of all of us. This is the called World's Borough. Here is the president of World's Borough, Queens, Honorable Donovan Richards.
Thank you so much, Mav. I see so many friends on, and I want to thank ASAAL. And then let me start by also telling my colleagues I wasn't trying to skip the line. I just wanted to make sure Maf knew I was here, because if you don't attend, Maf is going to let you know. Right? I think one year I missed the convention. I couldn't come, and Maf was like, "We missed you." So I wanted to make sure he knew that I was here. But so good to see each and every one of you, especially also my colleagues at the City Council. I miss each and every one of you. But I want to thank you all because really this victory was our victory. It wasn't about Donovan Richards. It was really about ensuring that all of the things we talk about, right? You know, the disparities, diversity, These things were front and center, I think, in this campaign. And I think one of the last memories I have with you, Mav, before this pandemic, I think we were out like on Hillside Avenue somewhere hanging up posters one night. And that was probably one of the last nights before the shutdown happened. But I just want to thank this organization and thank all of the leadership here for the work that you do for the people of Queens. And you always, each and every one of you are always on the front lines, whether it's feeding people, whether it's making sure the census is being carried out, making sure our young people got technology. You go above and beyond the call of duty. And I wanted to stop in just to say I'm so grateful for each and every one of you. I consider you friends. I know you have many friends. I don't call everybody my friend, but I consider you all friends. And I will say that, it's very important, that I started off, because there's always this conversation around taxation without representation. And we wanted to make sure that we honored that commitment, that we were really going to start off ensuring that, Queens is just not diverse in name, but in what we do in policy, in our community boards, in our budget. We need to make sure diversity is truly reflected around the entire universe of Queens, and I'm happy to start to put those things in place. I did start last Thursday. Last Wednesday got sworn in, Moff, so I'm already up and running, and y'all are running me already. I haven't had a break since the moment I was sworn in, but it's an honor to serve this borough. I just want to end with saying that there's a lot of work to do to make sure that every corner feels represented in this borough, and we're going to work hard to make sure that happens. I also just want to close with, the vaccine is coming, and I know that our communities have a sordid history when it comes to vaccines, vaccination, but it's something we all have to take seriously. We want to try to get back to some semblance of normalcy next year. I'm visiting hospitals. I'm hearing straight from them that, they're not at full capacity, but the numbers are creeping up. So we all have to remain safe, social distance. And of course, we're not going to be able to celebrate the holidays the way we have in the past, but it's all good. I think in the long term, it's all going to pay off. So with that being said, on behalf of the world's borough, 2.4 million people, 190 languages, 200 languages, 190 countries represented here. I just want to say, let's make this next year a banner year as we talk about inequity and everything that's going on that this pandemic has certainly shined a light on. Let's all get to work. And I look forward to working with my brothers in labor. Congratulations to each and every one of the honorees. I know each and every one of you. Congratulations. Thank you for your selfless work, because you don't do it for the kudos or awards. You're out there every day fighting the good fight for a better city, and I'm forever grateful. And I know everybody on this line is. So thank you so much, Mav. I'll see you out there.
Yes, brother. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. The next speaker, then the rest of the speaker, our secretary is going to introduce, but this one is under my responsibility only because I knew her mother. Her mother is none other than Una Clark, who started a community he brought into light, and she got elected in city council when I was a child, but then I became the president of the union. We met there, and then her daughter took over. It is none other than Yvette Clark, the congresswoman from the same district and vicinity. She is serving the Congress for many, many years. Every year, every 2 years, there is an election, and we go there with our banner and with our support, because she is doing her best to represent a community that needs representation. Without any further ado, my sister, Yvette Clark.
Let me thank you for that wonderful introduction, Maf, and to Mohammed Chaudhry, to Professor Patwari, to all of the officers and members of ASAAL, to my very distinguished colleagues all present, to the distinguished labor leaders, President Sean Francois, President Greg Floyd, and John Hyslop, and to all of the participants in the 13th annual conference. Assalamu alaikum. It's certainly my honor and my privilege to join you this evening and to join you with gratitude. Let me start by saying that you have been with me every step of the way. This year was no different, and I was re-elected to represent the 9th Congressional District, due in large part to the ongoing support that ASAAL has given me, whether it's ASAAL from Staten Island, ASAAL from the Bronx. You all have been, number one, very, very, very supportive, and I'm truly grateful. And so are the people of the 9th Congressional District. We got a resounding victory and are heading back with a mandate to do the work of the people. One of the things that excites me about the new Congress coming up is that we will have new leadership in the White House. And I've heard a lot of talk of pride in the South Asian community. Let us not forget that we have a vice president who is of South Asian descent, whose mother came from the nation of India and raised her family in the tradition and the morals and the values of those who have come from the region. So I'm excited about the fact that I won't have to do a whole lot of convincing when it comes to the work that we must do for South Asian Americans here in the United States. Let me also say I'm excited about the fact that that Vice President, President-elect Biden has said that within the first 100 days, he will be dismantling the Muslim ban that was put in place by Donald Trump. And I am looking forward to that day because we know that so many families have been waiting to be reunited. Many have not had the opportunity to visit with their loved ones. As a result, many visas that were, purchased to reunite families went unutilized, and we're going to have to do a lot of repair as a nation. As everyone has discussed this evening, Washington, D.C. Has been very hectic. The differences in values have become very apparent. We in the House of Representatives and the Democrats are for the people. That means organized labor. That means every working soul and those who are striving to be in the middle class, in the working class. And we have met so much resistance coming from, unfortunately, the Senate and Mitch McConnell. But we're not tired. They're not going to wear us down. We will not stop until the benefits that the people deserve, having been compliant with the request of the state and the national government to stay at home, to do everything they can to stop the spread of this virus, that we do everything we can to make our communities whole once again. And that's what I'll be returning to Washington, D.C. on Tuesday to fight for. We have to keep our government open. We have not completed the appropriations process, and that again hits square at the federal workforce. If we don't pass our appropriations bill, the federal government will shut down. So there are a lot of imperatives before us when we return to Washington, D.C. And so I'm going to encourage everyone, to hold us in their prayers. And if you feel like it, pick up the phone and call Mr. McConnell and tell him to get his act together so that we can really pass a bill worthy of the people, a bill that is required to extend the lifeline that we need until the virus has been, until the vaccines have been widely distributed and we're at the stage where we can come together once again. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay strong, stay blessed, everyone, and wear your mask. Thank you for having me, Mom. And it's wonderful to see how this organization has continued to grow from strength to strength. I too, John Lou wants to brag, I was at the very first ASAAL conference as well. I'll be there every time you need me because you've always been there for me. And the mama sends her love. Have a
Yes. The next speaker is, before I say, I'm going to call very soon Jamal Bailey, Kevin Thomas, and few others in a minute. Korimba is going to call, but I am going to call now my friend who is always there. And this is such important. She is the president of the borough of Manhattan. We call borough of New York, but it is Manhattan, everybody knows. Gail, a brewer, she never missed one, I can say that. You know, whenever I invited her, called her, she is there. So it is Honorable Gail, a brewer, Manhattan Borough President.
Please unmute yourself.
Madam President, you are there?
He was there. I check her in.
Yeah, I know. So
all right, I'm here, Ma. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, you are on. Just unmute.
Yep,
Yes.
I'm unmuted. Yep. Thank you very much. And I want to say the hard part of not being at DC 37 is just the warmth and hospitality that ASAAL offers every time we walk in that door. And there are so many elected officials, but you make everybody feel special. And I just want to say that because that's not easy. You, Mohammed, and your entire team. And the second thing is congratulations on the honorees. You have picked between Greg Floyd and John Heislip and Mr. Siddique, you have picked incredibly good honorees. And 13 years is a long time to keep ASAAL going, to keep the excitement of people participating and remembering what labor does in the Southeast community and just all the ways in which you help the Southeast community. What we've been doing, you know, this pandemic has put everybody to see what they can accomplish. And it put volunteerism and health and concern and looking out for your neighbor number one. And I have to say, from the little bit that I've done, and I've tried to do everything I can, and mostly walking the streets of Manhattan day in and day out with the sanitizer, the mask, the information. We did testing today on Roosevelt Island, testing all through Upper Manhattan because we're so nervous about the numbers going up. The lines are huge for testing, for masks, for sanitation, and for food. And what I also do, though, you know this better than I, is you see the challenges of the small business. And it's obviously going to get worse as we have to close down indoor dining. But there are so many Southeast Asians running these amazing businesses 7 days a week, putting the family, the friends, the colleagues, everybody trying to make it work. And then the backbone, just like you are and ASAAL members are. I hope that, you know, 2021, Congresswoman Clark said it best, perhaps she's very upbeat. It's hard. It's really, really hard. And between the hope for money for rent and hope for the commercials to be able to get back, you know, only 10% of the offices are now in place, workers in the borough of Manhattan. That's a very small number. And we have almost no tourists. 63 of the 700 hotels have the homeless. We have a lot of work to do. But with groups like ASAAL, and God knows with labor, perhaps our number one backbone support in the city of New York, I guess we can do it. I'm always, because I'm out so much, I sometimes look at the glass being half full and not half empty and not half full. So it's good to hear people like you who are so upbeat. So I'm here to say I'll do everything I can to help bring the city back. But it's people like you, your honorees, your members, your upbeat attitude that helps. So congratulations for not only looking out for labor, but just looking out for small business, for vendors, for taxi drivers, for the entire community. And thank you very much for including me. And Godspeed.
You joining us and becoming our friend. You are one of the best. Thank you. Thank you. Now, the next speaker is a young man. When he called me first few years ago, he said that I am running for Senate. I said, so what? He said, I need your support. I said, why? He said, because Carl Hasty told me to call you. I said, oh, really? So then you got it. So that is called Jamal Bailey, the senator from the Bronx, Senatorial District 36. And also this young man recently took over the entire borough of Bronx as the Democratic Party chair. He now became a boss. Hopefully, Mafe is not going to get him because he's already with the union.
Well, Maf, is good.
Jamal Bailey, go ahead, brother.
Good to be here. Thank you, brother. And you know, like if everybody on this line knows that you better answer Maf's text. You know, this is the man's text that you have to answer. So, Kemenacho and assalamu alaikum to all. The South Asian community is critically important to me, although I am not of South Asian descent. I will tell you that my very first interview on TV when I was running in 2016, it wasn't with New York One, it wasn't with BronxNet, it was with Time TV. It was a South Asian Bengali Bangla language TV show, and it was my very first interview. So the South Asian community has always showed me a lot of love, and in return, your vibrant community that you have in my district, and not just in my district, throughout the state, is something that I always want to return the favor. Brothers and sisters, as the chair of the Codes Committee, we've been able to do some amazing things under the leadership of our great majority leader, Andre Stewart Cousins, in reforming the justice system. And sometimes all justice isn't equal. And especially in communities of color, in the South Asian community that sometimes seems not to be heard as much, you weren't heard as much. So making these necessary changes and reforms were critical to ensure the safety and in fairness in our justice system moving forward. So I'm grateful to have been able to help with, along with my colleagues in government, shepherd some of these reforms in. As was mentioned earlier, and we are growing in numbers of South Asian representation in the Assembly and the Senate, and I'm incredibly excited about that. My brother Kevin Thomas, he had a bill about cricket, and I downloaded a cricket video game on my Xbox recently. I'm terrible at it, but that just shows the influence and the importance of the South Asian community, and it's making us all open our eyes. While I didn't say that in jest, I really did download it, right? Yes. But I say that because we all have something to teach and to guide and to move each other forward. If you want to go fast, go alone, that's cool. But if you want to go far, go together. Ma, if you and ASAAL, you've always been someone who has definitely encouraged me, even as a young man, even when you didn't know me. I explained what I wanted to do, and you said, you know what? Let's have a conversation, and we will support you. And you've been supporting me ever since. Congratulations to each of these distinguished honorees, all the labor leaders, my amazing colleagues in government. We've all been doing incredible work to feed and get our communities in PPE. And if I can leave you with this, I just want to leave you with one thing. Do something nice for somebody. That's a real blanket statement, but just do something nice for somebody. Call somebody you haven't spoken to in a while. Text somebody you haven't spoken to in a while. Just tell them you love them. Because Lord knows in 2020, we don't know if they're really going to be here tomorrow. So just do that tonight if you can. God bless. Don't know about it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And as you said, you mentioned his name. Kevin Thomas, I am from South Asian law. South Asian law, this is very important. You never knew that there is a South Asian senator in New York State House. And he has done it a miracle way. I don't know how he did it. I was shocked when I heard first that he was elected 3 years ago. This year, he got re-elected again. And ever since we started talking over the phone first, I think I have never clicked with an elected official that much the way I did this one. He was not born in India, but he is from Indian descent. And also, he is a South Asian. He is one of us. So I want all the 34 people who are present here, please remember this name, Kevin Thomas, Senator, New York State, from Long Island. Kevin, floor is yours.
Hi, Mav. Thank you so much for that.
Unmuted? Okay. Good.
Thank you so much for that very kind introduction. I am so honored to be here and to represent all of you in the state legislature. I want to thank my supermajority leader, Andre Stewart Cousins. I think she's waiting to speak right now. Yes. Hopefully you'll give her a chance after I get on, or she can jump me right now.
I already gave her a chance.
Please do. Also, I want to thank my brother in the state Senate, Senator Bailey, for bringing up cricket and being there to support me in my first term as senator. Listen, guys, being a senator and being able to say I'm the first South Asian, it's an immense responsibility, because I want to make sure I do everything the right way so that others can follow my lead and take charge. Because listen, our community, as you can see, has done so much for New York State, has done so much for New York City. We as a community work so hard in bringing up our families, in making sure our communities thrive. But we work in the shadows of politics. We work in such a way that we don't ask for anything in return. We have to speak up more. Yes, Maaf said, I'm of Indian descent, but I wasn't born in India. I was born in Dubai. So, salam alaikum. All right. Listen, I have that experience. I have, that immigrant experience. I've seen my parents who came here, start off in that studio apartment, that worked those hours, worked overtime to make sure me and my sister, we had everything that we needed. They wanted us to have like the best of everything, make sure that we all go to the best schools and we become doctors or engineers or lawyers. But everywhere that I go, I tell everyone, you don't have to do all of that in order to run for politics. Politics is not bad. It really isn't. If you want to change something in your community, if you want to do better for your community, stand up for them. That's politics. And if you think politics is bad, politics is everywhere. If you think you can hide from politics, trust me, the road that you drive on, the money that goes into that infrastructure, that's politics. If you care about schools, you care about what your children learn and the textbooks that they get and the money that goes into those schools, that's politics. I need all of you to understand this. I will always be there for you. All right. I will always stand with the South Asian community. I want to thank all of you for being there and supporting me for this election. This was an incredibly difficult one for me. As you all know, there was a lot of dark money coming in from Republican PACs just to attack me. I've never seen a South Asian being attacked this much on TV. But then again, I had the cavalry come in to protect me. But I'm here. I won with a higher margin. And this time around, with the leadership of our supermajority leader and my colleagues in the Senate, we are going to push forward to make sure this economy recovers and that we protect our small businesses that are just devastated by what's going on, and making sure our families have everything that they need in order to better their lives. So again, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor. I'm looking forward to the time that we can all sit together face to face, have some chai, have some pakora or a samosa, and just talk. All right. So thank you all. God bless.
Thank you very much. Because Kevin already mentioned, and I must do that, and our next speaker is the New York State majority leader of the New York State Senate, and dear Stuart Cousins. As I mentioned before, I just want her to hear. When she was the first ran, she lost. I was there because I am a soldier with Lillian Roberts, and I served with her as the treasurer of District Council 3711, 11 years. And since then, with Henry Garrido, I am serving with him. So I know how this equation has changed. So today, you are in supermajority only because the work you have done. the character that you have shown, the leadership that you have led us. But one thing, I just want to ask you, seek your help. We proposed a bill a few years ago, taxi workers protection. I don't know whether you know it or not. There are over 60,000 taxi workers in the city of New York. Originated from South Asia is the most. Some of those are medical doctor, but could not have the time to bear their families to take the medical exam. Still they are a taxi driver. There are so many master's degree holders. They are doing that job and they need some dignity. Taxi Workers Protection Act can only give them if you add them with other workers, like transit workers, those who are bus drivers, those who are train drivers with them. If someone is kicking them, someone then is spitting on them, someone then slapping them, all we want, it should be same felony as it is with others. I don't know how we will do it, but I know you and Carl Hess can do it. And that is the urge. And then of course, as the labor union, the single payer, we are not against it. We are for it, but it has to happen when you consider the unions. Union like us has always got zero raise or a 1%, 1%, 1.5%, and 2%, because we sacrificed our raises for our health insurance. That very health insurance, if they change and we have to pay a premium, it will be disgrace not only to the city politician, but to the state politician who are in power, who want to change that. And we are for change. So without any further ado, Honorable Andrew Stewart Cousin, the New York State Majority Leader, Super Majority Leader.
Thank you so much, Maf. It's just such a pleasure to be here with ASAAL. I have to say, I feel particularly singled out since I'm the only one that got the legislative agenda. I've been sitting here and you're like, oh, this is my friend, that's my friend, this is my friend. And
you are my best friend.
Yeah, that's okay. I got it. I got it. I feel the love. But let me say that we don't have to certainly have a short meeting once a year. I think you know how to be in touch with me, and I'd be more than happy to spend time to look over the things that you care about. Clearly, you know my senators are magnificent. We just heard from the extraordinary Kevin Thomas, who has all by himself, with the help of John Liu and Robert Jackson and so on and so forth, but held down the South Asian voice. And now we have yet another South Asian senator coming in the person of Jeremy Cooney from Rochester. So the voice of the South Asian community is growing. And of course, you just heard from Jamal, and Senator Bailey is extraordinary advocate. And I know John had spoken earlier. I think I saw Roxanne Prasad on, I saw Senator Benjamin on, I saw Senator Salazar on. So my senators show up, and anything that you need discussing, everything, I can't promise, I don't overpromise, but what I will do and what I will always do is hear people out and listen to the concerns. Our Senate, under our majority leadership, has had more hearings on everything than any other majority in the entire state history in the Senate. So we want to hear, we want to get it right. We want to amplify your voice. We love to work with our labor community, and that's why together, we did the Fight for 15, we've done gun legislation, we had the universal pre-K, we've got paid family leave, we did the whistleblower protection, we have pay equity, we had healthy terminals. So I believe that ASAAL knows that in terms of labor, in terms of making sure community is heard, in terms of respect, and just making sure that working people have the dignity and have the representation. That is what our Senate majority does. And that's why, quite honestly, with your help, we not only got back our wonderful Kevin Thomas, which I did not want to go further without him. So we got our Kevin back, but we have grown to a super majority. So it's because we got it right. So I want to thank you for giving me some time. I want to give a shout out to my friend, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, and my other friend, Gail Brewer. It is so good. And what they said is true. We do miss coming there and spending time. It's easier to wait when you're hanging out and the food is good and the information is good and you could feel the love in the air. But somehow you've managed, even though you gave me the lecture before, somehow you've still managed to make this feel like a community event. And so I want to thank you, Mohammed, and I congratulate, of course, Johnny Hyslop and Ambassador Siddiqui and my good friend Greg Floyd, your honorees tonight. So I'm looking forward, Maf, to hearing from you. And in the meantime, assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As I mentioned to you, without labor, nothing happened. But still, we fought every presidential election, whether it is the Republican or the Democrat. When we help elect Democrat, it never did much. You will be shocked to know, from 70s to 2020, labor concentration under Democratic president has came down from 27% to 13%. If you just consider the Democratic president, and then if you have Republican president, from 37% to 7%. So nobody did much for us. We are doing everything for them, for this community, for this state, for this country. Today, I am presenting to you, my friend, my brother from another mother, the largest local in District Council 37. We call it Local 372, 22,000 members. He is the president of Local 372. He is the president of District Council 37 with 61 unions, with 150,000 members and 60,000 retirees. He is my brother, as I mentioned to you. I am the treasurer of District Council 37. He is the president. He presides. I give the financial report when Henry gives the executive director report. It is him with whom we always do business. He has brought labor to the community. And that is why we have created, because of one of his speech in my local union where I am the president, his labor to neighbor. Since then, ASAAL has created a word which is called labor to neighbor. Whoever from the labor union works for the community, we honor them each year. This year was John Hyslop, who is the president of Local 1321 and secretary of District Council 37. You heard him before. Without any further ado, my president, Local 372 president, everybody's favorite president, Sean D. Francois the first.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Marv Uden? What's going on? What's going on, everybody? What's going on? What's going on, my Lord? Let me just say, looking at this panel here, it's so many people, important people that I've worked with, that I've touched with. And I am so proud to see you on here because that means we are unity. That means we are community. That means we are together. That means we are moving ahead. We are doing it. Look at the panel here. Look what we're doing. We are moving forward here. This is lovely. This is so great. I'm not going to take too much time because I know you got a lot of speakers. I know time is getting short. Oh, my gosh. I see so many cousins. Oh, my gosh. I see so many. I got to start naming people. I got to name people because I'm getting in trouble here. It's too many of y'all here to name, but I see a lot of y'all are here, and I appreciate y'all for being here and working with me so hard over the years to get things done. But let me first start with the honorees. When Gregory Floyd from Southeast Queens, our brother Gregory Floyd in the house, it was an honor for you, brother. Appreciate it to you. John Hyslop, of course, my brother, 5021. He's 37, brother. Honor to you and Ambassador Siddiqui. We appreciate you all for the work that you do each and every day. And of course, I got to thank my local 372 for the hard work we do each and every day as essential workers out here, feeding the community, feeding the public, feeding everybody, coursing the kids, coursing grown-ups, community scientists, para coordinators, I can name it all, school aides, service workers, family workers. We are the backbone. We are the backbone of the education system, okay? And all that DC 37, I'm proud to be president today as well. We run the city. Without DC 37 municipal workers, we cannot run the city. The city will not run, okay? We need our workers and labor to go forward, okay? We have done a contributing job in getting away with layoffs. We had a big layoff thing on the table and was able to divert that because of the work that we do together. Henry Garrido, we appreciate you, the work that you do. You're the hardest working labor man that I know in labor. So working side by side with you is a plus. Mouth Uden, we're working with you, John, and everybody else. We make this city run. We will make it happen.
This name is on.
We got things coming our way. The vaccines, everything's coming our way, guys. We're going to be in a better place tomorrow. Okay, when I say tomorrow, doesn't mean tomorrow. It means tomorrow in the future. All right, let's get that straight, okay? So, without further, I want to know everybody, I'm ready. Are you ready? The question, because I'm ready. Are you ready? Am I ready? You ready, guys?
Get ready.
Everybody know you're ready, guys, because you don't know
We
why.
are ready.
If you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. I appreciate you so much. Thank everybody. Good for seeing everybody. Good seeing y'all. I hope to see you again in person so we can break bread. Thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate you. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Our next speaker came in a storm and took over the Brooklyn. Honorable Julia Salazar, New York State Senator from District 18. I met her in Albany. She was so happy seeing me, and I was so glad that she recognized me immediately. And I invited her that day, but this is the first time I could have bring her. This year, as soon as she heard about us, she said that I am on. And she is waiting for a long time. None other than Julia Salazar, the New York State Senator, my favorite.
Thank you so much, Map. You know, I'm really honored to join you all this evening for the convention. I hope that next time we all see each other to celebrate ASAAL's work, it will be in person when we finally defeated this pandemic. This is really a moment to celebrate the powerful achievements of South Asian workers in our communities. And that also really means recognizing the struggles that South Asian Americans have uniquely faced in New York and had to overcome, especially over the course of this public health crisis. The impact of this pandemic on South Asian communities in New York has been overlooked. The impact has been severe, and it underscores why it's important for the data, the demographic data on Asian communities in New York to be disaggregated so we can identify the challenges that South Asian communities are uniquely facing. We really got to recognize the critical role of South Asian workers in the labor movement. The labor movement is a movement for economic justice, for racial justice, for social justice. And while workers' respective struggles, of course, vary across industries and working conditions from here in New York to South Asia and beyond, workers are really unified in fighting for a world in which the profits of corporations and billionaires are not prioritized at the expense of the well-being of their workers. And we're really unified in demanding that, and demanding that workers be well compensated, and demanding that workers' labor be valued instead of being exploited. In our society, big corporations have been able to amass enormous and growing wealth, even while low-income workers are forced to take on multiple jobs just to barely get by and survive. This inequality is by design, and it's precisely because inequality is systemic that we have to look to systemic change in order to heal. How can we create lasting, meaningful change for workers if we are afraid of change? We cannot be afraid. And I say that, of course, in the spirit of the theme of this year's convention of embracing change. Embracing change, pursuing change that will empower workers is the first step toward collective liberation for all of our people. Representation for South Asian communities in our legislature is part of that necessary change. And it's encouraging, I know many people have mentioned it, but I want to celebrate it too. It's encouraging that as of this year, we can now say that there are 4 South Asian American legislators in the state legislature, 2 in the New York State Assembly, 2 in the New York State Senate. I have the privilege of being seated next to Senator Thomas in the Senate chamber. And we hope that representation will grow just as New York's vibrant South Asian communities have grown. But additionally, in addition to the change in representation, we have to pursue policy change in order to empower workers. We came very close this past session in Albany to seeing the SWEAT Act become law, which would have been a huge victory for workers, especially immigrant workers whose wages have been stolen or withheld by their employers. And fighting to pass legislation like that in the upcoming legislative session is just one of many things that we can do together to win victories for workers and their families. So in the spirit of embracing change and in solidarity with South Asian workers, both here in the US and all over the world, thank you, ASAAL, for all of your good work. I can't wait to see the positive change that it will bring for us here in New York. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. 10 years ago, she shocked Manhattan politician by becoming the district leader. We are not shocked because she is a South Asian, she is an attorney. So we hang around her. Later she ran for assembly. We were there, ASAAL was there. She's ASAAL baby. Then we thought that Manhattan maybe a little bit longer it is taking. So we moved her to Queens and she became the assembly woman from Queens, Assembly District 38, none other than Jennifer Rajkumar, a ASAAL member from the beginning. We take pride in her. After Kevin Thomas in the Senate, now we have in the Assembly, South Asian Honorable Jennifer Rajkumar. Jennifer.
Thank you, Maaf. Salam alaikum. I'm so happy to be here with you and my good friend Maaf. The adventures that we have had over the years, Maaf, and you are my family. And I have never missed an ASAAL convention. I would just like to point out. And I never will miss one. And we did it. We did it together. And ASAAL was there every step of the way. And we had a tremendous victory this year. And ASAAL came out and organized, let everyone know that the organizing power is unmatched. And not only did we win, but we won by a lot. And it's really because of you. This is the people's victory. And I will never forget, on election night, the leadership of the masjid all came to the campaign office to celebrate with us. And for 2 weeks, my phone rang, and it was Bengali families and Guyanese families and Punjabi families all calling and saying, we all voted for you. Our nieces, our nephews, grandparents, aunties, uncles, our whole family voted for you. And that's why I won. This was the people's victory. So thank you, ASAAL. Thank you for being there for my whole journey. We now have a seat at the table of power in the State Assembly. And my door will always be open to you. So now is the time for leadership more than ever. We need real leadership. As we all know, workers are struggling. Our state has a massive budget deficit. And I'm ready to do everything I can to achieve the results that we need. Already, I've been so proud of what we've been able to do here in the district. During the height of the pandemic in the spring, We made sure to serve halal food to all of the families that needed it in the district. Later, I was proud to organize with ICNA Relief, the Muslims for Humanity, who are true patriots, as well as incredible public servants. And we were in front of the masjids in my district, making sure that everyone had food that needed it. Many families lined up, and I'm proud of everybody that we were able to serve. The women in my district need help. I'm there to support the Muslim Women's Shelter that's nearby in Jamaica, Queens, and we're building up the capacity for that shelter to make sure that all of the Bangladeshi women in my district are fully empowered. Also, as Maf mentioned, drivers, taxi drivers are really hurting right now. And they have been organizing and even recently marched to Washington, DC. It's very important that the unemployment benefits, the unemployment insurance for taxi drivers is extended. And I will be there to fight for the rights of workers in my district. My district out here in South Queens, as Maf pointed out, 72% immigrant. And as we all know, our immigrant communities work not just 24 hours a day, they work 25 hours a day. They put the work in. All they need is a little help. And my office will be there to help all the immigrants in the district navigate America, navigate our government institutions, navigate our courtrooms, navigate our educational institutions, so that their dream can come true. My family came to this country like all of our families. They came with little and they worked hard and were able to achieve the American dream. And I'm here to make sure that all the immigrants in my district are able to achieve that same dream. So thank you, ASAAL. Thank you for making this victory. You're my family, and I look forward to everything that we're going to do together for the people.
Thank you, Jennifer. You made us proud every day. We have started working with you from Manhattan. Now you are Assemblywoman. We are so proud.
Thank you, my
Thank you. Thank you. Guys, just let me tell you this. We sit right in the middle of the pandemic, and we are 5 hours, 3 minutes, having over 200 delegates, elected officials, community leaders, builders, union leaders. You make us proud as we continue to flourish ourselves. And there is no other time, but this is the time when we have nationally proven that ASAAL for Biden, and starting from a local ward to school board to all up to the nationally. So we profound with our leaders. And as you have seen, the vital role we have created, just not in 10, 15, 20 states, more than 38 states having leaders and our community that is standing united. And look at like New York City, what happened, entire New York state, and our hard work, our profound dedicated work, that's in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, you name it, in Florida. So right now, we are so profoundly, humble. And at the same time, we are happy to tell you that we are your friend and you are our friend. At this time, I will bring our National Secretary, Muhammad Karim. Go ahead.
Thank you, our Michigan Chapter President, Dr. Rabi Alom, and thank you, Maf. I thought Maf will introduce our.
You want to do that, then you go. Okay.
Yeah. I want you to introduce our Congresswoman Grace Meng. Please do that.
Yes, the Congresswoman, I am.
You are muted.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So my responsibility is to represent, I think she became our own because in 2012, when she first ran, many labor organization and many organized political organization has not endorsed her, but ASAAL endorsed her. And of course, with her hard work, dedication, and campaign, vigorous campaign, we were succeeded. This is none other than Grace Meng. She is my own also Congresswoman. So with that note, I just want to bring to you and present to others Grace Meng, And also she's the Democratic National Committee Vice President, I think serving her second term. Grace, ma'am.
Thank you, Maf, and thank you to the entire ASAAL family, to the board, the volunteers, all the members. Thank you so much for all that you've done. Maf, thank you for your kind words. You have literally been there for me and so many on this call since the very beginning. And what's most important is not just that you believe in us and you literally help us get there across the finish line, but you empower us every step of the way, and you teach us that we can frame and shape policies by educating and mobilizing our communities. And so I thank you and your team for being there, frankly, when not many people were with me. I really want to thank our amazing honorees tonight, President Greg Floyd, John Hyslop, former Ambassador Sadique. Thank you for your leadership across the city, and I look forward to continuing our work together. ASAAL, I don't have to tell all of you at this convention, you are the voice of everyday working people and their families. You help our families across New York City and across the country fight for equity, fight for safer workplaces, fairer and better benefits. And I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. We are going through really unprecedented times in our country and especially in our city right now, largely due to the coronavirus. But as many of our speakers have mentioned before, many of the inequities that our community, specifically the South Asian community, experienced through this pandemic were already existing before the virus even hit us here in Queens and New York City. So there is so much more that Congress needs to do. Yes, Congress has passed really important legislation to helping our small businesses, to getting stimulus payments. But there's so much more that we need to do. I know there's a lot of talk about potential bipartisan package that's being negotiated right now, but I will say that it's important that we continue to push for what we have not seen materialize yet, which is cash stimulus payments, or as people have started to call them, survivor payments. This is money that will most directly help everyday people, and our families here in Queens desperately need it. We need to fight for hazard pay, which was in the HEROES Act that our House passed 2 times already. This is hazard pay that would go to our most essential workers, from healthcare workers to transit workers to so many people in our labor families. And it's important that we continue to fight for that as well. We need to fight for help with rent and mortgage. People literally, the roofs over their house are gone. The cupboards in their kitchens are empty, and we need to do whatever we can. There will be no cheaper way. There will be no more cost-effective way than right now to pass relief that will help them. One thing that's become really near and dear to my heart, we have literally seen this problem exacerbated throughout the city. And I want to thank President Francois for his team and leadership, because I know his members have seen this every day. Our children, so many of whom don't have internet access, so many of whom need help and are not getting the education that they need right now. Before the pandemic, 12 million kids couldn't access the internet to do homework. Now, so many times more don't have internet, and we need to make sure that wherever you live in this country, that you have equal access to be able to get your education. I want to thank so many workers who had come to Washington, D.C., I think last week it was, to fight for unemployment benefits extension. And I thank you for doing that. We saw you, we heard you, and we'll continue to fight. And I want to say a special word. I think Jennifer mentioned before the importance of halal food, whether it is fighting for halal food in our New York City school public system, to ensuring that it is provided appropriately in our food pantries, and from the money and the food that is coming from the federal government. We'll continue to fight for culturally appropriate food for our children and our families. But most of all, I really want to thank ASAAL for your constant civic engagement. You know, being part of a labor union, being part of a labor family is not always easily understood by so many Asian American communities. For many workers across New York, this may be the first time, the first member in their extended family that has benefited from being part of a labor union. And I want to thank ASAAL for helping us to bridge that gap and helping us, our community, to better understand why labor unions are so crucial to our economy and building the family network and strengthening our economy. And lastly, as we celebrate defeating this president in the White House, I want to thank ASAAL because I know we have chapter members not just from New York, but from across the country. ASAAL believed in me when I ran, when I came out of New York. ASAAL believed in people like Sheikh Rahman, who's the first Georgia AAPI state senator from the state of Georgia. I didn't even believe Sheikh when he told me that he would be able to beat a Republican in the state of Georgia and become the first Asian state senator. But here we are, and because of ASAAL's boldness and courage, we now have 5 Asian American elected officials in the state of Georgia. And so thank you for fighting with and for our Asian American community. Asian Americans helped pave the way for the Biden-Harris victory. We were part of the margin of victory in many battleground states. And that is why we continue to push for full diversity in the cabinet of this next incoming president. When we talk about diversity, and I'm talking to leaders in our own party, diversity should include Asian Americans and South Asians also. So that's just something that we have to continue to do a better job at as we push for a more fair and equitable United States government. So thank you so much for all that you do. It's so wonderful to see you all, even if it's just on Zoom. Thank you to my colleagues at the City Council, at the State Assembly, the State Senate. I appreciate you from afar, all the tremendous work that you're doing for your constituents on the ground. I see you, I watch you on Twitter and on TV. I come from the New York State Assembly, and so I'm sorry, that is the best legislative body in this state and in this country. So thank you for all that you do. Have a happy holiday all, be safe, and please keep in touch if I can be of help in any way.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you very much. The work you do supporting our Asian and South Asian community and constituency. We are so proud. You are making us every day proud. Thank you. And now I would like to invite our longtime friend who has been raising his hand, Ben Carlos, City Council member from Manhattan. Ben, you are on. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Chag Sameach, and Happy Hanukkah. I'm Councilmember Ben Kalos. I co-chair.
Can you speak up a little bit or take your microphone a little closer?
Absolutely. Councilmember Ben Kalos. I'm co-chair of the Progressive Caucus. I want to start with a huge thank you to Maf Misbah-Uden, President of the Alliance of South Asian American Labor and District Council 37, Local 1407. I want to congratulate our honorees, President John Heislop, DC 37, Local 1321 at the Queens Library Guild, my friend and leader, President Greg Floyd, Teamsters Local 237. I want to thank you all for all that you do and all that your members have done as essential workers throughout this pandemic, particularly as Mayor de Blasio thanked the workers for the risks that they took, the lives that they sacrificed by threatening to lay off 22,000 workers. Through the leadership of ASAAL, our honorees, leaders like Sean Francois, the first president of Local 372 and DC 37, and so many others on the call from the Municipal Labor Committee, we fought and we won. For my part as contracts chair, I found billions in consulting contracts that we could cut to save jobs for our municipal workers and save taxpayer dollars during this crisis. In January next year, we will be having a hearing on Local Law 63, where I'm asking my brothers and sisters at ASAAL to share their stories of when they've seen the mayor outsourcing municipal jobs to his donors so it can protect our workers and save taxpayer dollars. Now, I don't have to tell you about the discrimination Asian Americans face from the mayor and the city of New York. When the city created a preference for women and people of color doing business with the city called MWBE, Asian Americans were included. Now, professional service businesses did so well, they no longer needed the benefit. One of the saddest moments of my life is when I learned Asian American professional service companies lost so much business because of discrimination that we had to add them back to the MWE program, which I did as Local Law 174 of 2019. So if you are an Asian American business owner who is joining us at ASAAL, we now have $16 billion in contracts for which you now qualify for a preference. Now, representation matters, and we need more women in office, more women of color in office, and we need more South Asian American representation. That's why I was proud to have endorsed Jennifer Rajkumar for Assembly. And in all honesty, it was because of her hard work, her showing up, and being willing to stand up for marriage equality, choice, and people of color in her district and throughout the state of New York. As we celebrate this 13th annual convention with a theme of the new normal, embracing change, I hope that it looks a lot different than the old normal. For me, that starts with a worker-led recovery, which means paying human service workers at nonprofits doing business with the city a prevailing wage. That's why I authored Introduction 2137. The new normal should also see more representation from communities of color on community boards. And with your support for Manhattan Borough President in 2021, I hope we can see the Alliance of South Asian American Labor well represented on community boards. Together, we can win a just and equitable recovery that will make a Manhattan a borough for all of us. Thank you so very much for having me.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite one of my own very close elected officials in New York State Assembly, Alicia Heineman. Alicia Heineman, you know, I can give a little bit of time because we both used to work at the State Education Department. Now she's elected officials. I'm still there as union leader. Alicia Heineman, without further delay, I would like to invite our Assemblywoman, Alicia Heineman. Please unmute yourself, Alicia. Alicia, she was waiting a long time. Yep, I will go to the next one. So I would like to invite now, you know, I did not see him one convention missing. Every ASAAL meetings, the National Convention or any special meetings, Assemblyman David Oeprin is there from 8024 in Queens. I would like to invite ASAAL good friend, David Oeprin. Please unmute yourself, Assemblyman David Oeprin. Please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Assalamu alaikum. It's a great, I don't think I've missed, as was pointed out, any one of your 13 conventions, and I've certainly always been there. I'm so proud that I represent ASAAL's headquarters in Queens on Hillside Avenue, but more importantly, I represent Maf Mazeda and Jamila Uden. Jamila is my state committee woman. I was involved in helping get her elected. And of course, I've been associated with Maf and Mazeda, who has done so much for the Muslim community, for the South Asian community for so many years. We fought together on the steps of City Hall and everywhere else to get halal and kosher food for our students in the school system. And we made sure that there was a halal option for every one of the food distributions during this pandemic. I want to congratulate your honorees, Gregory Floyd, John Huslop, and of course, Ambassador Siddiqui. I have so many friends here, and it's only Mahfoudin and ASAAL that can really bring together the entire city and state of New York and elected officials from all over the country as well for this convention. Obviously, I have so many friends at this convention, and I can't single everybody out, but I just want to let you know that I've been fighting. I was in the city council for 8 years when I chaired the finance committee for all of those 8 years. I've been in the assembly now in Albany for 11 years, been chair of the corrections committee, been fighting for criminal justice reform. But I've also fought in the city council and after that as well to have the public schools recognize the Eid holidays. I had legislation way back when with Senator Robert Jackson when he was in the city council to recognize the Eid holidays. We brought one of the first Eid events to City Hall. We brought the first Diwali event. I brought the first Diwali event with Councilman then John Liu to City Hall. So we've been so involved with the South Asian community. I'm so proud that I represent so many South Asians in my assembly district. Probably at least 35% in that community is so diverse, and we've been fighting for South Asian issues. You fought tooth and nail with me for our religious garb bill, which took us quite a few years to pass. I passed it in the Senate, in the Assembly first for about 7-8 years in a row, but we could not get it passed in the Senate until Senator John Liu took it over and it passed in the Senate. And it's now the law of the land, prohibiting discrimination in all employment, public or private, for our Sikh brothers wearing turbans and long beards, our Muslim women wearing hijabs and head coverings. So many people have benefited from this law. As many of you know, I announced this past week for New York City Controller. I'm hoping to represent the South Asian community all over the city. And of course, I think my background as chair of the Finance Committee for 8 years, as Deputy Superintendent of Banking for New York State for 4 years, and having an extensive private sector Wall Street career in municipal finance will stead me well in this upcoming crisis that we have with major billion-dollar deficits. So we all have to work together, but I know with the help of labor, with all of you at the table, we will get beyond this fiscal crisis. Thank you for once again inviting me, and I'm looking forward to next year's convention in person.
Thank you, David O'Eprin. Without further delay, I would like to invite Alicia Heineman from Assembly District 29 in Queens. Alicia, please, you are on, unmute and on.
Thank you, Mohammed, and good evening, everyone. I think that, as the saying goes, everything's been said, but not everyone has said it, and that saying has probably been said also.
Thank you.
Hi, Maf. I am always encouraged in attending ASAAL events because before I ran for office, I was part of the PEF union. And before that, I was undocumented and became a citizen after I had my first daughter. And I just want to tell you how impressed I am with ASAAL and the work you've done around the country and making sure that we've changed who is a resident at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So with that, I'm encouraged also with the women who I see in these rooms, because as I know, when we work together, we make sure we get the job done, and it takes all of us. So this year, I'm happy that we passed. Can someone please press mute? I'm happy that we passed the Healthy Terminals Act, and I'm happy that we passed Juneteenth, because I'm telling you, when we work together in these rooms, as we've learned how to do this through COVID, as you have stood on the front lines and protected us, I'm telling you, we can get this done. And just because we've changed who's in the White House does not mean we don't keep pushing forward for a real immigration plan so that people can come to this country and contribute and make sure their families are protected. So to all of you, I wish you happy holidays. Let us take nothing for granted. Let us continue to lift up our brothers and sisters who we know needs our help on the front line. And I'm always going to be here to support the South Asian population in my district in South Jamaica, because I know as immigrants how hard we work together. I encourage you all that as we close out this year, and as we open the new year, that we'll be steadfast and powerful in our steps towards making sure our president does right by us. New York is where everyone wants to be, and we want to make sure that everyone who's here is contributing has an equal share in this society. Thank you all. ASAAL, keep up the tremendous work as you open more chapters around the country. Thank you very much for your work, and good night, everyone.
Now it is my honor to invite our state senator from Senatorial District 32, the Bronx, ASAAL friend, the Bangladesh, her South Asian people's friend, Honorable Luis Sepulveda. Luis, you are on, unmute and take your time, please.
Thank you so much. I want to also thank Mahfoudine, who is a legend in the South Asian community and in the labor community. The great work that you do, the great work that ASAAL does is something that no one should ever forget. So I want to thank them, and I want to thank all the honorees. I want to give a shout out to Amanda Farias, the State Committee woman for the 87th District, who's on the call, working with us to make sure that we improve the lives of the people in our community. I have a very close relationship that goes beyond politics with the South Asian community. I had the honor of bringing a delegation of 5 senators to Bangladesh in October of 2019. And the experience was something that I will never forget. It certainly helps me understand the community, the culture, the beauty of their country, of Bangladesh. And I encourage all my colleagues to take an opportunity to go there one day. But over here, we're facing many, many struggles. Our communities, our immigrant community, our Black and brown communities suffered the devastation of COVID more so than any other communities. And what saddens me is that they represent a large portion of the people that passed away because of poor health, because of poverty. And we weren't able to provide enough for them to help that community, who were many essential workers who put their lives on the line. And so now when we see what's happening with the second wave, when we see that we're going to have to deal with an economy in many of our communities where we have poverty, we're going to have to deal with health issues. We have to deal with making sure that people don't lose their homes or their apartments. All these things we have to seriously consider now and stand together with our brothers in labor to put an incredible amount of force on any level of government to make sure that we consider all revenue options. If that means that we have to take into consideration taxing the wealthiest citizens in our state to make sure that people don't go hungry, or people get evicted, or people lose their mortgages, then that's a choice that we may have to make. But we're going to need all of the effort and leadership of our brothers and sisters in labor to make sure that this happens. I want to congratulate all the honorees, and I want to give a shout out also to our leader, Senator Stuart Cousins. If anybody wants to know about how to run a conference with dignity and respect and compassion, and just as important, with success, then look no further than the work that Senator Stuart Cousins has done as the leader of our conference. We had a lot of people that helped us pass very pro-immigrant bills last session. I had the honor of sponsoring the Green Light Bill, which gave undocumented immigrants the right to obtain a driver's license, and the DREAM Act, which will allow many of our undocumented children who have gone through our school systems to be able to get funds to go to college. And even though there were many people that were part of the success of this very pro-immigrant legislation, none of it would not have been possible without the leadership of Andrew Stuart Cousins. So please, let's work together for a better future. ASAAL, continue to do the work that you do in our community, and a vibrant, emerging political force in our state. And I pledge that I will continue to work with you to improve the lives of the people that represent. And to me, it's an honor to speak today. And remember, Maf, my name is really Luis Bai in this community.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Luis. Thank you very much. Now, it is my honor and privilege to bring, to the best of my knowledge, only Muslim City Council member in New York City, our friend, Danik Miller. Please welcome City Council member Danik Miller from Queens. Please unmute yourself.
Assalamu alaikum. Turn that down more.
Walaikum salam. Can you speak up a little bit?
Yes, I'm going to speak up. I got to have my mom turn the television.
Okay, go ahead. Unmute yourself, please. Yeah. Uh-oh. Unmute yourself. We cannot hear you. Unmute, please.
You're still muted. Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu
alaikum. Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. It is a pleasure to be here with ASAAL this evening. Forgive me, I'm here visiting mom and holding on the line. But I just want to say It is a pleasure to be a part of the 13th convention. Have been a part of probably all of the conventions in some capacity in my professional
Mr. Miller, we can barely hear you. I think because of mask.
Have been a part of ASAAL organization, not just a convention, for a great deal of the 13 years. In my professional life, whether it was as a president business agent or as an elected official, the work that ASAAL has done and the partnership that we have had, I'm very, very grateful for that. But more importantly, the work that you continue to do on behalf of working families throughout the city of New York. And because of the voice that ASAAL has raised, it is evident by all the elected officials and all the folks that are on part of this convention this evening that we are hearing that voice. You know, Dr. King said that all labor that uplifts humanity has dignity and should be undertaken with painstaking excellence. That is what ASAAL and the members of ASAAL do each and every day. And so I'm just here to say that I will continue to work with you as the chair of the Committee on Civil Service and Labor, as well as the co-chair of the Black, Latino, and Asian Caucus. We are your partner. We are here to serve and work with you, and we look forward to standing with ASAAL in the future. We just ask that everyone stay safe, continue to social distance, wear masks, and so that we come out, inshallah, on the other side, doing great things in 2021. So I look forward to working with all of ASAAL, the leadership. Congratulations to my contemporaries in labor for the great work that you are doing, Dr. Thank you for the work that you have done in representing New Yorkers, and look forward to working with you all in the future. Peace and blessings.
Okay. Now, thank you, Danik Miller, for your remarks. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite our Assemblywoman, who is well known in Bangladeshi communities and South Asian communities from Bronx. They call her Karina Afa. I would like to invite our Assemblywoman, Karina Rice, from 8087 in Bronx. Karina Rice. Are you there, Karina? Are you there, Karina Rice? She was there. She was waiting a long time. I think I need to. Okay. Now it is my honor and privilege. Another individual, another Assemblywoman from Bronx. We all know her. She is well known in our community. It's not only the South Asian community, all New York City, including New York State. Natalia Fernandez. She has been waiting a long time. I'm sorry, Natalia. Please go on. Our Assemblywoman from Bronx, 8080. Assembly District 80, New York, Bronx. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me here. It has been a really great time listening to the great words and really enjoying the energy. Last year's convention was fun. There was a lot of people in the room, and I feel the same love here. So this is almost no different. So good job tonight. But much like many of my colleagues said, this has been a tough year, but still a successful year, especially for the South Asian community. We've had great wins. I'm excited to have Jennifer Rajkumar join me. We were colleagues back in the governor's office. And congratulations to Kevin Thomas and Jeff Spooner from upstate. So big things are happening, and we have to keep this momentum going because we are in a place right now that we've never been before. 9 months in, yes, but there's still some unknown to how this pandemic is going to continue. But with the partnerships of us here, us leaders and labor fighters and everyone, we can really make the change that we know is needed. I'm excited to continue to fight for food insecurities. We've seen tremendous changes in our neighborhoods. Families who've never suffered before are suffering, and there is help that we need to provide. Our federal partners, I'm proud of them. They've been fighting so hard, and I'm confident that we will get that assistance here from our federal government and also in the state. There's things that we can do too, and we will get them done. So I'm excited to continue this work. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for your support. Since day one, ASAAL has been a great support to me, and I'm honored to have the beautiful, diverse district that I have with a great growing South Asian community. So let's keep this up. Let's get the momentum moving and to a better and great new year.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Mark Mesbauddin to introduce a few people. Mark Mesbauddin, you are on.
Yes, we will continue few more presentation from the elected officials. I know South Asian, you are hungry, but let me tell you the food that you are getting through these elected officials. Natalia did not mention she's running for the borough president of the Bronx, and we will see her soon. So with that note, I want to bring our own Ron Kim, Assembly District 40 from Flushing area, Queens. Ron Kim, you are there? Please unmute.
He was there for a long time.
Hello, hello.
Is he there?
Yes.
I'm here. Thank you.
Yes, you're the best.
Good to see you, Muff. How are you?
Good to see you.
All right. Good to see so many of my colleagues and so many familiar faces tonight. Muff, all the honorees, congratulations. I've been in that boardroom and I've had a number of uncomfortable conversations throughout the years as I came in and talked about how we must break up Amazon to protect our city and how we should cancel student debt and pushed a number of issues. And every time, Muff, you didn't shy away from any of those discussions. And you stood with us 2 years ago when we were the first ones in City Hall to hold that sign to say cancel student debt for 1 million New Yorkers. And guess what? Joe Biden is taking it seriously and he's going to get it done for us. And thanks to Congressmember Grace May, I know she's still here, a number of other elected officials, including Chuck Schumer, who's now on board, we're getting these progressive issues heard for working families throughout the city and the country. And Muff, you've also, and everyone else have stood with us every time there was a cab driver, an Uber driver, a Lyft driver who was hurt. We held rallies. We made sure that we had a platform and a voice to push back and to let everyone know that this is not okay. So thank you for your advocacy. But now I think I just want to spend 1 minute because we have a crisis and we need to have more uncomfortable conversations about what we need to do, not just wait for the federal government, but as a state. What kind of policies and bills we need to put together to tax the rich and the ultra wealthy class of the state of New York. We are still the wealthiest state, $1.7 trillion economy. Whenever you hear the news of people leaving and Goldman Sachs, don't buy into that. Have courage. We can hold the ultra wealthy accountable and get the revenue we need for the next few years. So I look forward to working together and making sure we protect the labor and making sure that in this great city of ours, we have social and upward mobility for all Americans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate. You know, South Asian, most of them don't know. Nobody represents South Asian the way Ron Kim does. Ron Kim is the reason why South Asian is becoming familiar in upstate, in the assembly area, in the legislative areas. He is the one, 5 years ago, he brought the bill that Taxi Workers Protection Act, where ASAAL was there with him standing shoulder to shoulder. So I want all South Asian to know 103 of them are still on. No, this is Ron Kim. It is his work that became our fight. Ron, we are with you all the way.
Mark, if I can get just one sentence to add, Ron work. I remember when it was attack on Muslim women due to hijab, and our community was in panic or it. Ron said loudly that he will walk with Muslim women to subway, to and from, and he will not tolerate any kind of violence against Muslim or Indian people, South Asian people. Thank you, Ron, for your whole leadership. We owe you a lot. You made us proud. Thank you.
The next speaker is none other than Latrice Walker, Assembly District from Brooklyn, and she is also the chairwoman for Black, Latino, and Asian caucus. I think she enjoyed that. I enjoyed her chairmanship every year when I go. Thank you very much, Latrice. hanging for so long. Thank you.
No problem, Maf. You know, anything for you and my good friend Mazi. So of course you give her all of my love. While I love you, but I love her best because one of the things that she has always been able to do was to share in the essence of democracy. And we are celebrating on this evening's call the elevation of so many individuals to the halls of our state legislature. And we recognize how important diversity is. But that doesn't just happen overnight. A lot of people will wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I want to run for office. But there is a lot of work that takes place in the background over the course of many, many, many years. And that is the work that ASAAL has been doing in order to get us to this point. Making sure that voting rights is something that's real, it's efficient, it's accessible, and it's available to all New Yorkers. Making sure that all of our voting materials are produced in languages that everyone will be able to understand so that participation can be universal and across the board. And so while we are taking a victory lap, we recognize that our voting rights, in particular for, let's say, for most Americans, may have taken us 400 years to achieve, but it will take us an eternity to protect. And this is not a fight that any particular group has a monopoly on. We must work together in order to ensure that our democratic rights are something that's protected. We see that democracy is under siege right now. I applaud the Supreme Court, though we thought that the Supreme Court was going to take an action that was predatory to American democracy, but they stood up for the tenets of freedom, justice, and equality. And so I want to celebrate ASAAL today and all of the great work that you have been doing to make sure that the franchise, that the vote is something that continues to be protected, and also to make sure that people are actually participating in government. It's the one thing that sets us apart from so many other places across the world. And so congratulations to you. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for all of the support that you've given me, even this little, Black girl from Brownsville who had this vision of wanting to be in the New York State Assembly. And I could not have done it without you, without your words of encouragement. I didn't have a whole lot of support when I first ran, but I had you, and I am honored. And it's a privilege to be able to stand in support. So God bless each and every one of you. And I am Assembly Member Latrice Walker, and I look forward to continuing to serve and to work with you. And thank you so much also for making sure that you're at every caucus weekend. And I hope I have made you proud. God bless you.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Next is City Council Member Vanessa Gibson. And then after that is Farah Lewis, then Helen Rosenthal.
All right. Hey, everyone. Good evening. Grace and peace to all of you. Assalamu alaikum, my brothers and sisters. It's good to see you, my friend. Thank you, Ma, for all of your work, for your leadership, your commitment, to Brother Muhammad, to all of the members of ASAAL, to all of our various chapters of ASAAL, to our honorees tonight. I want to congratulate you. Thank you to President Greg Floyd and President John Islip, as well as our Ambassador Siddiqui. God bless you and congratulations on a phenomenal job. We are grateful to join together virtually for this annual convention. I am Councilmember Vanessa Gibson of District 16 in the Bronx, and I join with all of my colleagues in government at every single level in just really saluting our honorees tonight, saluting the work of ASAAL each and every day during this pandemic, the most challenging time that we have faced in modern society. You have been out there in the trenches. Our essential workers and first responders and frontline workers, men and women of color, have been out there sacrificing themselves to make a difference. And we are so grateful. We have a lot of work to do while we celebrate and recognize so much success. All of the great work of ASAAL, our brothers and sisters in the labor movement. We know that turbulent times lie ahead. This COVID-19 pandemic has been a major setback for all of us here in New York City, and certainly communities of color, African American, Latinos and Latinas, Asian Americans and Native Americans. We have faced COVID head on, and many of our brothers and sisters have not survived. But I am reminded of the beauty of collaboration, of fellowship, and the fact of the matter is that for all of those neighbors and brothers and sisters that we've lost, their deaths should not be in vain. We have to remind ourselves that we have to continue to do this work. No matter what title we have in front of our name, we are all children of God, and God is using us for a time such as this to make a difference. And so I want to thank you, ASAAL. I want to thank you, Maf, for all the work you do, as well as in DC 37 and Local 1407. All of our labor leaders, shout out to President Sean D. Francois the first. I love your energy, my friends. Really, all of the great work that is happening. The New York City Council is proud to call all of you our friends and our allies. We have been with you during so much over the last several months, fighting for affordable housing, responsible development, which equals good jobs, protecting the fabric of our community, our seniors and elders, our children, our families, our small businesses, the universal right to counsel that we passed that provides free legal representation for families facing eviction, all of the things we have to do to create a real pathway to the working and middle class, supporting union jobs, permanent jobs, so families can be stabilized. In my borough of the Bronx, 1 in every 4 residents lost their income and lost their employment. They're falling behind in rent. We've seen higher levels of food insecurity. The long lines at food pantries and soup kitchens does not go unnoticed and unrecognized. It means that people are hurting. Our people are hurting. This COVID-19 has exacerbated a lot of the challenges we have faced. Underlying health conditions like asthma and heart disease and obesity and diabetes, all preventable diseases. So as Senator Jackson and others have talked about food insecurity and focusing on our healthcare infrastructure, making sure that residents have access to affordable and low-cost healthcare, these are all the basic necessities that we have to fight for every single day in our work. And so the New York City Council and the Women's Caucus, we have now added a 13th member, which we're grateful for. And tonight you have 4 of the members of the Women's Caucus. And so the women are united like never before, focusing on maternal mortality and maternal morbidity and infant mortality, so many issues that have a real impact, a disproportionate impact on women and women of color, women and our children, fighting for gender equity and all the things that we fundamentally know we should. I was proud, as many of you know, to join with many of my colleagues to make sure that we provided the pilot program for halal and kosher meals in New York City public schools. I was also a part of the 10-year journey to achieve the Eid celebrations in our public schools so that our students have a chance to observe their holiday. And I am a good friend within my community, the Muslim community, the West African community in my district. I visit the masjids all the time. And so I want to remind all of you that our work is not done. This has been a major setback, but every setback is preparation for a comeback. We have to come back stronger, healthier, like never before. And we need each and every one of you. We need our brothers and sisters in labor. We need all of our leaders, elected officials. We need the people on the ground. We need ASAAL and all of the chapters. We need each and every one of you to work with us so we can achieve these mutual goals on behalf of all New Yorkers. So I salute you, ASAAL. Thank you for the work you've done. Everything you've done has truly been about elevating and uplifting the voices of the South Asian community, and we are grateful for that. All of the new elected officials that are coming into the state Senate, the state assembly, as well as the city council, we look forward to working with all of you. Ma, thank you again for all of your work. You know you have a friend in all of us, and you know, as your sister from the Bronx, I am always with you every step of the way. I love and appreciate you, and certainly I thank you. Continued blessings to all of you, and happy holidays to each and every one of you, to all of you in the struggle. Our work is not done. Let's keep up the great work on behalf of every New Yorker. Happy holidays. Assalamu alaikum, my brothers and sisters.
Thank you very much. And think I just gave a order. I will change a little bit because Senator Brian Benjamin is waiting there for a long time, and he don't know how much I know about him. So that is why I want to tell him that yes, you are the senator. You are the Harlem, Brian Benjamin.
Thank you so much, Marv. I want to thank for having me. I want to give a special shout out to a longtime friend, D. Francois I. My mom worked at that local her whole life. To all of the honorees, President Heislip, Ambassador Siddiqui, and another person I can mention to me, Greg Floyd from Teamsters Local 237. Congratulations for all of your hard work. I'm so proud of all the things that you have done. I'll be brief because this feels like this has got another couple hours to it. So let me just say a couple of things real quick. One, it has been a pleasure of mine to stand with a number of South Asian folks who have run for office when it wasn't sexy. When Kevin Thomas, who we announced earlier, ran, I was the first person to come out and help him. I raised money for him. I gave support to him. I brought volunteers for him. And one of the things that, you know, has been one of the treasures of my life has been helping another South Asian person, Kamala Harris. When she announced for president, I was the first New York elected official to support her. And I say that because it's important as we talk about a new normal. Yes, there's been the new normal of the pandemic has been something that we've had to deal with and each other. And, you know, I think standing up to support Kamala Harris, standing up to support folks like Jeremy Cooney, we have got to help each other grow our representation so that we can focus on some of the important issues. Was mentioned earlier, you know, right now we're in the middle of economic crisis, a revenues crisis. I'm the chair of the Budget and Revenues Committee in the state, and so I've been working hard with my colleagues, try to come up with a package to help bring revenue, much needed revenues to the state, looking from a range of resources to get there, and we will make that happen. And lastly, let me just say, I am running for New York City Controller. I have the background. I went to Brown undergrad, Harvard Business School. I'm a son of immigrants. My mom is from Guyana. My dad's from Jamaica. And, you know, I will help the next mayor of this city grow this economy. That's what we got to do. We got to bring jobs back to New York City, and we've got to make sure that education is top of the line. We have the right workforce development for all of our citizens so that everyone can get an opportunity to be a part of the economy and get the opportunity to work in labor. Labor and we have to make sure
he's
all labor gets supported needs, and that's what I'm committed to doing. So I'll stop there because I know
we lost him.
I think his network is not working. Senator,
I think he has a low band, so that's why it's poor quality.
Yeah. Mabai, go ahead.
Yes.
Oh, the top of a pineapple.
Mark, unmute yourself.
Yes, yes. I thought that you hear me anyway. I am so loud. So without any further ado, Farah Lewis, Brooklyn Council District 45. Farah, you are there?
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is Councilmember Farah Lewis, representing the 45th Council District, which is home to a large South Asian community here in Brooklyn. I'm also the co-chair of the Women's Caucus for the City Council. I want to recognize my co-chair who spoke earlier, Vanessa Gibson, and the amazing Women's Caucus members that are on this evening who fight continuously for women and gender equity in New York City. I appreciate all of their staunch advocacy. And I also want to salute all my colleagues who are here this evening in government. I want to thank ASAAL for extending the invitation to attend your 13th annual convention. This is my second convention since I got elected in 2019. I want to thank ASAAL for all of your support. And I want to commend your members for all they do. I want to take all the time to recognize National President Maf Uden and for all your hard work. And I'm glad to see President Sean Francois joining us as well. Congratulations to this evening's honorees, President Floyd, President Hyslop, and Ambassador Sadiq.
I got it.
And we cannot be effective if we do not continue to fight for our essential workers. This is the work that we're doing here at the City Council. We know how important labor is. They are an integral part to shaping our city's future and rebuilding our economy, and they are our true heroes. As a city, we continue to combat the pandemic. We have to notice how devastating this pandemic has been to all of our communities as a whole. And I've been inspired by New Yorkers that continue to pivot and embrace change and the new normal. I want to thank my colleague, Congresswoman Clark, and all of my colleagues across the city of New York, but also in my district who joined me to address the food insecurity issues we've had in the district and supporting efforts to address the digital divide we have here in the city, but particularly in my district regarding education and supporting our scholars and educators and parents who struggled during the pandemic to provide support to their children. So as council member, I'll continue to join my colleagues to advocate and fight for all essential workers and their protections. So let's join together and continue to educate, advocate, elevate our community. Happy holidays to all and stay safe. Thank you so much, Maf.
Or mute yourself, Ma. Or mute yourself.
Oh, yes. Helen Rosenthal, City Council District 6, Manhattan.
Great, thank you so much, Maf. I'm just honored to join you this evening. I've been watching so many politicians thanking ASAAL with a specific focus on your efforts to grow your political gravitas. Well, congratulations on that. There are over 50 politicians waiting to speak here tonight just to thank you for all of your hard work and on your 13th annual convention today. But in particular, I want to thank the women in our communities tonight. Huge kudos to New York State Assemblywoman Jennifer Rajkumar. Phenomenal victory. It's exciting to see a quarter of the Women's Caucus in the City Council here, Adrienne Adams, Vanessa Gibson, and Farah Lewis. And I'd like to give a special shout out to the South Asian women running for the New York City Council in 2021. Shahana Hanif, Felicia Singh, Mumita Ahmed, I knew that, Mumita Ahmed, Badrun Khan, Soma Saeed, Nita Jain, Jaslyn Kerr, Deepti Sharma, Lakshmi Gopal, and Fatima Baryab. Please keep an eye out for these women and send them some love. I'm so excited to see them putting in the work and working together on their path to victory. Congratulations again, Maf and Mohammed, and thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for coming. And just to introduce someone from Bangladesh, He has started Bangladesh chapter 3 years ago because we could not yet go there officially to bring him on, but he then created many other chapters within Bangladesh, and also he helped create chapter in Malaysia. And this man just is still recovering from COVID. But he decided to leave the hospital and to come home and to join with us. Shahadat Hussain from Bangladesh. Are you there, my brother? Can you open and talk?
Actually, I am very much sick, you know. I am attacking COVID-19 10-20 days. And just yesterday night, I come to Dhaka, come to Bangladesh and in a house. So I am very much happy to introduce me in the ASAAL. So, you know, ASAAL is working in Bangladesh very slowly. We hope in future time we are coming very fastly. So thank you very much for remember me, Mr. Maaf and Mr. Chaudhary. Thank you very much for your, and please, you say all the brothers or sisters or pray me or recover my pandemic. So thank you very much.
We do. Thank you. God Spirit. In God's Spirit, inshallah, you will be recovered soon. Much more prayer to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sadat Bhai. Thank you. You participate even you are sick. Thanks for the participation.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm here. Okay, please keep yourself mute after you finish.
Thank you very much.
Now it is my honor to introduce one of our city council member who is the chairman of New York City Transportation Subcommittee, Usanewsonline Rodriguez. Please welcome Mr. Rodriguez, city council member.
Unmute, please.
Are you there? Please unmute and speak.
Ganesh Rodriguez, are you there?
I saw him several times. Okay, so I will go next. If he comes, we will try to honor him. So now I would like to introduce our Adrian Adams, City Council 28.
27.
I think 28.
Oh,
28?
Yeah.
Good.
Are you there?
Thank you so much, Mohammed.
Yes, she's there. She's there. She's there.
I'm so sorry. You have been waiting long time. Patiently. My apologies.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much. And it is just 28. Good evening to you, Mohammed. Good evening to you, Ma. A pleasure. Thank you so very much for this 13th wonderful convention of ASAAL. ASAAL, you know that you're near and dear to me since day one. There was just something about our initial meeting in your hillside headquarters some years ago where you decided to take me under your wing and put your faith in me and put your faith in my face. And to that and for you, I am eternally grateful. Good evening to the one and only President Sean D. Francois, Local 372. Always props to our great friend, all of our colleagues in government, particularly to my Congresswoman, Grace Ming. Good to see you. And to the wonderful, wonderful Assembly member that now shares an Assembly district right next door to me. And we've had many, many events together already. The amazing Jennifer Raj Kumar. Welcome, my sister.
Yes, I did.
Into the wonderful world of governance. Thank you so very much. For those that don't know, I am a Teamsters baby. And I grew up in a union home. Unions are near and dear to my heart. My dad drove an 18-wheeler for 37 years, and I lost him a few months ago in the midst of a pandemic. I was unable to see him. I was unable to touch him. I was unable to express my love to him one-on-one. I speak with his memory deep in my heart often, particularly tonight, particularly at this event where ASAAL, you are celebrated and you are celebrating so many momentous moments of victory for union. I share that with you in the name of my father, Irvin Eady. I share that with you. His victories in driving that 18-wheeler that he named Trigger for 37 years. He retired and then went back because he loved driving so much. I am a Teamsters baby, and I particularly congratulate your honoree, Greg Floyd, tonight, our homie from Southeast Queens, for well-deserved honoring, and all of the honorees. It has been my particular honor to represent a district that has been forgotten for so very long, one of the most diverse districts, particularly for South Asians in the entire borough of Queens, if not the city of New York. It was my wish and my promise to make sure that the South Asian community was recognized as never before. So I sit here very proud to tell you that under my leadership as council member for the 28th district, we have put our South Asian community on the map, literally, in the co-naming of several streets thus far, and we're just getting started. Over the past year and then some, we have co-named parts of Richmond Hill and South Ozone Park already in honor of Correction Officer Jonathan Nareen, Guyanese born. His death was tragic a couple of years ago, and he was the first Guyanese ever commemorated with a street co-naming. Last month, it was my honor to co-name Punjab Way on one street of 101st, and we named last week or week before Gurdwara Street, again, in honor of our wonderful temples in Southeast Queens and in my community in District 28. We are looking forward to in 2021, and we're looking at the legislation today to sign those bills to co-name now 92 different spots across the city of New York. And I am so proud that I will have a few on the list once again. We are going to get Little Guyana Avenue done for District 28. Finally, Hill, we're doing Little Guyana Way. We're going to do it. It's already done. It's already in legislation. I'm going to proudly sign that bill. So I don't want to keep you too long tonight, but I just wanted to express my pride in being a staunch leader for the Southeast Queens and South Asian community. I congratulate all of my sisters, as was just said, who is running right now for elective office. I wish you well. You are the wind beneath our wings out here. We're going to continue in the Women's Caucus to do what we have to do to empower women across this country, across this city, and across our districts to know that we are here. We're not going anywhere. We're just getting stronger and stronger by the day, by the minute, by the hour, by the year, by the century. We are going to continue to build our coalition as women. We are going to continue to represent you well, even though we're low in number in the Women's Caucus of the New York City Council. We are mighty in voice. We're going to continue to stand up and make you proud of us, do the work that we're supposed to do. And lastly, I will just let you know that I was just appointed to chair the Public Safety Committee following the new borough president, Donovan Richards. I am so proud to follow in his able footsteps on the Public Safety Committee for the New York City Council as I continue to co-chair the Black, Latino, and Asian Caucus of the New York City Council with my co-chair, Danique Miller. Good night. Assalamu alaikum.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I will call two more people, and then all those city council candidates, those who are there, please stay. Each one of you will say for a minute only, because you will say who you are, what district you are running, and your vision in one sentence. So the next speaker is none other than Ibrahim Khan. He's the Chief of Staff for the Attorney General. He is a South Asian, he is a ASAAL, and he makes us proud every day. He is the co-chair for Donovan Richards transition team. So without any further ado, Ibrahim Khan.
Hello,
For a minute.
And assalamu alaikum to everybody on. It is good to virtually see everybody. Usually I like to be in person. It's an honor to be here. I've been associated with ASAAL since both early in my career and early in ASAAL's existence. So thanks to Maf and everybody in our extended family. So I just wanted to be here. I've been here since the beginning. Just so excited, so proud. Every single time an elected official comes up and speaks, I get a little bit more proud than I was the moment before, because I know that they have to come speak to the needs and our communities. And the reason they have to speak for the needs and interests of our community is because of ASAAL. So I'm just so grateful. In my day job as chief of staff for Attorney General Tish James, who spoke earlier, I know I get to partner with all of you, and then I get to come home to Belrose, Queens at night and partner with you again as your neighbor and as your supporter. So just so glad to be here. I know that a number of people who spoke before me referenced the election and what an important part our communities played. The truth is, and the council member spoke right before me can attest to this, is that we don't just play an important part on the national front, but we also play an important part on the local front. And so all of us have to continue to speak up and speak out, be counted out and be counted in, and make sure that our voices are heard. It begins with conversations like these, but it continues to and through Election Day. So thank you to all of you. Thank you to Uncle Maf for looking out for me and for all of us. And I am very, very grateful and very, very cognizant that I would not be in my position were it not for people far more courageous and talented than me who put me on their shoulders. So I'm humbled and I'm grateful to be with you, and I'm here for you forever with whatever you need, and just proud of every single stride our community continues to make. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. The next speaker is my friend. People get surprised how she became my friend, because her sister was my member for over 20 years when all attorneys within our jurisdiction made. She said she can win that case. And indeed, she won against City of New York. Cheryl Fettig, district leader. Cheryl, are you there? 1 minute.
Thank
Waiting.
you, Mom.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Unmuted?
Yes.
Unmuted. Thank you. I did not expect, with all of the dignitaries speaking, that you would have time for me. But thank you so much, Maf.
That is how friendship works.
I'll just say very briefly, we had a very tough case against the City of New York, and the union believed that we would lose. But I said, I have another way. And Maf backed me and backed the employee, and we fought. And the employee in question, and he's already mentioned it was my sister, we took on the City of New York. There were 15 different lawyers against us, and she's still working for the City of New York. So thank you very much, Maf. But I've been working with ASAAL. I am now, I believe, the legal affairs vice president for the New Jackson Heights chapter. And thank you. I hope that we work together. And thank you so very much for all of the help that you gave to Biden and Kamala Harris and the other Democrats that you've helped to get elected. I'm going to say that I am seriously considering running for city council. I have not yet announced. I am still speaking to people, but I'm very, very interested in a career in government. I have a long-term history in my family in the union and labor movement, and for a whole lifetime, going back 100 years, members of my family. And thank you very, very much, ASAAL and Maf and everyone who's been speaking, supporting the needs and the rights of workers, of the labor movement, of people's real needs and concerns. And we certainly need to do that during this pandemic and thereafter, because otherwise, I don't know where we're going to be. We must work together to support people, small businesses and working people. Anyway, thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next person is the district leader from the Bronx. She is also a union leader, and she's running for City Council District 14 from the Bronx. Udelka Tapia. Udelka, are you there?
I'm here.
Yes, yes, I know. I cannot believe it. You were there from day one, from the beginning.
Yes. Thank you, Maf. You are a legend. You are a visionary. We've been friends for so many years. You've been my leader for so many years. You are my union president. You are my treasurer in DC 37. And you've been with me all along. I have run for district leader for so many times, and all the times I have won because of you, because my union. I want to do a shout out to my president, Sean Francois, that is from there, is around there still. Thank you for your support. He's my president in DC 37. And I want to say that this is so amazing what is happening today in our new normal, seeing all these hundreds of members of ASAAL from all over the country and from outside the country, from all the Southeast, coming together with this energy that I never seen in a Zoom meeting. And we are so tired of Zoom meeting, but I haven't gotten tired of this Zoom meeting. I've been here since 3 o'clock, guys, and I haven't gotten tired yet. It's been fantastic. ASAAL has been, I've been a member of ASAAL since it started. I know Matt for so many years. I mean, we've been together and we've been fighting together for our workers, for our labor movement. And I think, I mean, it's an inspiration, and he's a visionary, I mean, of no ever that I had seen before in what he see the future comes and what the future will bring to us. And he's there thinking about it, and he plans, and he strategizes. And I think, I mean, that's the reason we are at the moment that we are so with this fantastic, wonderful participation, that at 9 o'clock, 9:25, we still have more than 100 people just listening to all the people that have to say all the good things about math. Yes, I am running for city council next year, and I'm so glad and happy. And I thank you for the support that you have given me over the years. I wouldn't have done it without you, and I don't think I would do it next year without you. I am really, 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 really very, very from my heart giving you thanks for your support for all this year. Math, you deserve all the credit. Congratulations to all the honorees today. They were wonderful honorees. Thank you, Mohammed, for the work that you do. And to all ASAAL people, I am one of ASAAL. I am not from Southeast, but in my district, I have so many members from Bangladeshi, from South Asia, that I feel that I am part of it, because I mean, I helped one of the groups create a democratic club in my district. But one vice president of my club is Bangladeshi. So I have so many relationships with all of you. And I think, I mean, the work that we've been doing all along, and how we've been empowering our community and our immigrants, I mean, through hard work, is coming together. We're seeing the product, we're seeing the results of the work and the vision of Math Udin. Thank you, Math, for your support. Thank you for your mentorship. You've been my mentor all along. Thank you. Good night. I love you. I love all of you.
Just remember, you are a ASAAL candidate. Okay.
Yes, I know, and I'm so happy.
I just want to bring my own council district 24 in Queens. And this is the first one. Then it was just a few other assemblywomen will go back. Then we'll come back to the city council candidate. But this was been from the beginning till now. Neeta J. She is a PhD holder. She is a doctor. She has been in the community for a long time, and she has been in everything we do, every suffering we face, every problems we encounter, and every issues we want to solve. Nita Jain, City Council District 24 candidate. 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, my brother, Marv. It's been an honor and privilege to be a member of ASAAL and affiliation with you.
Life member.
And it
You're
is
a life member.
Yes, I am a life member. Thanks goes to you. You are the one who inspired me to become a family member with you at ASAAL. And I'm really honored to be one of the members for life. And I will make sure that I will encourage other people to become a member of ASAAL, because what we get on this platform, we don't get that anywhere else. So as you said that, yes, I'm running for a City Council District 24 in 2021, and our special election is coming very soon on February 2nd, and it will be a historic election because this will be the testimony for ranked choice voting in New York City. So this ranked choice voting will be happening first time in our election. As you know, and if you don't know, I'm elected district leader from Queens, Assembly District 25, Part B. I've been also a DNC delegate for Joe Biden and Harris from New York State. I am also a president of Daniel Patrick Moynihan Democratic Club of Queens. Besides that, I also founded an organization called International Ahimsa Foundation, and I'm the president of it, which promotes nonviolence and peace, dignity and respect for all. And that's what aligned with ASAAL. ASAAL is working day and night for these many years to bring the dignity and equality to our laborers. And that's where I stand with them. Besides that, I'm also an advocate for women's rights, especially for women who are victims of domestic violence. So I'm running for City Council to put our communities first, to bring our communities together, to deliver for them at City Council. And I have a long history of bringing different communities together and get their things done. And that is my forte. And I will make sure once I get into the City Council that our schools get fully funded. Yes, I will close it very soon. So our schools should get fully funded, because I have seen during this pandemic, a lot of families, including parents, students, teachers, and administrators are suffering from lack of funding. So I will make sure that we get that. I will make sure that we bring all our fair share for specifically for our South Asian community, which is a hardest hit in this pandemic. The third thing I want to make sure that our small businesses come back on their feet. And the last thing, which is very important, we all know that it is going to affect our communities for a long time, which is mental health and health. So we have to make sure that we get proper mental health and health care to our communities, to bring our communities back on their feet by all means. Thank you so much for having me, and I'm looking forward for your partnership in this election in 2021 to make a history of a first South Asian elect to New York City Council. Thank you once again. Assalamu alaikum. Happy holidays to all. Stay safe and healthy.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Nitaji. Wonderful remarks. I wish you good luck. And let's see what happens. So I'd like to invite Karina Rice, Assemblywoman from Bronx. Karina Rice, I think she's back. Please unmute yourself and say a few words in Bengali, on English or mix. Karina Rice.
Shubha Sanja, everyone.
Shubha Sanja.
I'm so happy to be here. You know, I signed on at 4 when you guys started. I was able to see my local chapter speak. So I want to say hello and a heartfelt happy holidays to Tami Bai and Alauddin Bai, who have become my best Bangladeshi friends. And we do so much work in the community with them. am. So my name is Karina Estrellas. I represent the 87th Assembly District in the Bronx. And I have the second largest Southeast Asian population in the city. And I am so proud because I am now Karina Apa. And I'm so proud of that title. But I have to say, ASAAL has been instrumental in the work that we've done, serving the community, particularly during COVID. I have partnered with ASAAL members to distribute PPE to the Bangladeshi community. They've been able to connect me with so many of our mosques and our masjids. We have done census outreach. From the beginning, we made sure that we hired people from our community, Bangladeshi speaking from our community, members from our community to help us enumerate in the census. They helped us, like I said, during COVID with PPE, they helped us distribute food. And we've had so many ASAAL members and Bangladeshi members of our community also participate in our elections. And work as poll workers so they can help with that language barrier so our community can go out to vote. They were so helpful in organizing us to get an early voting site in the Parkchester community. I am so indebted to the ASAAL members and to my brothers, Alauddin and Tamid Bai. So I'm so happy to be here as part of your 13th convention. Unfortunately, it can't be in person. But I hope to next year, God willing, that we will all be able to share and celebrate in person. Thank you for all your work and all the work that you're doing organizing our community. You had a speaker that's opened up your convention that talked about the political power of organizing immigrant communities and particularly the Southeast Asian community. And you guys have become a force to be reckoned with. And I'm so proud to represent all of you in the assembly. So thank you. And I know it's been a long night. So happy holidays, all of you. Donobad.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate. Let me bring two of our own. Dr. Mujibur Rahman Mujumdar, when we called him, he was in practice because he's a doctor in a medical hospital and college. I think he's also the chair of the department. So he could not be there, but he's now here. Dr. Mujibur Rahman Majumdar is the president of the Kings County Brooklyn Borough Brooklyn chapter. Dr. Mujibur Rahman, you are on unmute. 1 minute.
1 minute. Mujibur, are you there? I just saw a few minutes ago he was.
He has re-entered, I saw. Okay, we go to the next. Same thing, Adan had a class to give at your college. So Adan came at the beginning, then went to the class. Now she's back. Adan Islam, chairperson, Queen's ASAAL.
Good evening, everyone.
Women's Committee.
Good evening, everyone. It is my great honor and privilege and to get a chance to speak in front of all. I would like to mention about my women's committee role, and I would like to urge other women why you should join Women Committee of ASAAL. The rising concern for political underrepresentation of South Asian women and domestic violence, these two issues within the community led us working on political empowerment of women for the last 3 years since the Women's Committee's inception. During the 12th annual convention last year, our main theme was South Asian women ready to lead. And we introduced Jennifer Rajkumar, Nita Jain, Badrun, whatever the Helen Rosenthal mentioned about the women. All women were there in our women committee panel last year. And I would like to mention another thing that we got privilege to work for the Bangladeshis for Biden-Harris committee. And we connected our women committee with that committee, and we worked so hard and we door knocked and everything. And now we proudly can announce announced that we are part of contributing the rising number of South Asian women voters. So it is a win-win situation for us from Women Committee. And for Queens, I would like to mention that Queens chapter always has been a flagship chapter for us. Most of the initiatives were taken from Queens chapter. Women's Committee. In the last Queensboro president election, if Donovan is there, he could recognize us because, you know, from our Women Committee, we worked so hard for Donovan and now he win. Okay, and another thing I would like to mention that the pandemic year, 2020, came as an worst nightmare for South Asian women. You know, the rising concern about domestic violence issue within the South Asian community, you know, has been the core concern of our committee. And you know, most of the South Asian male partner of the household lost their jobs. You know, what heroic decision our women has taken, you will see there is no data, but I would like to mention here that women came out, women partner came out, and then they started working as a home health aid workers. So most of the South Asian women, you know, helped their family to raise, you know, by working in front line during the COVID. So we supported from ASAAL. We had you know, the consensus that we will support throughout the pandemic. So I don't want to, you know, the longer my speech. I'd like to mention another group of Nepali women joined. Thank you so much for joining with us. And I think, you know, Women Committee of ASAAL dreams for an inclusive world where every woman would be able to enjoy, explore, and you know, practice their rights to flourish their potentials. So a big shout out for women, all of women's within ASAAL. Please join with us and be part of the building the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate. I think I just heard that Dr. Mujibur Rahman is back. Would you kindly listen to Dr. Mujibur Rahman for a minute? Dr. Mujibur Rahman, please unmute and speak for a minute because, you know, we have tried 3 times.
Yeah, thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good evening to everybody. It was a wonderful, very successful convention. Thank you, Mabhai, our great leader and the visionary for this ASAAL, and the able leadership of Karim Chaudhary. Thank you all the congressmen and the leaders that came and joined our program and make this program such a successful program. And I thank you all the ASAAL member, all the chapters, that we brought this ASAAL to a different level today, which really make a significant role in the Biden election. Inshallah, hopefully in future, as we always helping our local leaders, congressmen, assemblymen, and everybody, ASAAL will expand further, and that is a jump start, and we'll be able to reach all 50 states with many chapters, and hopefully we'll have a much bigger foot in next, you know, future election, and day by day ASAAL will grow much bigger under the leadership of Mabhai and Karim Bhai. Most of the time I was here, but in between, you know, it's a long convention, so I have to go out for prayer and things like that. So sorry about missing those time. But before I finish, members from my Brooklyn chapter was here, Secretary Khairul was here, Senior Vice President Manik Bhai, you know, was here, and we have few new members. We just announced our new committee, where I have 2 physicians join as a vice president, and another political activist. He was also in this program earlier, and he joined also as a vice president. And we have Azizullah and many other people that came forward and make the Brooklyn chapter a very strong and vibrant chapter. Inshallah, we'll do a much bigger part in future. Thank you again.
Thank you. Our next speaker for a minute Now, free
Yeah.
cash,
Bye. This is Asan.
make
Thanks
Black
for
Lives
giving
Matter,
us.
which is very important. Look, when we say Black Lives Matter, I mentioned to you at the beginning, without them, South Asian would not have been here in this country the way we are now fulfilling our American dream or trying to have the full American dream fulfilled for the rest of us. So we are for police reform. We are not for defund the police. This is a wrong conception. There is nothing to do with Black Lives Matter and the defund the police. It is reform the police. So anyway, without further ado, now Trace Cash from Michigan. Brother, unmute and say.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here in your convention today. I'm glad that I'm here, and I support Dr. MD Rabbi Alam, and I am here from Detroit, Michigan, and I support the Alliance of South Asian American Labor, the Michigan chapter, and the Bangladesh community. And I want to say that Dr. Alam is the president, and you are working closely with Dr. Alam, I understand. And thank you again for having me here. My name is Latrice Cash, and I am a United Precinct delegate. And I was vice chair for the 14th Congressional District. And currently I was reelected as a United Precinct delegate here in the city of Detroit, Michigan. And I plan on continuing to work with Dr. Alam. And I am also on the African American Crisis Coalition, working with formerly incarcerated citizens, male and female, and discussing and trying to address the problems in the Michigan prison system, the Michigan Department of Corrections. And I'm also on the Michigan Women's, what do we call it? The Michigan Women's Coalition, and the Women for Gretchen Whitmer, the governor, Gretchen Whitmer. And so I do a lot of things, and I stay involved in the community in a lot of different coalitions and communities. And that's who I am, and I support your organization and the Bangladesh community. And thank you again for having me. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Going back to the city council candidates, the next speaker is Attorney Suma Said, running for city council where I belong.
Hello.
Suma Said. Unmute and speak for a minute. Only introduction. We are going to have our screening on December 26th. Suma Said, you are on.
She came back. I do not see her.
She came a few times. Yes. Next is Moumita Ahmed. We misprinted in the program, but it's okay. As long as we know who you are. Moumita Ahmed, are you there?
Please mute yourself. Someone's phone is ringing.
Moumita Ahmed, are you there? Another city council candidate, Hilal Sheikh. Hilal Sheikh, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, brother.
Yeah, he's there. He's there.
Okay. My name is Halal Sheikh, running for City Council District 32. I'm a former public school teacher and proud father of three, 2 daughters and 1 son. I'm happy to say that my wife is a physician that served much of our Southeast Asian residents in the Queens community. I am running because, like any other ethnic group, want to leave behind a legacy and history for our young to be inspired to continue to contribute to this great society that we are all a part of. In short, can be assured that with your support, I will make it this time after almost becoming the Democratic nominee in 2017. Also, I was a former public advocate candidate that did great for a first time in that race. We are American. Our children are American. And I will make sure that Southeast Asian life and issue will matter and be at the table of city government once I'm elected. Thank you. God bless all. Thank you, Mafai. Thank you, ASAAL.
Thank you.
All
Thank
of
you very much, Halal. We'll be in touch with you soon. Your District 32, I think most likely, ASAAL, you are ASAAL candidate. Sandra
Thank
Ong.
you.
Sandra, you are on.
I am on. Thank you, Mav. My name is Sandra Ong, and I'm running to be your New York City Council person for District 20, which includes Flushing, Queensboro Hill, Murray Hill, Auburndale, and parts of Fresh Meadows. I'm so happy to be here virtually with ASAAL members. And it's vital we recognize how essential our South Asian American Union workers are to our economy locally and nationally. And it's my honor to be here. My family and I fled the genociders in Cambodia, and we made it here to Flushing, Queens. I was 10 years old. I'm a state committee member, and I work for the Congresswoman Grace Meng. I believe my boss is still here.
Yes. That is why I call you.
Thank you. And I'm an attorney, and I'm an attorney who have represented domestic violence victims in court. I have spent my life representing those who could not speak for themselves, and if elected to the city council, I will continue to do so. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity here to speak tonight.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, yes, very good. Aisha Hernandez Ahmed. When I met her, she said, "Brother, Assalamu alaikum." I was shocked. Aisha Hernandez, are you there? I know it has been a long day,
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, she's there.
How are you?
Aisha, go ahead.
Hi, how is everyone?
Great.
I'm really excited to have been here since the beginning of the program. This is my first time being able to join you. I'm joining you from Puerto Rico. I am a Puerto Rican Muslim. I became a Muslim.
Yes, Puerto Rico has joined.
30 years ago.
She's
I have
joined.
followed the Islam since then. My family accepted Islam, and all my life I've been Muslim. So I am just grateful to have all this family here and listening to everyone. And Mav is my inspiration, and Masida and Jamila and all the families. So I just want to say I am really proud of everyone, and I want to congratulate all the honorees and all the leaders that have spoken. I will definitely be joining you in the future every single time, and not anytime you need me, you can always count on me. I've been in politics many years. I've worked for elected officials. I did the national campaign for Barack Obama in 2008, which was the biggie. That was my favorite. I cried when Barack Obama took office. And I just wanted to be here to share my time with you during this horrific time. And I know families are going through so much in crisis.
Okay.
And I've been able to help from afar. So I thank you all for being able to give me this opportunity to speak, and may Allah bless you. Assalamu alaikum.
Very well. Thank you. Really appreciate. I thought that you were in next door, but you are in Puerto Rico, but still I remember you are the best. I always loved you. You know that. 20 years ago when we met. Okay.
Yes, I love you all too.
Yes. Thank you. Michael Belger. Michael is a member of my local, and he's running from District 18 in the Bronx. Michael, are you there?
Yes, brother. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I'm Michael Belzer. We love you. It is a pleasure to be here again. This convention just keeps getting bigger and bigger. I said to myself before this convention, I said, I wonder if we get on Zoom, will we be able to get through the program in time? And then, of course, we got everybody coming in and sharing just such good news and such positivity about the hard work that everybody is doing, be it in labor, be it in the community, be it on the political level. And that's just what it's going to take. We see this crisis of COVID just taking our neighbors. I'm sorry for everybody who's had loss, workers, co-workers, friends, family members. we have to make sure in 2021 that we're standing up for each other, just like you all have set the example for workers and for our communities to do so. Nobody's going to come to save us. It's going to take us, the workers, the essential people in our society, to do it together. And I know we can. So I really, really thank each and every one of you. I appreciate you. When I see members out in the community, it always gives me a good sense of pride, because I know that you're making the city run, you're making our country stronger, you're bringing our communities closer together. So thank you all. Thank you, Maf, for being the visionary on this. I mean, how many chapters do we have now? Every year it's another chapter, another chapter, another chapter. I can't wait to see how many more chapters we have next year. And I appreciate you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Amanda Farias, a district leader running for the same district, District 18 in the Bronx. Amanda, you're there? Amanda, going once, going twice. Koshio Thomas, never heard about you, never knew about you, but thanks for coming to the convention. And this is how you create pressure.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Udin. I have met you so many times. You might have forgotten me.
I did
but
not
anyway,
forget.
Let me start. ASAAL, especially you and Mr. Chowdhury are kingmakers. Usually when we go to convention, we might see only one king. But here we saw so many kings coming from so many countries. So this is a unification of the world, a mini world, which is the Queens. I'm glad to be here, an attendee in the convention. Now, let me start with the word Vanakkam. Vanakkam is Miss Kamala Harris' grandpa's local language in India, Tamil Nadu, and Besant Nagar. And I got an opportunity to meet her in Manhattan, when she came for the campaign funding, for the election funding. And I spoke to her in Tamil, surprised. She understood. Whatever I said, she understood. What I am saying this is this is an opportunity, land of opportunity. Since 98, I've been in the public. I started working for Mr. Moshid Alam. And then I worked for so many candidates, and every single candidates in Queens and the border of Nassau and Brooklyn also. But anyway, I born in Kerala, brought up in Madras, and I'm a law graduate. I've been in the public, and I am a main organizer, one of the main organizer here in the India Independence Day in Floral Park, Belrose. I'm a member and also office bearer with so many associations. I have a very good experience in public for the past 25 years. I speak Tamil, Malayalam, Hindi, Telugu, little bit of Spanish, and I'm very fluent in English. So multicultural, multilingual, and I think I will be the best person to represent every community in this neighborhood, and we can jointly together lead our community, and we can fight for equal justice. And also, one more thing I want to say is we all now are Americans, so we will go together, work together, and succeed together. Thank you so much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Next
Thank you
is
so much.
Dr. Dilip Nath. Dr. Dilip Nath.
Bye. Thank you. I had to drop off to join another.
No, but still you have been waited a long time. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
It's been great to be with ASAAL. Many years ago, when Mabbai started ASAAL, I was fortunate to be with him.
You're still there.
I'm still with ASAAL. And look, without a labor, we would not be able to think, some of us who are running for the office, because of what ASAAL has been doing, organizing, mobilizing, and giving us a voice so that we can represent our community at the city hall and state and other offices. So I want to pay my tribute to Mahfuddin and all the leadership, Mr. Karim Chaudhry, whom I had the pleasure to meet not too long ago in person. This team is a wonderful team. This is a team where you see the future. The hope lies here. So again, my name is Dilip Nath. I'm running for city council in a special election that is taking place on February 2nd. This will be the first time a ranked choice voting will take place. And I ask everyone to please ask your friend, family member, those who live in 24 to come out and vote their candidate. And I hope and I wish that they will choose me as the number one. And also I would ask that your member will choose me as the number one in the upcoming election. Again, thank you very much. Congratulations to all the honoree. Let's keep up the good work together.
Thank you. As I mentioned to you, all the city council member in District 24, our screening will be December 26th, Saturday, all-day event. I'll let you know, and we'll give you a spot to present your case. Next, Shahana Hanif, running from Brooklyn City Council District. Shahana Hanif, are you there?
I am here. Assalamu alaikum.
And Shahana Hanif, let me introduce her a little bit. She is our women chair in Brooklyn chapter. Welcome to ASAAL family. Go ahead, Shahana.
Thank you so much. Kemal Achen Shobai, good evening. Thank you, ASAAL leaders, members, and friends. I'm so happy to share space with you, especially in this moment. This room is indicative of so much hope and light. I'm Shahana Hanif, born and raised in Brooklyn, and now running for city council in the 39th district, which includes my home community, Kensington, which is also the largest Bangladeshi enclave in all of Brooklyn, alongside Park Slope, Carroll Gardens, Cobble Hill, Gowanus, Windsor Terrace. I come to this work after years of organizing NYCHA public housing residents and bringing working class communities into the fold of our city's housing justice movement. I come to this work after protecting dozens of families against deportations and ISIS attacks through a legal and political education clinic that I run in my neighborhood. During the peak of COVID, like many of you and with many of you, I turned to coordinating mutual aid and raised over $40,000 in survival funds for undocumented Bangladeshis in my district who absolutely received nothing from any level of government. It's so important that we pay attention to 2021 because we need to continue to push our legislators to protect workers and organized labor. Supporting organized labor is an issue that is deeply personal to me. And I'm familiar with the precarity of construction work because my father was a construction laborer and he collapsed from a scaffold. So I'm going to be a huge champion of scaffold law reform. So now more than ever, we must work to protect the dignity of workers, especially working class and essential workers, and against workplace harassment and unjust termination. And I'm so excited to continue that work to make sure that South Asians have a loud and clear voice in the coalition that we're building to protect fair wages, fair work schedules, paid sick leave, family leave, and robust health benefits. So thank you so much for including me in your family. I'm so, so proud to work together. Thank you so much.
Really appreciate. The next speaker is none other than Mamnoon Haq, also running for the City Council district. I think it is the same district.
Yeah, same district.
Okay, Mamnoon Haq, are you there?
He was there.
Yes, I'm here.
Mamnoon Haq, he's there.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to speak. Yes, I'm sitting here like in 3 o'clock as a member of the Alliance of South Asian American Labor.
Mamnoon, can you bring your microphone a little bit closer? And speak up a little bit.
All right. Okay. Do you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Mamnoon Haq. I'm living in Kensington, the district that I'm running for, District 39. And I've been living here like over 26 years and living in this country last 30 years. I'm the face of the community. I work tirelessly for my community for last 26 years. I started as a taxi cab driver in New York City. I have personal experience with the injustice low-income New Yorkers face, and much of our work has involved advocating for drivers. I co-founded the largest taxi cab drivers industry association in the country in order to protect taxi drivers' right, respect, and dignity in the workplace and safety. In 2005, I had been stabbed by a passenger while I was driving taxi cab, and then a lot of the elected officials here talked about it. Even Nazbabai also talked about it. Taxi Drivers Protection Act. This Taxi Drivers Protection Act actually was born from a hospital bed. I strategized this Taxi Drivers Protection Act, and 9 years, me and the Taxi Workers Alliance took fight to pass this bill. Now it is law from 2014. I was involved in the community for a long time. I'm serving in the community board for more than a decade. I serve on the executive board of the community board. I have done so much work in my area, Kensington, where I lived almost my entire American life, last 26 years. I worked with the present council member, partnered with him, participated in every cycle of the participative budgeting, and especially citywide steering committee member. And I helped to allocate millions of dollars in my area, which is really helpful for my community. I have done that. I built the interfaith relationship with Muslim community, Jewish and Christian community in my area. New York City needs a person who does have experience, who did a lot of work for working class people, who can bring this taxi cab drivers business in New York City back. I do have all those policies that what can I do for the New York City taxi cab drivers, Uber drivers, and Lyft drivers. I am experienced. This is my industry. I work as a taxi cab driver for more than 2 decades. Still, sometimes I work part-time on Sunday. So city council need a person like me. And that's why I run for. I have a big support from my community and the local people on my district. So I wish you'll support me, give me a support. And you want to know more about me, please visit my website, Mamnoon, MAMNUN, council, Mamnoon for council.com. Please visit.
Thank you very much for
Thank you so much for giving me a chance to talk here.
Okay.
And I'll catch you up later. Thank you.
Albert Baldeo is an attorney in Queens, very closely related to the work that he does, and he supports ASAAL. He's a light member of ASAAL. Albert Baldeo.
Assalamu alaikum, Hanukkah, and happy Kwanzaa. Yes, man, we do go back a long way since 2000 when no one ever thought about running, no other South Asian. And we had not officially formed the ASAAL. But I knew since then, you always endorsed me, you always encouraged me, you had a common vision. And then Mr. Chowdhury and all the other executives, we now others have proudly stood on our shoulders. And that's the wonderful thing. I wanted to just say at that time in 2001, no one thought about running because they were scared of the system. So we became trailblazers, and your organization with Chet Redko, I want to pay a special tribute to him. He died the other day. And Murshid Alam, Chuck Moham, Dilit Nath, all these guys, we came together and began to put pressure on the system because as a lawyer, we couldn't change the system unless we made legislation. I then became the first person to be almost elected to the state senate because we lost by 500 votes. That was in 2006, because I ran against a man named Surf Maltese, a Republican county chair of Queens, who wanted to legalize racial profiling. So all of us who are not white would have been entitled to be stopped without any problems and frisked and treated in a subcategory. Thankfully, we defeated that law. We defeated him because that is how the Democratic Alliance was. They didn't have the majority in the state senate, and in order to get things, they had to give up their soul. We changed all of that, and we played a meaningful part, very pivotal role in making the state senate Democratic for the first time. So in Andre's cousin Stuart's time, she'll remember me, Malcolm Smith, who became he dumped us under the bus and so on. And then we gave back Gregory Meeks an office in Southeast Queens so he can help to legalize our South Asian brothers and sisters. So this has been a long time coming, brothers and sisters, and I want you to build on what myself and MAF and all these great leaders of South Asian ancestry have done. And like Brian Benjamin, I'm from the Caribbean, and my 4 parents came as indentured servants to Guyana to work as slaves virtually. And we built from that, and I understand that, and that's why we have someone like Kamala Harris. So this is a momentum that started since 2001, 2000. Never forget that. There's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears shed for that with Maf, myself, and Chowdhury, and all these great leaders I spoke to you about. We have built on you, and I know you acknowledged stood on my shoulders, like Jennifer Rajkumar. She told me that because I was first elected district leader in District 38. And the county put Miller there, they just gave him a special election. That's how they play. So sometimes we've got to go against the powers that would suppress us. And we've got to achieve the independence that we deserve for the taxes we pay and for the skills and all the recognition we bring to this great country. Never step back, never give up, and never play second-class citizen to anyone. We belong here, we are a nation of immigrants, and we've got to carry the fight. We've got to continue to build on what others have done. Others have been put in jail. I was put in jail because of my political beliefs, and I stand proudly to have risen from that. So when I'm giving a message now to people who run for office or for labor leaders or people who go against the system, you may be attacked, you may be ostracized, you may be thrown in jail, but you've got to come out fighting strong and become even stronger and fight again. Last year I ran. That's why we're supporting David Weprin for the city controller. We want David to win that so we can have District 24, which is another brown district. So we have it, Assembly District 38, with Jennifer is in, Rajkumar, then 24 is Weprin, 31 is also Khalil Anderson. We can draw a district, and call me if you're going to join the fight, and I know ASAAL is going to be with us at the redistricting fight. That's going to be a determinative fight. It gives us a seat for city, state, Senate, and for Congress. And we deserve more than that. Let's stop talking about who's going to be first this and first that. We are part of the fabric of America, undeniably, indelibly, and we've got to get our fair share. And that has started 20 years ago and it must continue now, brother. God bless you. Shalom alaikum. And inshallah, we'll get there.
Thank you.
P.T. Thomas, who started with me, then he went through some calamity within his family and he retired from his state job. He was the president of a local in his state, CSEA Local 1000. But because he is one of the founding leader with me at the time in 2008 when we started, so now he came back. He came back to home and we welcome him. And we think that very soon you will see a chapter in Rockland County in the near future. P.T. Thomas, if you are there, open the microphone and talk. P.T., are you there?
Hello? Hello.
Yes,
Hi.
yes. You are there. You're there.
Yes, I am here. I have been waiting for you, Ma.
We need a Rockland County chapter soon with your presidency.
Maaf, I don't know. Yeah, but I just want to let you know that I have been here since 3 o'clock. I want everyone to know that you guys are doing a good job. I know the time is very limited. However, I just want to congratulate you and everyone who. I just want to introduce all of you that I am P.T. Thomas. I am one of the founding members of ASAAL, as Maaf said. And good luck to all of you and a wonderful convention. In ASAAL, we need to do it in two sessions next year because from 3 o'clock to 10 o'clock is 7 hours. So actually maybe we should actually develop a special session for the political leaders and then another session for us to discuss our problems and issues, like 2 different conventions, 2 days. Like remember, Maaf, when we started, we said we want to make it like an APALA convention or a ASME convention. The same way we should develop it. Once again, I know the time is very late and thank you so much for calling me. Once again, have a great time. Hello.
Now, we called her before, Sharmil Sudana Tahir. Are you there? Just your 1 minute is still there. I think you will be the one who, among the women's leaders will not have any spoken. Sharmil. Are
Yeah,
you there?
yeah, Ms. Bhai, I'm here. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Ms. Bhai, and thank you, everybody. Thank you, Karim. And I'm proud to be here, and it's very important living in this country as an immigrant. You need some of your voice, but you can do it alone. You need togetherness, and this platform, this organization is a very great opportunity to say something to.
Introduce Corredia. Corredia, then I will open the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. He's going to vote thanks.
Okay.
Yes, the next speaker, and we are almost there. Give us 2 more minutes. I really appreciate your patience and your intelligence. It is only those who are intelligent, only those who are smart, only those who are leader can stay and keep listening for 7 to 8 hours. And you are those, you impress me. I am following your footsteps, and that is why I became what I am today. So, stay with us. I am now introducing Dr. Rabbi Alam. He's also by profession a lawyer. He's also an army veteran. The money he gets from army, he spends it for ASAAL. That is what he does. Anyway, he traveled from Michigan so that we can stage this, because he is an expert in this new media that we call Zoom, YouTube, Facebook, World Wide Web. I am learning still then. But anyway, without any further ado, he's also the Michigan chapter president and our international organizing director, Rabbi Alam.
Thank you so much, guys. I just want to apologize that this beautiful, fantastic, tremendous 7 hours. And I know we all been enjoying. I can hear your breath, every single breath we took here together. It is monumental. It is fundamental. And this is just not the end of 2020. This is the next beginning of 2021. I know we will be trailblazing 2021. I just want to remind you one thing. I remember 2019. I took the stage and I say, hey, hey, ho, ho, Donald Trump has got to go. And we all chanted. And I remember every single individual there. So absolutely, I'm going to commend that what happened today is the story of the hope of the beacon of our generation. Because yes, we are matters. Yes, we have doctors. Yes, we have engineers. Yes, we have business owners. Yes, we have taxi drivers. Yes, we have human intellectuals. Yes, we have lawyers. We have journalists, and we are all a single voters. Your vote is at stake. And absolutely, I just want to conclude my part, and it is a fundamental and monumental moment that we put ourselves all over the globe. And definitely by the end of this evening, I have the opportunity to introduce you one of the young men who've been keeping our president alive. And every time there's anything going on to cross pond from point A to point B, from the Senate to Congress to here and there, and it wouldn't be possible if this young man, who is our corresponding secretary, taking a key leading. I just want to put everybody hand together and allow me to introduce Madeline, who is going to take over for the next term. Right here, he's going to be putting the thanks for the board of thanks. Thank you, Jed Madeline. Microphone is for you this evening for you.
Oh, no, I'm going to be very, very brief. As usual, this is my vote of thanks, my personal vote of thanks to everyone. First, let me thank our president of ASAAL and our founder of ASAAL and our resident genius of ASAAL. He is the Albert Einstein of the labor movement. He is one of the greatest labor leaders, not only in the United States of America, but in the entire world. He is the one who gave birth to ASAAL, and he is bringing it to new heights let me thank the one, the only, the magnificent Maf Misbah-Uddin. Thank you, President Uddin, for everything you have done and everything you will continue to do in the labor movement. Next, I want to, if you're familiar with basketball, you know the great basketball player Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Well, we have our own giant in the labor movement. His name is Kareem Chowdhury. He may not be as tall as Abdul-Jabbar, but he is even greater in his heart, in his intelligence. He gives his blood, his sweat, his tears, and he asks for nothing in return. He is the backbone of ASAAL, and we are very grateful to Mohammed Kareem Chowdhury for everything that he does, and we greatly thank him. Next, I want to thank MD Rabi Alam. He is an attorney, a doctor. He is also a genius. MD Rabi Alam drove 13 hours from Michigan to come here. I said to President Uddin, do we have a good man to direct this event? And President Uddin said, we have the best man to direct this event, and that is MD Rabi Alam. Mr. Alam did a brilliant job. You should go to Hollywood and direct movies. You are so talented. We thank you. We thank you so much for your efforts. It was a historic virtual convention, and it was fantastic. We thank all our elected officials, all our labor leaders, all our community organizers. We thank Halida Tutorial for giving us this beautiful room. Without this room, we couldn't do anything. We thank our fantastic honorees, John Heislop, Gregory Floyd, M. Osman Siddiqui, for all their honorary things that they do. And we are honored to thank them and to give them awards. They deserve much more, but this is what we give them, and they are great. ASAAL is growing by leaps and bounds and is becoming a powerhouse in mainstream politics. And with your help, it will grow even more. We thank all our fantastic speakers for their thoughts, their ideas, their presentations. Their participation was fantastic. We thank you for being the audience, for without an audience, there is no convention. You have been a fantastic audience. There are thousands and thousands of people worldwide that we have reached out to today, and ASAAL will do even greater things in the future. Thank you for bringing ASAAL to new heights. We will see you next year. God bless all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff Matalan. I just want to put a special thanks on behalf of this ASAAL Alliance of South Asian American Labor, our President Maf Misbah, our Secretary Muhammad Abdul Kareem, and every chapter. We have a young man, his name is Shakaut Hussain Salim, News Online, who is also doing a co-host for this event from his home. Fantastic. Congratulations and thank you, Shakaut Hussain Salim.
See us on
And
Facebook,
absolutely, please tune yourself to USA News Online, Millennium TV, our platform. You go to ASAAL.org and everywhere. And absolutely, I have to tell you this, from here to now, it will be coming as a million view. And definitely, the event we put, this is the moment that Alliance of South Asian American Labor opened its new vibe with a true, and that's going to be coming as a 2021. And before we end, the microphone goes back again to our president, Maf Misbah, only for 30 seconds.